these guys go to just total fiction as opposed to like, right? The alternative to QAnon is not Blue Anon, mainstream media, but Satoshi Anon, okay, which is an upward deviation, okay, not a downward deviation to say there is no such thing as truth. Rather, the upward deviation is decentralized cryptographic truth, not centralized corporate or government truth.
Okay. So how does the decentralization of Wikipedia look like?
Great question. It's this concept of ledger of record. First, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, Japanese or Chinese, Democrat or Republican, those people agree on the state of a Bitcoin blockchain. Hundreds of billions of dollars is managed without weapons, okay, across tribes with wildly varying ideologies, right? And what that means is that is a mechanism for getting literally consensus. It's called consensus, cryptographic consensus, proof of work. And when people can get consensus on this, what they're getting consensus on are basically bytes that determine who holds what Bitcoin. This is exactly the kind of thing people would fight wars over. You know, for hundreds of billions of dollars, let alone millions of dollars, people will kill each other over that in the past, right? So for hundreds of billions of dollars, people can get consensus truth on this in this highly adversarial environment, right? So the first generalization of that is it says you can go from bytes that reflect what Bitcoin somebody has to bytes that reflect what stocks, bonds, other kinds of assets people have. That's the entire DeFi, Ethereum, that whole space, okay? Basically, the premise is if you go from consensus on one byte, by induction, you can go to consensus on n bytes, depending on the cost of getting that consensus, right? Normal stating digital can be represented, you know, or everything digital can be represented as bytes, right? So now you can get consensus on certain kinds of digital information, Bitcoin, but then also any kind of financial instrument. And then the next generalization is what I call the ledger of record. Many kinds of facts can be put partially or completely on chain. It's not just proof of work and proof of stake. There's things like proof of location, proof of human, proof of this, proof of that. The auditable oracles I talked about extended further. Lots and lots of people are working on this, right? Proof of solvency, seeing that some actor has enough of a bank balance to accommodate what they say they have. You can imagine many kinds of digital assertions can be turned into proof of X and proof of Y. You start putting those on chain, you now have a library of partially or completely provable facts. Okay? This is how you get consensus, as opposed to having a white Western Wikipedia editor or mostly white Western US media corporation or the US government simply say what is true in a centralized fashion.
So, do you think truth is such an easy thing as you get to higher and higher questions of politics? Is the problem that the consensus mechanism is being hacked, or is the problem that truth is a difficult thing to figure out? Was the 2020 election rigged or not? Is the Earth flat or not? That's a scientific one. That's a
technical versus political to the spectrum, yeah.
But even the Earth, like, well, that one is, yeah, never mind. That's a bad example because that is very, you can rigorously show that the Earth is not flat. But there's some social phenomena, political phenomena, philosophical one that will have a lot of debates, historical stuff about different forces operating within Nazi Germany and Stalinist Soviet Union. I think there's probably a lot of the historians debate about a lot of stuff like Blitz, the book that talks about the influence of drugs. They're right.
Were they on meth or something?
Yeah, there's a lot of debates about what is the significance of meth on the actual behavior and decisions of Hitler and so on. So there's still a lot of debates. Is it so easy to fix with decentralization, I guess is the question.
So I actually have, basically chapter 2 of the Network State book is on essentially this topic. And so it's like 70 pages or something like that. So let me try to summarize what I think about this. First is that there was an Onion article that came out, I can't find it now anymore, but it was about historians in the year 3000 writing about the late 90s and early 2000s. And they're like, clearly Queen Brittany was a very powerful monarch. We can see how many girls around the world worshipped her like a god. And so And it's very funny because it was a plausible distortion of, the current society by, a human civilization picking through the rubble 1,000 years later, having no context on anything, right? And it's a very thought-provoking article because it says, well, to what extent is that us picking over Pompeii or the pyramids or even like, the 1600s or the 1700s, like a few hundred years ago, we're basically sifting through artifacts and, Selma Berger actually has this concept of like, which is obvious but is also useful to have a name for it. It's like, I think he calls it like dark history, which is, again, I might be getting this wrong, but it's like only a small percentage of what the Greeks wrote down, has come to us to the present day, right? So perhaps it's not just the winners who write history, it's like the surviving records. We have this extremely partial, fragmentary record of history, and sometimes there's some discovery that just rewrites the whole thing. Do you know what, like, Göbekli Tepe's?
Everything I know about that is from Rogan because he's a huge fan of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that like rewrites.
And then there's a lot of debates there.
There's a lot of debates. So basically, it's like the discovery of this site in northern Turkey that totally shifts our estimate of like when civilization started, maybe pushing it back many thousands of years further in the past, right? The past, it's like an inverse problem in physics, right? We're trying to reconstruct this from limited information, right? It's like X-ray crystallography. It's an inverse problem, right? It's Plato's cave. We're trying to reconstruct what the world looks like outside from these shadows, these fragments that have been given to us, right, or that we found. And so in that sense, as you find more information, your estimate of the past changes, right? Oh wow, okay, that pushes back civilization farther than we thought. That one discovery just changes it.
You want to try to, given all the gaps in the data we have, you want to try to remove bias from the process of trying to fill the gaps.
Well, so here's the thing. I think we're very close to the moment of it, and so that's why it'll sound crazy when I say it now. But our descendants, I really do think of what the blockchain is and cryptographically verifiable history as being the next step after written history. It's like on par with that. Because anybody who has the record, the math is not going to change, right? Math is constant across human time and space, right? So, the value of pi is constant. That's one of the few constants across all these different human civilizations, okay? So, somebody in the future, assuming, of course, the digital record is actually intact to that point, because, in theory, digital stuff will persist. In practice, you have lost data and floppy drives and stuff like that. In some ways, digital is more persistent. In some ways, physical is more persistent. Okay, but assuming we can figure out the archival problem somehow, then this future record, at least it's internally consistent, right? You can run a bunch of equivalence of checksums, right? The Bitcoin verification process, just sum it all up and see that, okay, it's f of g of h of x, and boom, that at least is internally consistent, okay? Again, it doesn't say that all the people who reported it were, they could have put something on chain that's false, but at least the metadata is likely to be very difficult to falsify. And this is a new tool. It's really a new tool in terms of a robust history that is expensive and technically challenging to edit and alter. And that is the alternative to the Stalin-esque rewriting of history by centralized power.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of actually reading and thinking about. I'm actually, as you're talking, I'm also thinking about the fact that I think 99% of my access to Wikipedia is on technical topics. Because I basically use it very similarly to Stack Overflow.
And even there, it doesn't have unit tests. For example, one thing. Right. So one thing I remember, again, I might be wrong on this, but I recall that the Kelly criterion it's actually quite a useful thing to know. It's like how to optimally size your bets. Okay, and you can have, given your kind of probability that some investment pays off or assumed probability, you can have bets that are too large, bets that are too small. Sometimes the Kelly criterion, it goes negative and actually it says you should actually take leverage. You're so sure this is a good outcome that you should actually spend more than your current bankroll because you're going to get a good result, right? So it's a very sophisticated thing. And as I recall, many sites on the internet have the wrong equation. And I believe that was reprinted on Wikipedia. The wrong equation was put on Wikipedia as the Kelly criterion for a while. Okay? And so, without unit tests, see, math is actually the kind of thing that you could unit test, right? You could literally have the assert on the right-hand side today, right? The modern version, we've got Jupyter, we've got Replit, we've got all these things. The modern version of Wikipedia, there's sites like golden.com, for example, like there's a bunch of things. I'm funding lots of stuff across the board, on this. Um, and I'm not capitalizing these companies or capitalizing independently, but I'm trying to see if not just talk about a better version. It's hard to build something better, so actually go and build it. And what you want is assertions that are actually reproduced. You don't just have the equation there. You have a written down code. You can hit enter. You can download the page. You can rerun it. It's reproducible.
So the problem with that kind of reproducibility is that it adds friction. It's hard to put together articles that do that kind of stuff, unless you do an incredible job with UX and so on. The thing that I think is interesting about Wikipedia on the technical side is that without the unit tests, without the assertions, it still often does an incredible job. Because the reason the people that write those articles, and I've seen this also in Stack Overflow, are the people that care about this most. And there's a pride to getting it right.
Okay, so let me agree and disagree with that, right? So absolutely, there's some good there. Again, do I think Wikipedia is a huge step up from what preceded it in some ways on the technical topics? Yes. However, you talk about the editing environment, right? Like the markup for Wikipedia, it's very, mid 2000s, right? It is not. Yeah, exactly. If at a minimum, for example, it's not WYSIWYG, right? So, like Medium or something like that, or Ghost, you can just go in and type, and it looks exactly like it looks on the page. Here, you have to go to a markup language where there can be editor conflicts, and you hit enter, and someone has overridden your edit or something like that, and you don't know how it looks on the page. You might have to do a few, previews or what have you. That's number one. So editing, you talk about bearish editing. That's one. Number two is, given that it might be read 1,000 times for every one time it's written, it is important to actually have the mathematical things unit tested, if they can be, given that we've got modern technology. And that's something that's hard to retrofit into this because it's so kind of ossified, right?
Right. There's the interface on every side for the editor, even just for the editor to check it. Say the editor wants to get it right, and you want to make it really easy, but easier to check their work.
That's
like
right.
Debugging, like a nice IDE for the
that's exactly right.
For the editing experience.
That's right. And the thing about this is, as I said, because the truth is a global constant, but incorrectness, right? Go ahead. Every happy family.
No, I love I love to think that truth will have a nice debugger.
Well, so here's right. So the thing is that what you can do is, let's say you did have a unit tested page for everything that's on Wikipedia. First of all, it makes the page more useful because you can download it, you can run it, you can import it, and so on. Second is it leads into one of the things that we can talk about. I've sort of a roadmap for building alternatives to not just existing companies, but to many existing U.S. institutions, from media and tech companies to courts and government and academia and nonprofits. The Wikipedia discussion actually relates to how you improve on academia, right? And so academia right now, one of the big problems, this is kind of related to the, oh boy, okay, the current institutions, we don't have trust in them. Is that the answer is that the answer is to trust no one, right? And I think the alternative is decentralized cryptographic trust verification. How does that apply to academia? First observation is we are seeing science being abused in the name of quote unquote science. Okay, capital S science is Maxwell's equations. That's
a good one.
That's a good one, right? Quote unquote science is a paper that came out last week, and the key thing is that capital S science, real science, is about independent replication, not prestigious citation. That's the definition. All the journal stuff, the professors, all that stuff is just a superstructure that was set on top to make experiments more reproducible. And that superstructure is now dominating the underlying thing because people are just fixated on the prestige and the citation and not the replication, right? So how does that apply here? Once you start thinking about how many replications does this thing have, Maxwell's equation, there's trillions of replications. Every time us speaking into this microphone right now, we're testing, our theory of the electromagnetic field, right? Or electrical and magnetic fields. Every single time you pick up a cell phone or use a computer, you're putting our knowledge to the test, right? Whereas some paper that came out last week in Science or Nature may have 0 independent replications, yet it is being cited publicly as prestigious scientists from Stanford and MIT all came up with X, right? And so the prestige is a substitute for the actual replication. So there's a concept called Goodhart's law. Okay, I'm just going to quote it. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Okay, so for example, backlinks on the web were a good signal for Google to use when people didn't know they were being used as a signal.
Yeah, you talked about quantity versus quality. PageRank was a pretty good approximation for quality.
Yes,
such
but
a fascinating thing, by the way. But yeah,
it's a fascinating thing, and we can talk about that. But basically, once people know that you're using this as a measure, they will start to game it, and so then you have this cycle where sometimes you have a fixed point, like Satoshi with proof of work was miraculously able to come up with a game where the gaming of it was difficult without just buying more compute, right? So it's a rare kind of game where knowledge of the game's rules didn't allow people to game the game.
Yeah,
but
it's a brilliant way to put it. Yeah, which is one of the reasons it's brilliant, is that you can describe the game and you can't mess with it.
Exactly, it's very hard to come up with something that's stable in this way. There's actually, on the meta point, there's a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules. Okay, it is.
You mean human civilization or what?
Yeah. It is called something. Nomic. Okay.
Nomic.
Nomic is a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules of the game. At first, that seems insane. Then you realize that's Congress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Literally, what it is so meta because there are laws for elections that elect the editors of those laws, who then change the laws that get them elected, the gerrymandering and other stuff, right? That's a bad version way of thinking. Bad way of thinking about it. The other way of thinking about it is this is what every software engineer is doing. You are constantly changing the rules by editing software and pushing code updates and so on, right? So, many games devolve into the metagame of who writes the rules of the game, right? Become essentially games of nomic. Proof of work is so amazing because it didn't devolve in such a way, right? It became very hard to rewrite the rules once they got set up. Very financially and technically expensive. That's not to say it will always be like that, but it's very hard to change.
If we could take a small tangent and return to academia, I'd love to ask you about how to fix the media as well after we fix academia.
Yeah, these are all actually related.
Related.
Yeah, Wikipedia, media, and academia are all related to the question of independent replication versus prestigious citation.
Sure. So that the problem is authority and prestige, as you see it from academia and the media and Wikipedia with the editors. We have to have a mechanism where sort of the data and the reproducibility is what dominates the discourse.
That's right. And so one way to think about this is, I've said this I think I tweeted this or whatever. Western civilization actually has a break classification emergency button. It's called decentralization, right? Martin Luther hit it when the Catholic Church was too ossified and centralized, decentralized with the Protestant Reformation. Okay, he said, at the time, people were able to pay for indulgences, like that is to say, they could sin. They could say, okay, I sinned 5 times yesterday. Here's the equivalent of $50. Okay, I'm done with my sin. I can go and sin some more. Okay, this is really buy the way out of sin. Okay, and people debate as to how frequent those indulgences were. These are one of the things he inveighed against in the 95 Theses. So decentralization, boom, break away from this ossified church, start something new, right? And in theory, the quote religious wars of the 1600s that ensued were about things like where the wafer was the body of Christ or what have you, but in part they were also about power and whether the centralized entity would write all the rules or the decentralized one would. And so what happened was obviously Catholicism still exists, but Protestantism also exists. Okay, and similarly here you've got this ossified central institution where forget about. I mean, there's complicated studies; they're difficult to summarize. But when you have the science saying masks don't work and then they do, okay, which everybody saw, and this is not like everybody knew that there was not like some massive study that came out that changed our perspective on mask wearing. It was something that was just insistently asserted as this is what the science says, and then without any acknowledgement, the science said something different, the next day, right? I remember because I was in the middle of this debate, and I think you could justify masks early in the pandemic as a useful precaution, and then later, post-vaccination, perhaps not necessary. I think that's like the rational way of thinking about it. But the point was that such levels of uncertainty were not acknowledged. Instead, people, were basically lying in the name of science, and public policy was, wasn't public health; it was political health. Okay, so something like that, you're just spending down all the credibility of the institution for basically nothing. Okay, and so in such a circumstance, what do? Break glass, decentralized. What does that look like? Okay, so let me describe what I call crypto science, by analogy to crypto, just like there's fiat science, crypto science, right? Fiat economics. Okay, so in any experiment, any paper when it comes out, right? It's You can sort of divide it into the analog to digital and the purely digital. Okay, so the analog to digital is you're running some instruments, you're getting some data, okay, and then once you've got the data, you're generating figures and tables and text and a PDF from that data, right? Leave aside the data collection step for now. I'll come back to that, right? Just the purely digital part. What does the ideal academic paper look like in 2022, 2023? First, there's this concept called reproducible research. Okay, reproducible research is the idea that the PDF should be regenerated from the data and code. Okay, so you should be able to hit enter and regenerate it. Why is this really important as a concept? John Clairvaux and David Donahoe at Stanford 20 years ago pioneered this in stats because the text alone often doesn't describe every parameter that goes into a figure or something, right? You kind of sometimes just need to look at the code and then it's easy. And without that, it's hard, okay? So reproducible research means you regenerate the PDF from the code and the data. You hit enter, okay? Now, one issue is that many papers out there in science, nature, etc., are not reproducible research. Moreover, the data isn't even public. Moreover, sometimes the paper isn't even public. The open access movement has been fighting this for the last 27 years. There's various levels of this, like green and gold open access. Okay, so the first step is the code, the data, and the PDF go on chain. Step number one. Okay. The second thing is once you've got, so you can anybody who is, and that could be the Ethereum chain, it could be its own dedicated chain, whatever. Okay. It could be something where there's just the URLs are on the Ethereum chain, it's stored on Filecoin, many different implementations. But let's call that on-chain probably. Okay. Not just online, on-chain. When it's on-chain, public, and anybody can get it. So that's first. Second is once you've got something where you can regenerate the code, or the PDF from the code and the data on-chain, guess what? You can have citations between two papers turn into import statements.
Okay.
That's cool, right? So now you're not just getting composable finance, like DeFi, where you have like one interest rate calculator calling another. You have composable science. And now you can say this paper on this, especially in ML, right? You will often cite a previous paper and its benchmark or its method, right? You're gonna want to scatter plot sometimes your paper, your algorithm versus theirs on the same data set. That is facilitated if their entire paper is reproducible research that is generated. You can just literally import that Python, and then you can generate your figure off of it, right? Moreover, think about how that aids reproducibility, because you don't have to reproduce in the literal sense every single snippet of code that they did. You can literally use their code, import it. Okay, people start compounding on each other. It's better science. Okay, now I talked about this, but actually there's a few folks who have been actually building this. So there's usescholar.org, which actually has a demo of this, like just a V1 like kind of prototype where it shows two stats papers on chain, and one of them is citing the other with an import statement. There's also a thing called I think DSci.com, which is trying to do this, right? Decentralized science. So this itself changes how we think about papers. And actually, by the way, the inspiration for PageRank was actually citations. It was like the impact factor out of academia. That's where Larry Page and Zimmerman got the concept out, right? So now you've got a web of citations that are import statements on chain. In theory, you could track back a paper all the way back to its antecedents. Okay, so if it's citing something, you can now look it up and look it up and look it up. And a surprising number of papers actually, their antecedents don't terminate, or the original source says something different, or it just kind of got garbled like a telephone game. And there's this famous thing on like the spinach, does it actually have iron in it or something like that? I forget the details of the story, but it was something where you track back the citations and people are contradicting each other. Okay, but it's just something that just gets copy pasted and it's a fact. It's not actually a fact because it's not audited this allows you to cheaply audit, in theory, all the way back to Maxwell or Newton or something like that. Okay. Now, what I'm describing is a big problem, but it's a finite problem. It's essentially taking all the important papers and putting them on chain. It's about the scale of, let's say, Wikipedia. Okay. So it's like, I don't know, a few 100,000, a few million papers. I don't know the exact number, but it'll be out that way. Okay. So now you've got number one, these things that are on chain. Okay. Number two, you've turned citations into important statements. Number three, anybody can now, at a minimum, download that code. And while they may not have the instruments, and I'll come back to that point, while they may not have the instruments, they can do internal checks. The Benford's Law stuff we were just talking about. You can internally check the consistency of these tables and graphs, and often you'll find fraud or things that don't add up that way because all the code and the data is there, right? And now you made it so that anybody in Brazil, in India, in Nigeria, they may not have an academic, like library access, but they can get into this. All right. Now, how do you fund all of this? Well, good thing is crypto actually allows tools for that as well. Andrew Huberman and others have started doing things like with NFTs to fund their lab. I can talk about the funding aspect. There's things like researchhub.com, which are trying to issue tokens for labs. But a lab isn't that expensive to fund. Maybe it's a few 100,000, a few million a year, depending on where you are. Crypto does generate money. And so you can probably imagine various tools, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something like that to fund. Finally, what this does is it is not humanism, right? It is not saying don't trust anybody. Neither is it just trust the centralized academic establishments. Instead, it's saying trust because you can verify, because we can download things and run them. The crucial thing that I'm assuming here is the billions of supercomputers around the world that we have, all the MacBooks and iPhones that can crank through lots and lots of computation. So everything's digital. We can verify it locally. Okay. Now, there's one last step, which is I mentioned the instruments, right? Whether it's your sequencing machine or your accelerometer or something like that is generating the data that you are reporting in your paper when you put it on chain. Okay? Basically, you think of it as the analog to digital interface. We can cryptofy that too. Why? For example, an Illumina sequencing machine has an experiment manifest. And when that's written to, there's a website called NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information. You can see the experiment metadata on various sequencing runs. It'll tell you what instrument and what time it was run and who ran it and so on and so forth. Okay. What that does is allows you to correct for things like batch effects. Sometimes you will sequence on this day and the next day the humidity or something like that makes it look like there's a statistically significant difference between your two results, but it was just actually batch effects. Okay. What's my point? The point is, if you have a crypto instrument, you can have various hashes and stuff of the data as a chain of custody for the data itself that are streamed and written on chain that the manufacturer can program into this. For anything that's really, you might say, well, boy, that's overkill, right? I'm saying actually not. You know why? If you're doing a study whose results are going to be used to influence a policy that's going to control the lives of millions of people, every single step has to be totally auditable. You need the glass box model. You need to be able to go back to the raw data. You need to be able to interrogate that. And again, this is anybody who's a good scientist will embrace this, right?
So, yeah. So first of all, that was a brilliant exposition of a future of science that I would love to see. Um, the pushback I'll provide, which is not really a pushback, is like what you describe is so much better than what we currently have. That I think a lot of people would say any of the sub steps that you suggest are already going to be a huge improvement. So even just sharing the code.
Yes.
Or sharing the data. You said that I think it would surprise people how often
it's hard to get data.
Is it like the actual data or specifics or a large number of the parameters? Not you'll share like one or two parameters that were involved with running the experiment. You won't mention the machines involved, except maybe at a high level, but the versions and so on, the dates when the experiments were run.
Exactly.
You don't mention any of this kind of
right.
So there's several ways to fix this, and one of them, I think, implied in what you're describing is a culture that says it's not okay.
Exactly.
To like so first of all, there should be, even if it's not perfectly unchained to where you can automatically import all the way to Newton, just even the act of sharing the code, sharing the data, maybe in a way that's not perfectly integrated into a larger structure, is already a very big positive step.
Yes.
Saying, like, if you don't do this, then this doesn't count. And because in general, I think my worry, as somebody who's a programmer who's OCD, I love the picture you paint that you can just import everything and it all automatically checks everything. My problem is that makes incremental science easier and revolutionary science harder.
Oh, I actually very much disagree with that.
I would love to hear your argument. Let me just kind of
Sure.
elaborate.
Sure.
Why sometimes you have to think in this gray area of fuzziness when you're thinking on totally novel ideas, and when you have to concretize in the data. Like some of the greatest papers I've ever written don't have data; they're in the space of ideas almost. Like you're kind of sketching stuff, and that could be errors, but like Einstein himself with the famous 5 papers. I mean, they're really strong, but they're fuzzy. They're a little bit fuzzy, and so I think even like the GAN paper, you're often thinking of like new data sets, new ideas, and I think maybe as a step after the paper is written, you could probably concretize it and integrate it into the rest of science.
Sure.
Like you shouldn't feel that pressure, I guess, early on, right?
Well, I mean, there's different. Each of the steps that I'm talking about, right? There's like data being public and everything. Just having the paper being public, that's like V1, right? Then you have the thing being regenerated from code and data, like the PDF being regenerated from code. Then you have the citations as import statements. Then you have the full citation graph as an import statement. So you just follow it all the way back, right? And now you have that gives you auditability. Then you have the off-chain, the analog digital crypto custody, right? Like where you're hashing things and streaming things. So you have the chain of custody. Each of those is kind of like a level up and adds to complexity, but it also adds to the auditability and verifiability and the reproducibility. But one thing I'd say I wanted to respond to that you said was that you think that this would be good for incremental but not innovative. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think academia is institutional and it's not innovative. For example, NIH has this graph, which is like I think it's age of recipients of R01 grants. Okay, and what it shows is basically it's like a hump that moves over time, roughly plus 1 year forward for the average age as the year moves on. Okay, I'll see if I can find the GIF. Why is this? Let me see if I can find it actually. Look at this movie. It's a ridiculously powerful movie in 30 seconds. I just sent it in WhatsApp.
The name of the video is Age Distribution by NIH Principal Investigators in Medical Schools Faculty. And it starts out on the x-axis is age with the distribution and percent of PIs, and from early 1980s, moving 1 year at a time, and the mean of the distribution is moving slowly, approximately, as Balaji has said, about 1 year
Per year.
Per year.
Now this is 10 years ago.
1 year in age per year of time.
And notice how, first of all, the average age is moving way upward before you become an NHPI. Second is, it's a cohort of guys, people, who are just awarding grants to each other.
Yeah.
That's clearly what's happening. That's the underlying dynamic. They're not awarding grants to folks who are much younger, okay? Because those folks haven't proven themselves yet, right? So it is this is what happens when you get prestigious citation rather than independent replication. The age just keeps creeping up. And this was 10 years ago, and it's gotten even worse. It's become even more gerontocratic, even more hidebound, right? And so the thing is, the structures that Vannevar Bush and others set up, the entire post-war science establishment, one thing I'll often find is people will say, Balaji, the government hath granted us the internet and self-driving cars and space flight and so on. How can you possibly be against the U.S. government? Kneel and repent for its bounty, And really, the reason they don't say it quite in that way, but that's really the underpinning kind of thing, because they've replaced God with Gov. They really think of the U.S. government as God. The conservative will think of the U.S. government as like the all-powerful military abroad, and the progressive will think of it as the benign, all-powerful, like nurturing parent at home. Okay, but in this context, they're like, how can you, as some tech bro, could possibly think you could ever do basic science without the funding of the U.S. government? Has it not developed all basic science, right? advantage of this is actually to say, well, what if we go further back than 1950? Did science happen before 1950? Well, I think it did. Bernoulli and Maxwell and Newton, were they funded by NSF? No, they weren't. Right? Aviation, railroads, automobiles, gigantic industries that arose and both were stimulated by and stimulated development of pure science. Were they funded by NSF? No, they were not. Right? Therefore, NSF is not a necessary condition for the presence of science. Neither is even the United States. Obviously, a lot of these discoveries was before, I believe it's before the American. Let's find the exact. It's actually less old than people think. Okay, so Newton died 1727, right? So I knew that, um, it was like in the 1700s. So Newton was before the American Revolution, right? Obviously, that meant huge innovations could happen before the U.S. government, before NIH, before NSF, right? Which means they are not a necessary condition. Number one, that itself is crucial because a lot of people say the government is necessary for basic science. It is not necessary for basic science. It is one possible catalyst. And I would argue that mid-century it was okay because mid-century was the time when the middle of the centralized century. 1933, 1945, 1969, you have Hoover Dam, you have the Manhattan Project, you have Apollo. That generation was acclimatized to a centralized U.S. government that could accomplish great things, partly because technology favored centralization going into 1950 and then started favoring decentralization going out. I've talked about this in the book. Sovereign Digital has talked about this, but very roughly, you go up into 1950 and you have mass media and mass production, and just centralization of all kinds of giant nation states slugging it out on the world stage. And you go out of 1950 and you get cable news and personal computers and internet and mobile phones and cryptocurrency, and you have the decentralization. And so this entire centralized scientific establishment was set up at the peak of the centralized century, and it might have been the right thing to do at that time, but is now showing its age. And it's no longer actually geared up for what we have. Where are the huge innovations coming out? Well, Satoshi Nakamoto was not, to our knowledge, a professor, right? That's this revolutionary thing that came outside of it. Early in the pandemic, there was something called project-evidence.github.io, which accumulated all of the evidence for the coronavirus possibly having been a lab leak, when that was a very controversial thing to discuss, right? Alina Chan, to her credit, Matt Ridley and Alina Chan have written this book, on whether the coronavirus was a lab leak or not. I think it's plausible that it was. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think it's at least certainly it is a hypothesis worthy of discussion. Okay, though of course it's got political overtones. Point being that the pseudonymous online publication of project-evidence.github.io happened when it was taboo to do so. So we're back to the age of pseudonymous publication where only the arguments can be argued with. The person can't be attacked. Okay, this is actually something that used to happen in the past. Like, there's a famous story where Newton solved the problem. Someone said, "I know the lion by his claw," or something like that. Right? People used to do pseudonymous publication in the past so that they would be judged on part by their scientific ideas and not the person themselves. Right? And so, I do disagree that this is the incremental stuff. This is actually the innovative stuff. The incremental stuff is going to be the institutional gerontocracy that's academia, where it's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Harvard professor.
Yeah, I don't. I think I agree with everything you said, but I'm not gonna get stuck on technicalities. Sure. Because I think I was referring to your vision of data sets and importing code.
Sure.
And so that forces just knowing how code works. It forces a structure, and structure usually favors incremental progress. Like if you fork code, you're not going to decentivizes revolution. You want to go from scratch.
Okay, so I understand your point there. Okay, and I also agree that some papers like Francis Crick on the Claustrum or others are theoretical. They're more about like where to dig than the data itself, and so on and so forth. Right? So I agree with that. Still, I don't. The counter argument is rather than 1,000 people reading this paper to try to rebuild the whole thing and do it with errors, when they can just import, they can more easily build upon what others have done, right?
Oh, yeah. And so the paper should be forkable.
Well, yeah. So here's why. Python has this concept of batteries included from the standard library, right? Because it lets you just import, and just get means you can fly. Whereas if you couldn't do all those things and you had to rewrite string handling, you would only be able to do incremental things. Libraries actually allow for greater innovation. That's my counter.
I think you create. I think that paints a picture. I hope that's a picture that fits with science. It certainly does. It fits with code very well. I just wonder how much of science can be that, which is you import. How much of it is possible to do that? Certainly for the things I work on, you can't, which is the machine learning world, all the computer science world. But whether you can do that for, all right, you can think stuff. Biology seems to, yes, I think so. Chemistry, I think so. And then you start getting into weird stuff like psychology, which some people don't even think is a science. No, just love for my psychology friends. I think as you get farther and farther away from things that are like hard technical fields, it starts getting tougher and tougher and tougher to have like importable code.
Okay, so let me give the strong form version, right? So there's a guy who I think is a great machine learning guy, creator of actually Keras, who he disagrees with me on Francois Chile.
Yeah, he's been on this podcast twice. Yeah.
Okay, great. So he disagrees.
I disagree with him on all this stuff.
Yes, me too. I think we have mutual respect. Follow each other on Twitter, whatever. Right?
Yes, I think he does respect and like you.
Here's something which I totally agree with him on, and he actually got like trolled or attacked for this, but I completely agree. Within 10, 20 years, nearly every branch of science will be, for all intents and purposes, a branch of computer science. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational medicine, even computational archaeology, realistic simulations, big data analysis, and ML, everything. That to me is incredibly obvious. Why? First of all we're doing every day is PDFs and data analysis on a computer, right? And so every single one of those areas can be reduced to the analog to digital step, and then it's all digital. Then you're flying, you're in the cloud, right?
You put a date, did you say how long? Or
10 to 20 years.
10, 20 years.
Arguably, it's already there, right? And here's the thing. You were saying, well, you might drop off when you hit psychology or history. Actually, I think it's the softer sciences that are going to harden up. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot in the book is, for example, with history, the concept of cryptohistory makes history computable. One way of thinking about it is, remember my Britney Spears example, right, where Queen Britney, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at first it's kind of a funny thing to say a computer scientist's term for history is the log files, until we realize that what would a future historian, how would they write about the history of the 2010s? Well, a huge part of that history occurred on the servers of Twitter and Facebook. So now you go from like a log file, which is the individual record of like one server's action, to a decade worth of data on literally billions of people. All of their online lives, like arguably that's why I say that's like actually what the written history was of the 2010s, was this giant digital history. As we go to the 2020s and the 2030s, more of that is going to move from merely online to on-chain and then cryptographically verifiable. So that soft subject of history becomes something that you can calculate things like Google Trends and n-grams and stuff like that.
Yes, beautifully put. Then I would venture to say that Donald Trump was erased from history when he was removed from Twitter and many social platforms, and all his tweets were gone.
Yeah, someone who has an archive of it, but yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah, well, as the flood of data about each individual increases, censorship, it becomes much more difficult to actually have an archive of stuff. But yes, for important people like a president of the United States, yes. Let me on that topic ask you about Trump. You were considered for a position as FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. And I think in terms of the network state, in terms of the digital world, one of the seminal acts in the history of that was the banning of Trump from Twitter. Can you make the case for it and against it?
Sure. So first, let me talk about the FDA thing. So I was considered for a senior role at FDA, but I do believe that, and this is a whole topic, we can talk about the FDA. I do believe that just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, right? Reforming the Fed basically still hasn't happened, right? So just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, it will literally be easier to start a new country than to reform the FDA. It may take 10 or 20 years. I mean, think about Bitcoin, it's only about 13 years old, right? take 10 or 20 years to start a new network state with a different biomedical policy. But that is how we get out from this, perhaps the single worst thing in the world, which is harmonization, regulatory harmonization.
Can you describe regulatory harmonization?
Regulatory harmonization is the mechanism by which U.S. regulators impose their regulations on the entire world. So basically, you have a monopoly by U.S. regulators. This is not just the FDA; it is SEC and FAA and so on and so forth. And for the same reason that a small company will use Facebook login, they'll outsource their login to Facebook. A small country will outsource their regulation to the USA, okay, with all the attendant issues. Because, I mean, you know the names of some politicians. Can you name a single regulator at the FDA? No, right? Yeah, they will brag on their website that they regulate, I forget the exact numbers, I think it's like 25 cents out of every dollar, something along those lines, okay? It's like double digits, okay? That's a pretty big deal. And the thing about this is, people will talk about, quote, our democracy and so on. But many of the positions in, quote, our democracy are actually not subject to democratic accountability. You have tenured professors, and you have tax-exempt colleges. You have the Sulzbergers for the New York Times who have dual-class stock. You have, a bunch of positions that are out of the reach of the electorate, and that includes regulators who have career tenure after just a few years of not necessarily even continuous service. So they're not accountable to the electorate. They're not named by the press. And they also aren't accountable to the market because you've got essentially uniform global regulation. Now, the thing about this is it's not just a government thing, it's a regulatory capture thing. Big pharma companies like this as well. Why? Because they can just get their approval in the US and then they can export to the rest of the world, right? I understand where that comes from as a corporate executive. It's such a pain to get access in one place. So there's a team up, though, between the giant company and the giant government to box out all the small startups in all the small countries and lots of small innovation, right? There are cracks in this now, right? The FDA did not acquit itself well during the pandemic. For example, it denied, I mean, there's so many issues, but one of the things that even actually New York Times reported, the reason that people thought there were no COVID cases in the US early in the pandemic was because the FDA was denying people the ability to run COVID tests, and the emergency use authorization was, emergency should mean like right now, right? But it was not, it was just taking forever. And so some labs did civil disobedience and they just disobeyed the FDA and just went and tested academic labs with threat of federal penalties, because that's what they are. They're like the police, okay? And so they were sort of retroactively granted immunity because NYT went and ran a positive story on them. So NYT's authority is usually greater than that of FDA. If they come into a conflict and NYT runs stories, then FDA kind of gets spanked, right? And it's not, probably neither party would normally think of themselves that way. But if you look at it, when NYT goes and runs stories on a company, it names all the executives, and they get all hit. When it runs stories on a regulator, it just treats the regulator usually as if it was just some abstract entity. It's Zuckerberg's Facebook. You can't name, the people who were bureaucrats at FDA. Interesting, right?
Very interesting.
It's a very important point. Like, that person who's like named and their face is known. Like, you just as an example, Zuckerberg's face and name. Most people don't know Arthur G. Sulzberger. They couldn't recognize him, right? That he's a guy who's inherited the New York Times company from his father's father. That is unaccountable power. It's not that they get great coverage; they get no coverage. You don't even think about them, right? And so it's invisibility, right?
There's some aspect why Fauci was very interesting. In my recent memory, there's not been many faces of scientific policy, of science policy.
Yeah.
And he became the face of that. And as there's some of his meme, which is basically saying that he is science, or that some people represent science. But in the
quote unquote science, or whatever.
The positive aspect of that is that there is accountability when there's a face like that.
Right, but you can also see the Fauci example shows you why a lot of these folks do not want to be public, because they enter a political, and media minefield. I'm actually sympathetic to that aspect of it. What I'm not sympathetic to is the concept that in 2022, that the unelected, unfireable, anonymous American regulator should be able to impose regulatory policy for the entire world. We are not the world of 1945. It is not something where these other countries are even consciously consenting to that world. Just as, give an example, there's this concept called challenge trials. Okay, the Moderna vaccine was available very, very early in the pandemic. You could just synthesize it from the sequence, and challenge trials would have meant that people who are healthy volunteers, okay, they could have been soldiers, for example, of varying ages, who are there to take a risk, their lives for their country potentially. Okay, it could have been just healthy volunteers, not necessarily soldiers, just patriots of whatever kind in any country, not just the U.S. But those healthy volunteers could have gone, and at the early stages of the pandemic, we didn't know exactly how lethal it was going to be because, Li Wenliang and 30-year-old, 30-somethings in China were dying from this. It seemed like it could be far worse.
How lethal the virus.
Yeah, it may be, by the way, that those who were the most susceptible to the virus died faster earlier. It's as if you can imagine a model where those who were exposed and had the lowest susceptibility also had the highest severity and died in greater numbers early on. If you look at the graph, like deaths from COVID were exponential going into about April 2020 and then leveled off to about 7,500, 10,000 a day, and then kind of fell, right? But it could have gone to 75,000 at the beginning, so we didn't know how serious it was. So this would have been a real risk that these people would be taking. But here's what they would have gotten for that. Basically, in a challenge trial, somebody would have been given the vaccine and then exposed to the virus and then put under observation. And then that would have given you all the data, because ultimately the synthesis of the thing, I mean, yes, you do need to scale up synthesis and manufacturing and what have you, but the information of whether it worked or not and was safe and effective, and like that could have been gathered expeditiously with volunteers for challenge trials.
You think there'll be a large number of volunteers?
Absolutely.
What's the concern there? Is there an ethical concern of taking on volunteers?
Well, so let me put it like this. Had we done that, we could have had vaccines early enough to save the lives of like a million Americans, especially seniors and so on. Okay, soldiers and more generally first responders and others. I do believe there's folks who would have stepped up, to take that risk.
The heroes walk among us.
Yeah, that's right. Like if military service is something which is this ritualized thing, people are paid for it, but they're not paid that much. They're really paid in honor, and in duty and patriotism. That is actually the kind of thing where I do believe some fraction of those folks would have raised their hand for this important, task. I don't know how many of them, but I do think that the volunteers would have been there. There's probably some empirical test of that, which is there's a challenge trials website. There's a Harvard prof who put out this proposal early in the pandemic, and he could tell you how many volunteers he got. Um, but something like that could have just shortened the time from pandemic to functional vaccine, right? To days even, if you'd actually really acted on it. The fact that that didn't happen, and that the Chinese solution of lockdown, that actually, at the beginning people thought the state could, potentially stop the virus, stop people in place. It turned out to be more contagious than that. Basically, no NPI, no non-pharmaceutical intervention, really turned out to work that much, right? And actually, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said something like, look, this is actually February 3rd, about a month before people, I was just watching what was going on in China, and I saw that they were doing digital quarantine, like using WeChat codes to like block people off and so on. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I said, look, if the coronavirus goes pandemic, and it seems it may, the extreme edge case becomes the new normal. It's every debate we've had on surveillance, deplatforming, and centralization accelerated. Pandemic means emergency powers for the state, even more than terrorism or crime. And sometimes a solution creates the next problem. My rough forecast of the future, the coronavirus results in quarantines, nationalism, and centralization. And this may actually work to stop the spread, but once under control, states will not cede their powers, so we decentralize. And I didn't know whether it was going to stop the spread, but I knew that they were going to try to do it, right? And, look, it's hard to call every single thing right, and I'm sure someone will find some errors, but in general, I think that was actually pretty good for like early February 2020, right? So it's my point, though. The point is, rather than copying Chinese lockdown, what we should have had were different regimes around the world. To some extent, Sweden defected, from this, right? They had like no lockdowns or what have you. But really, the axis that people were talking about was lockdown versus no lockdown. The real axis should have been challenge trials versus no challenge trials. We could have had that in days, okay? And those are two examples on both vaccines and testing. There's so many more that I can point to.
So those are kind of decentralized innovations, and that's what FDA should stand for.
FDA can stand for it.
Or something like FDA, right?
So let's talk about that, right? Something like FDA. So this is very important. In general, the way I try to think about things is V1, V2, V3, as we've talked about a few times.
So FDA,
Well, right. So what was before FDA, right? So there was both good and bad before FDA, because people don't necessarily have the right model of the past. Okay, so if you ask people what was there before the FDA, they'll say, and by the FDA itself omits the, right? Their pronouns are just FDA, FDA. Okay, um, so but basically,
why is that important?
it's just something where
why is that either humorous or interesting to you?
they have a sort of in-group lingo where when you are kind of talking about them the way that they talk about themselves, it is something that kind of piques interest. It's kind of like in LA people say the 101 or the right, whereas in Northern California they'll say 101, or people from Nevada will say Nevada, right? It just instantly marks you as like insider or outsider, okay, in terms of how the language works, right? And that's go ahead.
That means just makes me sad because that lingo is part of the mechanism which creates the silo, the bubble of the particular thoughts, and that ultimately deviates from the truth because you're not open to new ideas.
I think it's actually like in Glorious Bastards, there's a scene in the bar. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but good. You can't just to censor you. This is like a Wikipedia podcast, like Wikipedia. You can't cite Quentin Tarantino films.
Okay.
Sorry.
So basically, like English start going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I believe it's like the Germans start with like the thumb, something that you never know, right? I may be misremembering it, but I think that's right. Okay, so that's
FDA's got the lingo. All right.
Right. Yes. FDA's got the lingo. So coming back up, basically, just talk about FDA and then come back to your question on the deplatforming.
So what was V0 FDA?
Yeah. So
V1. What does the future look like?
V1 was quote patent medicines. Okay, that's something simple to say. But V1 was also Banting and Best. Okay, Banting and Best, they won the Nobel Prize in the early 1920s. Right? Why? They came up with the idea for insulin supplementation to treat diabetes. And they came up with the concept. They experimented on dogs. They did self-experimentation. They had healthy volunteers. They experimented with the formulation as well, right? Because just like you have like a web app and a mobile app, maybe a command line app, you could have a drug that's administered orally or via injection or cream, or so there's different formulations, right? Dosage, all that stuff they could just like iterate on, okay, with willing doctor, willing patient. These these folks who were affected just sprang out of bed. The insulin supplementation was working for them, and within a couple of years, they had won the Nobel Prize, and Eli Lilly had scaled production for the entire North American continent. Okay, so that was a time when pharma moved at the speed of software, when it was willing buyer, willing seller. Okay, because the past is demonized as something that our glorious regulatory agency is protecting us from. Okay, but there's so many ways in which what it's really protecting you from is being healthy. Okay, as I mean, there's a zillion examples of this. I won't be able to recapitulate all of them just in this podcast, but if you look at a post that I've got, it's called "Regulation, Disruption, and the Future: Technologies of 2013," Coursera PDF. Okay, this lecture, which I'll kind of link it here so you can maybe put in the show notes if you want. This goes through like a dozen different examples of crazy things the FDA did, from the kind of stuff that was dramatized in Dallas Buyers Club, where they were preventing people from getting AIDS drugs, to their various attacks on quote raw milk, where they were basically saying here's a quote from FDA filing in 2010. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. There's no right to consume or feed children any particular food. There's no fundamental right to freedom of contract. They basically feel like they own you. You're not allowed to make your own decisions about your food. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. Direct quote from their like written kind of thing. Okay. The general frame is usually that FDA says it's protecting you from the big bad company, but really what it's doing is it's preventing you from opting out. Okay. Now, with that said, and this is where I'm talking about V3, as critical as I am of FDA, or the Fed for that matter, I also actually recognize that like the Ron Paul type thing of end the Fed is actually not practical. And end the Fed will just be laughed at. What Bitcoin did was a much, much, much more difficult task of building something better than the Fed. That's really difficult to do because the Fed and the FDA, they're like the hub of the current system. People rely on them for lots of different things, okay? and you're going to need a better version of them. And how would you actually build something like that? So with the Fed and with SEC and the entire the banks and whatnot, crypto has a pretty good set of answers for these things. And over time, all the countries that are not, or all the groups that are not the U.S. establishment or the CCP will find more and more to their liking the crypto economy. So that part I think is going. Okay, we can talk about that. What does that look like for biomedicine? Well, first, what does exit the FDA look like, right? So there actually are a bunch of exits from the FDA already, which is things like right to try laws, okay, CLIA labs and laboratory developed tests, compounding pharmacies, off-label prescription by doctors, and countries that aren't fully harmonized with FDA. For example, Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, went and did stem cell treatments in Germany. Okay, stem cells have been pushed out, I think in part by the Bush administration, by other things. So those are different kinds of exits. Right to try basically means, at the state level, you can just try the drug. Okay. CLIA labs and LDTs, that means that's a path where you don't have to go through FDA to get a new device approved. You can just run it in a lab. Okay. Compounding pharmacies, these were under attack. I'm not sure actually where the current statute is on this, but this is the idea that a pharmacist has some discretion in how they prepare mixtures of drugs. Off-label prescription by MDs. So MDs have enough weight in the system that they can kind of push back on FDA. And off-label prescription is the concept that a drug that's approved for purpose A can be prescribed for purpose B or C or D without going through another whole new drug approval process. And then countries that aren't harmonized, right? So those are 5 different kinds of exits from the FDA on different directions. So first, those exits exist. So for those people who are like, oh my God, we're all going to die, everybody's going to poison us with non-FDA approved things, whatever, right? Those exits exist. You probably actually use tests or treatments from those you don't even realize that you have, right? So it hasn't killed you, number one. Number two is actually testing for safety. There's safety, efficacy, and comparative. Safety is it's actually relatively easy to test for. There's very few drugs that are there's TGN-1412. That's a famous example of something that was actually really dangerous to people, right, with the early tests. So those do exist, just acknowledge they do exist. But in general, testing for safety is actually not that hard to do, okay? And if something is safe, then you should be able to try it, usually, okay? Now, what does that decentralized FDA look like? Well, basically, you take individual pieces of it, and you can often turn them into vehicles. And this is 50 different startups. Let me describe some of them. First, have you done any drugs or something like that recently? I mean, prescribed drugs, prescription drugs?
Well, now that you clarified, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Prescribed drug, no.
Okay, so
not long. Maybe antibiotics a long time ago, maybe. But
all right. No. So you know how you have a sort of a wadded up chemistry textbook, the package insert that goes into right? Okay.
It's wadded up chemistry textbook. I love it.
That's what it is, right? That's what a terrible user interface. We don't usually think of it that way. Why is the user interface so terrible? That's a web of regulation that makes it so terrible. And there's actually guys who tried to innovate just on user interface called Help, I Need Help. That was the name of the company a while back, and it was trying to explain the stuff in plain language. Okay, just on user interface you can innovate. And why is that important? Well, there's a company called PillPack, which innovated on quote the user interface for drugs by giving people a thing which had a daily blister pack. So it's here's your prescription, and you're supposed to take all these pills on the first and second, and basically whether you had taken them on a given day was manifest by whether you had opened it for that specific day. Okay, this is way better than other kinds of so-called compliance methodologies. There are guys who try to do an IoT pill where when you swallow it, it gives you measurements. This was just a simple innovation of user interface that boosted compliance, in the sense of compliance with a drug regimen, dramatically, right? And I think they got acquired or what have you for a lot of money.
And hopefully utilized effectively.
Right?
Although sometimes these companies, they do incredible innovation. It really makes you sad when they get acquired that leads to their death, not their scaling.
Sure. I mean, they did a lot of other good things, but this is one thing that they did well, right? So PillPack just shows what you can get with improving on user interface. We get reviews for everything, right? One thing that, people have sort of, in my view, somewhat quoted out of context, are oh, biology thinks you should replace the FDA with the health food drugs. Actually, there's something called phase 4, okay, of the FDA, which is so-called post-market surveillance. Do you know that that's actually something where, in theory, you can go and fill out a form on the FDA website, which basically says I've had a bad experience with a drug.
Like theirs, but for drugs.
Yeah, so it's called MedWatch, right? And so you can do like voluntary reporting, and you can get like a like a PDF and just like upload it, right?
Is this the government? Is this .gov?
Yeah, it's Form 3500B.
I love it. It's HTML. It's gonna be like in the 90s. It's gonna have an interface designed by somebody who's a COBOL/Fortran programmer.
Right, here we go. So basically, the 3500B.
I hope to be proven wrong on that, by the way.
So 3500B, consumer voluntary reporting. When do I use this form? You were hurt or had a bad side effect, use a drug which led to unsafe use, etc. Yeah. The point is, FDA already has a terrible Yelp for drugs. Yeah. It has a terrible version of it. Yeah. What would the good version look like? The fact that you've never, this fact you have to fill out a PDF to go and submit a report. How do you submit a report at Yelp or Uber or Airbnb or Amazon? You tap the star ratings, right? So just modernizing FDA 3500B and modernizing Phase 4, okay, is a huge thing.
Can you comment on that? What incentive mechanism forces the modernization of that kind of thing?
Here's how it would work. Or one possible.
To create an actual Yelp.
Yeah, here's how that would work, right? You go to the pharmacy or wherever, and you hold up your phone and you scan the barcode of the drug. Okay, what is it you see? Instantly, you see global reports, right? By the way, because your biology, your physiology, that's global, right? Information from Brazil or from Germany or Japan on their physiological reaction to the same drug you're taking is useful to you. It's not like a national boundaries thing. So the whole nation state model of only collecting information on by other Americans, like really you want a global kind of thing, just like Amazon book reviews. That's a global thing. Other things are aggregated at the global level. Okay, so what you want is to see every patient report and every doctor around the world on this drug. That might be really important to your rare or semi-rare condition. Just that alone would be a valuable site.
Who builds that site? It sounds like something created by capitalism. It sounds like
you could do it by capitalism.
It would have to be a company.
Yeah, you can definitely do it.
But we don't have a world where a company is allowed to be in charge of that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know.
Health went down. It just seems like a lot of the.
So it depends, right? Basically, this is why you have to pick off individual elements, right? There's essentially a combination of first recognizing that the FDA is actually bad. Even being able to say that let me put it like this: it does a lot of bad things. Is something which you need to be able to criticize. You might be like, well, that's obvious, right? Well, in 2010, for example, there's a book that came out. If anybody wants to understand FDA, it's called Reputation and Power.
A lot of people don't want to criticize FDA.
Yeah, because they will retaliate against your biotech or pharma company.
Yeah, and that retaliation can be initiated by a single human being.
Absolutely. The best analogy is think about the TSA. Okay, have you flown recently? Okay. Do you make any jokes about the TSA when you're in the TSA line?
Usually you don't want to, but they're a little more flexible.
Okay.
You know what? Can I tell a story?
Sure.
Which is, it was similar to this. I was in Vegas at a club. I don't go to clubs.
Okay.
I got kicked out I think the first time in my life for making a joke with a bouncer. And because I had a camera with me, and you're not allowed to have a camera, and I said, okay, cool, like I'll take it off, and I made a funny joke that I don't care to retell. But he was just a little offended. He was like, you're out. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with. And then he proceeded to list me the famous people he has kicked out for that. But there is, all of those. The reason I made the joke is I sensed that there was an entitlement to this particular individual, like where the authority is God gives head.
My authority.
Yeah,
right.
I almost wanted to poke at that.
Right.
And I think the poking the authority, I've quickly learned a lesson. Well, I have now been rewarded with the pride I feel for having poked authority, but now I'm kicked out of the club that would have resulted in a fun night with friends and so on. Instead, I'm standing alone crying in Vegas, which is not a unique Vegas experience. It's actually a fundamental Vegas experience. But that, I'm sure, that basic human nature happens in the FDA.
That's exactly right. So just like with the TSA, just to extend the analogy, when you're in line at the TSA, right, you don't want to miss your flight. That could cost you hundreds of dollars. And so you comply with absolutely ludicrous regulations like, oh, 3 ounce bottles. Well, you know what? You can take an unlimited number of 3 ounce bottles and you can combine them into a 6 ounce bottle through the terrorist technology called mixing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
Advanced,
Yes.
right? And the thing about this is everybody in line, actually some fairly high, let's say call it influence or net worth or whatever people fly, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are subject to these absolutely moronic regulations. It's all what, I think security theater is Schreier's term, right? A lot of people know this term. So millions of people are subject to it. It costs untold billions of dollars in terms of delays and whatnot if you just walk it through, right? It irradiates people. And this is another FDA thing, by the way. This is an FDA TSA team up. Okay, in 2010, the TSA body scanners, there were concerns expressed, but when it's a government to government thing, see, a .com is treated with extreme scrutiny by FDA. When it's another .gov, well, they're not trying to make a profit, so they kind of just wave them on through. Okay, so these body scanners were basically like applied to millions and millions of people, and this huge kind of opt-in experiment. It's almost, I think it's quite likely, by the way, that if there was even a slightly increased cancer risk, that the net, morbidity and mortality from those would have outweighed the deaths from terrorism or whatever that were prevented, right? You can work out the numbers, but you can just get the math under reasonable assumptions. It's probably true. If it had any increased morbidity and mortality, I've not seen the recent things, but I've seen that concern expressed, 12 years ago. Point being that despite the cost, despite how many people are exposed to it, despite how obviously patently ludicrous it is, you don't make any trouble, nor do people organize protests or whatever about this, because it's something where people, the security theater of the whole thing is part of it. Oh, well, if we took them away, there would be more terrorism or something like that. People think, right?
But it is fascinating to see that the populace puts up with it, because it does. One of my favorite things is to listen to Jordan Peterson, who I think offline, but I think also on the podcast. Is somebody who resists authority in every way, and even he goes through TSA with a kind of suppressed, like all the instructions, everything down to whenever you have like the yellow thing for your feet, they force you to adjust it even slightly.
Yeah.
If you're off, just even, I mean, it's like it's a Kafka novel. We're living like TSA. It makes me smile. It brings joy to my heart because I imagine Franz Kafka and I just walking through there, because it really is just deeply absurd. But and then the whole motivation of the mechanism becomes distorted by the individuals involved. The initial one was to reduce the number of terrorist attacks, I suppose.
Right, now it's guns and drugs. So basically, it's like essentially what they've done is they've repealed the Fourth Amendment, right? Search and seizure, they can do it without probable cause. Everybody's being searched. Everybody's a potential terrorist, so they've got probable cause for everybody in theory. And so what they do, they'll post on their website the guns and drugs or whatever that they seized in these scanners. Well, of course, if you search everybody, you're gonna find some criminals or whatever. But the cost of doing that is dramatic. Moreover, the fact that people have sort of been trained to have, compliance. It's like the Soviet Union, right? Where, just grudgingly, all right, go along with this extremely stupid thing. What's my point? The point is, this is a really stupid regulation that has existed in plain sight of everybody for 20 years. We're still taking off our shoes, okay, because some shoe bomber, whatever number of years ago, okay? All of this stuff is there, as opposed to, there's a zillion other things you could potentially do, different paradigms for airport security, but now apply that to FDA. Just like a lot of what TSA does is security theater, arguably all of it, a lot of what FDA does is safety theater. The difference is there's far fewer people who go through the aperture. They're the biotech and pharma CEOs, okay? So you don't have an understanding of what it is to deal with them, number one. Number two is the penalty is not a few $100s of missing your flight. It is a few $1,000,000 or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for getting your company subject to the equivalent of a retaliatory wait time. Just like that bouncer threw you out, just like the TSA officer, if you make a joke or, they can just sit you down and make you lose your flight, right? So too can the FDA just silently impede the approval of something and choke you out financially because you don't have enough runway to get funded, right? So just impose more wait time. Guess what? We want another 6 months, data that's going to take you another 6 months. Your company doesn't have the time, you die, right? If you live, you have to raise a round at some diluted valuation, and now the price gets jacked up on the other side. That's the one thing that can give, by the way, in this whole process. When you push out timelines from days to get a vaccine approved or a vaccine evaluated challenge trials to months or years, the cost during that time when you it just increases nonlinearly, right? Because you can't iterate on the product. All the normal observations. If it takes you 10 years to launch a product versus 10 days, what's the difference in terms of speed of iteration or cost, et cetera, right? So this is part of what. It's not the only thing. There's other things. There's AMA and CPT. There's other things, but this is one of the things that jacks up prices in the U.S. medical system. Okay, so now you have something where these CEOs, they're going through this aperture. They can't tell anybody about it because if you read Reputation and Power, okay, I'm going to just quote this because it's an amazing, amazing book, right? It's written by a guy, Daniel Carpenter, who's a smart guy, but he's an FDA sympathizer. He fundamentally thinks it's like a good thing or what have you. Nevertheless, I respect Carpenter's intellectual honesty because he quotes the CEOs in the book, verbatim, and he gives some paragraphs. And essentially, from their descriptions, it's like think about like a Vietnam War thing where you've got a POW and they're like blinking through their eyes, I'm being tortured. Okay, that is the style. When you read Carpenter's book, you read the quotes from these CEOs. Oh,
Do you recommend the book?
It's a good book. Yeah, or it's now a little bit outdated. Okay, because it's like almost 10 years old. Still, as a history of the FDA, it is well worth reading. And by the way, the reason I say like the FDA is so insanely important. It's so much more important than many other things that people talk about, but they don't talk about it, right? I just want to read his little blurb for it, right? This is 2010. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is the most powerful regulatory agency in the world. How did the FDA become so influential, and how does it wield its extraordinary power? Reputation Power traces the history of FDA regulation of pharmaceuticals, revealing how the agency's organizational reputation has been the primary source of its power, yet also one of its ultimate constraints. Carpenter describes how the FDA cultivated a reputation for competence and vigilance throughout the last century, and how this organizational image has enabled the agency to regulate while resisting efforts to curb its own authority. First of all, just that description alone, you're like, wait a second. He is describing this as an active player. It's not like a DMV kind of thing which just passed through. It's talking about cultivating a reputation, its power, resisting efforts to curb its own authority, right? The thing is, now you're kind of through the looking glass. You're like, wait a second, this is kind of language I don't usually hear for regulatory agencies. The thing is, the kind of person who becomes the CEO of a giant company, what do they want to do? They want to expand that company. They want to make more profit. Similarly, the kind of person who comes to run a regulatory agency or one of the subunits, that person wants to expand its ambit. Okay?
But is that always obvious? And sorry to interrupt, but for the CEO of the company, I know that the philosophical ideal of capitalism is you want to make the thing more profitable, but we're also human beings. Do you think there's some fundamental aspect to which we want to do a lot of good in the world?
Sure, but the fiduciary duty will push people to get the ambitious, the profit maximizing expansionist CEO is selected for, right? Basically, they believe, crucially, they're not just, this is important, they're not just, some of them are Grand Theft Auto, make as much money as possible, but they believe in the mission, okay? They've come to believe in the mission, and that is the person who's selected. Chomsky actually has this good thing, which is like, I believe that you believe what you believe, but if you didn't believe what you believe, you wouldn't be sitting here.
So they select for the kind of people that are able to make a lot of money, and in that process, those people are able to construct a narrative that they're doing good, even though they were selected for the fact that they can make a lot of money.
Yeah, and they may actually be doing good, but the thing is, with CEOs, we have a zillion images in television, media, movies of the evil corporation, the greedy CEO. We have some concept of what CEO failure modes are like. Okay, now when have you ever seen an evil regulator? Can you name a fictional portrayal of an evil regulator? Can you name an evil CEO?
Yes, a lot. But that's so interesting. I'm searching for a deeper lesson here. You're right. I mean, there is portrayals, especially in sort of authoritarian regimes or the Soviet Union, where there's bureaucracy. Chernobyl. You can kind of see within that there's the story of the regulator, but yeah, it's not as plentiful. It also often doesn't have a face to it. It's almost like bureaucracy is this amorphous thing that results any one individual you see, they're just obeying somebody else. There's not a face to it of evil.
That's right.
The evil is the entire machine.
That's right. That's what I call the school of fish strategy. It's something where you are an individual and you can be signaled out, but there's more accountability for one person's bad tweets than all the wars in the Middle East, right? Because it's a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? So if the establishment is wrong, if the bureaucracy is wrong, they're all wrong at the same time. Who could have known? Whereas if you deviate, then you are a deviation who can be hammered down. Okay? Now the school of fish strategy is unfortunately very successful because truth is whatever. If you just always ride with the school of fish and turn when they turn and so on, unless there's a bigger school of fish that comes in, you basically can never be proven wrong, right? And this is actually, of course, someone who believes in truth and believes in, innovation and so on, just physiologically can't ride with the school of fish. You just have to say what is true or do what is true, right? Still, you've described correctly, how it's baseless, right? So I will give two examples of fictional portrayals of evil regulators. One is actually the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Did not expect that one, but yes.
Yeah, so the EPA is actually the villain in that, where they flip a switch that lets out all the ghosts in the city. And essentially the guy is coming in with a head of steam as this evil regulator that just totally arrogant, doesn't actually understand the private sector or the consequences of their actions, and they force and crucially, they bring a cop with them with a gun. So it shows that a regulator is not simply, some piece of paper, but it is the police, right? And that cop with the gun forces the Ghostbusters to release him, and the whole thing starts. The second example is Dallas Buyers Club, which is more recent, and that actually shows the FDA blocking a guy who with a life-threatening illness, with AIDS, from getting the drugs to treat his condition and from getting it to other people, right? Those are just two portrayals, but in general, what you find is when you talk about FDA with people, one thing I'll often hear from folks is why would they do that? Right? They have no mental model of this. They kind of think of it as why would this thing which they think of as sort of the DMV? They don't think of the DMV as this active thing. Okay, why would the FDA do that? Well, it is because it's filled with some ambitious people that want to keep increasing the power of the agency, just like the CEO wants to increase the profit of the company. Right? I use that word ambit. Right? Why ambit? Because these folks are. We know the term greedy. Right? These folks are power hungry. They want to have the maximum scope. And sometimes regulatory agencies collide with each other, right? Even though FDA is under HHS, sometimes it collides with HHS, and they've got regulations that conflict. For example, HHS says everybody's supposed to be able to have access to their own medical record. FDA didn't want people to have access to their own personal genomes. That conflicts, okay? And both of those are kind of anti-corporate statutes that were put out, with HHS's thing being targeted at the hospitals and FDA being targeted at the personal genomics companies, but those conflicted, right? It's a little bit like CFTC and SEC have a door jam over who will regulate cryptocurrency, right? Sometimes regulators fight each other, but they fight each other. They fight companies. They're active players. This Reputation and Power book, the reason I mention it is, I want to see if I can find this quote. Let's see if I can find this quote.
Reputation and power, organizational image, and pharmaceutical regulation at the FDA.
So, Genentech's executive G. Kurov, right? Rob would describe regulatory approval for his products as a fundamental challenge facing his company, and he would depict the administration in a particularly vivid metaphor. I've told the story hundreds of times to help people understand the FDA. When I was in Brazil, I worked on the Amazon River for many months selling terramycin for Pfizer. I hadn't seen my family for 8 or 9 months. They were flying into Sao Paulo, and I was flying down from some little village on the Amazon to Manaus and then to Sao Paulo. I was a young guy in his 20s. I couldn't wait to see the kids. One of them was a year-old baby. The other was 3. I missed my wife. There was a Quonset hut in front of just a little dirt strip with a single-engine plane to fly from Manaus. I roll up, and there's a Brazilian soldier there. The military revolution happened literally the week before. So this soldier is standing there with his machine gun, and he said to me, "You can't come in." I was speaking pretty good Portuguese by that time. I said, "My God, my plane, my family, I gotta come in." He said again, "You can't come in." I said, "I gotta come in." And he took his machine gun, took the safety off, and pointed at me and said, "You can't come in." And I said, "Oh, now I got it. I can't go in there." And that's the way I always describe the FDA. The FDA is standing there with a machine gun against the pharmaceutical industry, so you better be their friend rather than their enemy. They are the boss. If you're a pharmaceutical firm, they own you body and soul. Okay, that's the CEO of a successful company, Genentech. He said he's told the story hundreds of times, and regulatory approval is a fundamental challenge facing his company because if you are regulated by FDA, they are your primary customer. they cut the cord on you, you have no other customers. And in fact, until very recently, with the advent of social media, no one would even tell your story. It was assumed that you were some sort of, corporate criminal that they were protecting the public from, that you were going to put poison in milk, like the melamine scandal in China. I'm not saying those things don't exist, by the way, they do exist. That's why people are like, they can immediately summon to mind all the examples of corporate criminals, right? That's why I mentioned those fictional stories as templates. Even if Star Wars doesn't exist, how many times have you heard a Star Wars metaphor or whatever for something, right? Breaking Bad, go ahead.
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical companies are stuck between a rock and a hard place because the reputation. If they go to Twitter, they go to social media, they have horrible reputations. So it's like they don't.
Yes, but why is that? Because reputation and power. FDA beat down the reputation of pharma companies just like EPA helped beat down the reputation of oil companies. And as it says over here, right? In practice, dealing with the fact of FDA power meant a fundamental change in corporate structure and culture. At Abbott and at Genentech, Rob's most central transformation was in creating a culture of acquiescence towards a government agency. As was done at other drug companies in the late 20th century, Rob essentially fired officials at Abbott who were insufficiently compliant with the FDA. What that means is de facto nationalization of the industries via regulation. Just to hover on that. That's a really big deal. Because if their primary customer is this government agency, then it has nationalized it just indirectly, right? This is partially what's just happened with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, the other MAGA. Okay, they have been. Well, that's funny, right?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Right. So it's so the like I have these tweets like MAGA Republicans and MAGA Democrats. Right? Okay.
Oh damn it! So many things you've said today will just get stuck in my head. It changes the way you think. Catchy, something about catchy phrasing of ideas makes it even more powerful. So yeah, okay. So that's happening in the tech.
It's happening in tech. So Facebook is the outlier because Zuck still controls the company. But just like, I mean, why had tech had a good reputation for a while? Because there wasn't a regulatory agency whose justification was regulating these corporate criminals. Right? Once that is the case, the regulatory agency basically comes back to Congress each year. And if you look at the budget reports, it's saying, we find this many guys, we found this many violations, right? They have an incentive to exaggerate the threat in the same way that a prosecutor or policeman has a quota, right? Like these are the police. One way to describe it also is like um, like a step down transformers. You have high voltage electricity is generated at the power plant. It comes over the wires, and then there's step down transformers that turn it into a lower voltage that you can just deal with out of your appliances, right? Similarly, you have something where the high voltage of like the U.S. military or the police, and that is transmitted down into a little letter that comes in your mailbox saying, "Pay your $50 parking ticket." Where it's a piece of paper, so you don't see the gun attached to it. But if you were to defy that, it's like Grand Theft Auto, where you get 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and eventually, you have some serious stuff on your hands. Okay, so once you understand that, every law is backed by force, like that Brazilian guy with the machine gun that Rob mentioned. These guys are the regulatory police. Okay, now see, for a time, what happened was you had the captured industry because all of the folks who were in pharmaceuticals were, as Carpenter said, um, a culture of acquiescence towards the FDA. The FDA was their primary customer. So just like, in a sense, it's rational. Amazon talks about being customer obsessed, right? What Rob did was rational for that time, right? What G. Kurt Rob did was saying our customer is the FDA. That's our primary customer. Nobody else matters. They are satisfied first. Every single trade-off that has to be made is FDA, right? And really, that's why the two most important departments at many pharmaceutical companies, arguably all, are regulatory affairs and IP, not R&D, right? Because one is artificial scarcity of regulation, which jacks up the price, and the other is artificial scarcity of patent, which allows people to maintain the high price, right? So this entire thing is just like college education. These things may at some point have been a good concept, but the price has just risen and risen and risen until it's at the limit price and beyond. Okay, so what has changed? What's changed is in the 2010s, the late 2000s and 2010s and so on, with the advent of social media, with the advent of a bunch of millionaires, who are independent, with the advent of Uber and Airbnb, right, with the advent of cryptocurrency, with the diminution of trust in institutions, it used to be really taboo to even talk about the FDA as potentially bad in 2010, 2009. Okay, but now people have just seen faceplant after faceplant by the institutions, and people are much more open to the concept that they may actually not have it all together. And I think it's you probably see some tracking pull or something like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 20 or 30 point drop after the CDC failed to control disease and the FDA failed, and the entire biomedical regulatory establishment and scientific establishment was saying masks don't work before they do. This was just a train crash of all the things that you're paying for that you supposedly think are good. As I mentioned, one response is to go QAnon, and people will say, "Oh, don't trust anything." But the better response is decentralizing everything. So I will say one other thing, which is I mentioned this concept of improving the Form 3500B, where you scan. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, right. That just makes me laugh. That I could just tell the form sucks by the fact that it has my code name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
UX is broken at every layer.
Yeah. So they have a bad Yelp reviews. Could we make a better one? We could make a better one. Just modern UX. The key insight here, by the way, which is a non-obvious point, and I've got a whole talk on this actually, that I should probably release. I actually did like almost 8, 9 years ago. It's called "Regulation is Information." Product quality is a digital signal. Okay, what do I mean by that? Basically, when I talk about exit the Fed, that's the crypto economy, right? What does exit the FT look like? Well, one key insight is that many of the big scale tech companies can be thought of as cloud regulators rather than land regulators. What do I mean by that? Well, first, what is regulation? People do want a regulated marketplace. They want A, quality ratings, like on a 1 to 5 star scale, and B, bans of bad actors, like the zero-star frauds and scammers and so on. And these are distinct, right? Somebody who's like a low quality but well-intentioned person is different than a smart and evil person. Those are two different kinds of failure modes you could have in a marketplace, right? Why is it rational for people to want a regulated marketplace, especially for health? Because they want to pay essentially one entry cost, and then they don't have to evaluate everything separately where they may not have the technical information to do that, right? You don't want to go to Starbucks and put a dipstick into every um, coffee to see if it's poisoned or something like that. You sort of want to enter a zone where you know things are basically good, and you pay that one diligence cost on the zone itself, right? Whether it's a digital or physical zone, and then the regulator's taking care of it, and they've baked in the regulatory cost into some subscription fee of some kind, right? So the thing is, the model we've talked about is the land regulator of a nation state in a territorially bounded thing. But the cloud regulator, what's a cloud regulator? That is Amazon star ratings, that's Yelp, that is eBay, that is Airbnb, that is Uber and Lyft, and so on and so forth. It's also actually Gmail and Google. Why? Because you're doing spam filtering, and you are doing ranking of emails in priority inbox, right? With Google itself, they ban malware links, right? So the bad actors are out, and they're ranking them, right? How about Apple, the App Store, right? They ban bad actors and they do star ratings. When you start actually applying this lens, PayPal, they've got a reputation. Every single web service that's at the scale of like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people has had to build a cloud regulator. And the crucial thing is it scales across borders. So you can use the data from Mexico to help somebody in Moldova or vice versa, right? Because it's fundamentally international, right? Those ratings that you have a network effect. And there's another aspect to it, which is these are better regulators than the land regulators. For example, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions. Why? Every ride is GPS tracked. There's ratings on both the driver and the passenger side. Both parties, know that payment can be rendered in a standard currency, right? If you have below a certain star rating on either side, you get deplatformed and so on to protect either the rider or driver, and on, right? What does that do? Think about how much better that is in taxi medallions. Rather than a 6 month or annual inspection, you have reports from every single rider. Okay, before Uber, it was the taxi drivers and taxi regulators who were in a little monopoly locally. Okay, because they were the persistent actors in the ecosystem. Taxi riders had nothing in common, didn't even know each other. Some in New York, some guy gets in a taxi, another guy, they had no way to communicate with each other. So the persistent actors in the ecosystem were the regulators and the drivers, and they had this cozy kind of thing, and medallion prices just kept going up, and this was this sort of collaboration on artificial scarcity. Afterwards, with Uber and Lyft and other entrants, you get something interesting, a different kind of regulator driver fusion. If you assume regulatory capture exists and lean into it, Uber is the new regulator, and Uber drivers are the drivers. Lyft is the competing regulator, and Lyft drivers are the new drivers. Okay, so you have a regulator-driver fusion versus another regulator-driver fusion. You no longer have a monopoly; you have multiple parties. Okay, you have a competitive market. This is the concept of like polycentric law, right, where you have multiple different legal regimes in the same jurisdiction overlapping that you can choose between with a tap of a button. Right, all these concepts from like libertarian theory, like polycentric law or Kitalic, all these things are becoming more possible now that the internet has increased microeconomic leverage, and because that exit is now possible. Now, you may argue, oh, well, Lyft and Uber, they're not profitable anymore. And there's two different criticisms of them. One is, oh, they're not profitable, or oh, they're charging too much. And I think part of this is because of certain kinds of the regulatory state has caught up to try to make them uncompetitive. For example, they don't allow people in some states to identify themselves as independent contractors, even if they are part-time. Okay, there's various other kinds of rules and regulations. In Austin for a while, Uber was even banned, what have you. Right? Net though, like Uber, Grab, Gojek, Lyft, Didi, like ride sharing as a concept is now out there. And whatever the next version is, whether it's self-driving, like while it's like a very hard-fought battle and the regulatory state keeps trying to push things back into the garage, this is a fundamentally better way of just doing regulation of taxis. Similarly, Airbnb for hotels. It's basically the same thing. Okay, and now Airbnb could use competition. I think that it would be good to have like competition for them, and there are other kinds of sites opening up. But the fundamental concept of the cloud regulator now that's applied here. Once you realize regulation is information, the way you would set up a competitor to FDA or SEC or FAA or something like that is you just do better reviews. You just start with that. That's pure information. You're under free speech. That's like still, the most defended thing. Literally just publishing reviews, and not just reviews by any other person. It turns out that FDA typically will use expert panels. Where there's expert panels, it's like professors from Harvard or things like that. So what that is this concept of a reputational bridge. What you want to do is you want to have folks who are, let's say, biotech entrepreneurs, or they're props like Sinclair or what have you. You do want to have the reviews of the crowd. Okay. You also want to have, especially in medicine, rather than this, you want to have the reviews of experts of some kind. So there's going to be defectors from the current establishment. Okay, just like there were props who defected from computer science academia to become Larry and Sergey and whatever. Or they weren't props, but they were grad students, right? The same way you'll have defectors who have the credentials from the old world, but can build up the new. Just like there's folks from Wall Street who have come into cryptocurrency and helped legitimate it, right? Just like there's folks who left Sulzberger to come to Substack. Okay, um, you know, we have these folks who, by defecting, they help, and then they're also supplemented by all this new talent coming in, right? That combination of things is how you build a new system. It's not completely by itself, nor is it trying to reform the old. It's some fusion. Okay, so in this new system, who do you have? You have like the most entrepreneurial and innovative MDs. You have the most entrepreneurial and innovative professors, and you have the founders of actual new products and stuff. And they are giving open source reviews of these products. And they're also building a community that will say, look, we want this new drug, or we want this new treatment, or we want this new device, and we're willing to crowdfund 10,000 units. So please give us the thing, and we'll write a very fair review of it, and we'll also all evaluate it as a community and so on. So you turn these people from just passive patients into active participants in their health. That's the community part. They've got the kind of biomedical technical leadership there. Now, what is the kind of prototype of something like this? Something like VitaDAO is very interesting. Things like Molecule DAO are very interesting. It'll start with things like longevity, right? And why is that? Because the entire model of FDA, this 20th century model, is wait for somebody to have a disease and then try to cure them. Okay? Versus, saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Why are we not actually tracking folks and getting a constant dashboard of yourself so you can see whether things are breaking, and then you deal with it just like you've got server uptime things. You don't wait necessarily for the site to go down. You start seeing, response rates are spiking, we need to add more servers, right? You have some warning, okay? Even 10 years ago, there's this article called The Measured Man in The Atlantic, where this guy physicist Larry Smarr. Okay, what he was doing is he was essentially doing a bunch of measurements on himself, and he was finding that uh, there were predictors of inflammation that were spiking. And he went to the doctor, showed the charts, and the doctor was like, "I can't do anything with this." Then that it turned out to be an early warning of like a serious condition, and he had to, I think, go for like surgery or something. And he was starting to think, well, look, the way that we're doing medicine right now is it's not quite um, like pre-germ theory of disease, but it is pre-continuous diagnostics. Okay, continuous diagnostics. Just to talk about this for a second, this is I mentioned one angle on which you go after FDA, which is like the better phase four, right? I mentioned the concept of better reviews in general. Okay, I mentioned VitaDAO, which is like a community that is going after longevity. Let's talk about continuous diagnostics. So basically, we know better what is going on in Bangalore or Budapest than in our own body. That's actually kind of insane to think about. This stuff that, it's all on the other side of the world, 10,000 miles away, but, a few millimeters away, you don't really know what's going on, right? And that's starting to change with all the quantified self devices, the hundreds of millions of Apple Watches and Fitbits and stuff, right? You're also starting to see continuous glucose meters, which is very important. They're starting to give you readouts. People are seeing, wow, this is spiking my insulin, or this is spiking my blood sugar. And it might be something you didn't predict. It varies for different people. For some people, a banana isn't a big deal. For others, it's actually quite bad for the blood sugar. What happens when you extend that? Well, about 10 years ago, a guy, Mike Snyder, professor at Stanford, did something called Integral, where he just threw the kitchen sink of all the diagnostics he could at himself over the period of, I think, a few weeks or a few months. I forget the exact duration. He was able to do things where he could see during that period he like got a cold or something, and he could see in the expression data, the gene expression data, that he was getting sick before he felt sick. He could also see that something about that like viral infection like made him develop diabetes-like symptoms, if I'm remembering it accurately. So you can see, oh, wait a second, these are things that are um, that I can see in my readouts that I only have the vaguest interpretation of as like a human being, right? And moreover, he could take, I don't think he did this, but if you took treatments, if you took drugs, right, you could actually show what your steady state was if you tracked over time, show what your disease state or sick state was, and then this drug pushes you back into non-disease state. And you can actually get a quantitative readout of what, like steady state was, right? So that, and that steady state, your expression levels across all these genes, your small molecules, basically everything you can measure, that's going to vary from person to person, right? What's healthy and natural for you may be a different baseline than for me. For example, people who are, small example, people who are South Asian or have dark skin tend to have vitamin D deficiency. Why? Because we need a lot of sunlight. So often inside you're tapping on your screen. So what do we do? Take like actually significant vitamin D infusions. Okay. That's like a small example of where baselines differ between people. Okay. So continuous diagnostics, what could that mean? That could mean, things like the continuous glucose meter, it's quantified self, it's like continuous blood testing, right? So you have a so-called mobile phlebotomist. This is something which phlebotomist takes blood, right? Mobile phlebotomy would come to your office, come to your remote office. This is a great business for people. I think, you can revisit this in 2022. People tried this in the 2010s, but I think it's worth revisiting. Mobile phlebotomist comes every week or every month, takes blood, runs every test, right? Maybe that's, a few $1,000s a year, maybe eventually gets to a few $100s a year. And that's expensive in some ways, but boy, that's better health insurance in other ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. So there's a bunch of companies that do this, and I actually would love to learn more about them. One of them is a company called Inside Tracker that sponsors this podcast. They do that, but the reason I really appreciate them, they're the first ones that introduced me to like how easy
Sure.
it is. But it's also depressing how little information, exactly as you beautifully put once again, how little information we have about our own body in a continuous sense.
Yes.
And actually, also sadly, even with Inside Tracker, as I collect that data, how not integrated that data is with everything else.
Right.
If I wanted to opt in, I would like, I can't, just like riffing off the top of my head, but I would like Google Maps to know what's going on inside my body.
That's right.
Maybe I can't intuit at first why that application is useful, but there could be incredible, like that's where the entrepreneurial spirit builds, is like, what can I do with that data? Can I make the trip less stressful for you and adjust the Google Maps kind of thing?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of the things about this, by the way, is because there are so many movies made about Theranos, okay, that's one of the reasons why people have sort of been scared off from doing diagnostics to some extent, okay? Why? Because VCs are like, oh, this is another Theranos, and like the diligence and everything, everyone's looking at it, oh, blood testing, one drop of blood, huh? Hurts the recruiting. Essentially, a lot of the media and stuff around that basically has pathologized the thing that we want to have a lot more entrance in, right? Now, one way of thinking about it is FDA has killed way more people than Theranos has. All right, way more. Just take drug lag alone. Okay, whenever you have a drug that works and reduces morbidity and mortality after it was actually generally available, what was delayed for months or years, the integral under that curve is the excess morbidity and mortality attributable to FDA's drug lag. You could go back and do that study across lots and lots of different drugs, and you probably find quite a lot. Alex Tabarrok and others have written on this, right? Daniel Heminger has written on this, okay? That's just like one example. I mean, I gave the pandemic example, the fact that they held up the EUAs for the test and didn't do challenge trials. That's like, they're not, that's like 1 million American dead. That could have been orders of magnitude less if we had gotten the vaccine out to vulnerable populations sooner, okay? So you're talking about something that has a total monopoly on global health, and you can't know what it is without that unless you have zones that are FDA free, but that have some form of regulation. As I mentioned, it's a V3. It's not going back to zero regulation, everybody for itself, but it's a more reputable regulator, just like Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're painting such an incredible picture. You make me wish you were FDA commissioner. But
there were a bunch of people who tweeted something like that after the pandemic. Whatever. Go ahead.
Is that possible? Like, if you were just given, if you became FDA commissioner, could you push for those kinds of changes, or is that really something that has to come from the outside?
Short answer is no, and the longer answer, meaning,
that'd be funny. Like, the short answer is no, and the long answer is yes.
so basically, see, a CEO of a company, it's very difficult. They can hire and fire, right? So in theory, they can do surgery on the organism, and Steve Jobs took over Apple and was able to hire and fire, raise money, do this, that. He basically had root over Apple. Like, he was a system administrator, right? He had full permissions. Okay. As FDA commissioner, you do not have full permissions over FDA, let alone like the whole structure around it, right? If you're FDA commissioner, you are not the CEO of the agency. Okay. Lots of these folks there have career tenure. They can't be fired. They can't even really be disciplined. There's something called the Douglas factors. Have you ever heard the Douglas factors? It's like the Miranda rights for federal employees. Okay, you have the rights to remain sensitive. So basically, if you've heard that federal employees can't be fired, Douglas factors are how that's actually operationalized. When you try to fire somebody, it's this whole process where they get to appeal it and so on and so forth. And they're sitting in the office while you're trying to fire them, and they're complaining to everybody around them that this guy's trying to fire me, he's such a bad guy, blah, blah, right? And everybody around, even if, they may think that guy is doing a bad job, they're like, wait a second, he's trying to fire you, he might try to fire me too. And so anybody who tries to fire somebody at FDA just gets a face full of lead for their troubles. What they instead will do is sometimes they'll just transfer somebody to the basement or something so they don't have to deal with them if they're truly bad, okay? But the thing about this is there is only one caveat to Douglas factor number 8. The notoriety of the offense or its impact upon the reputation and if they don't have a it's a incentive for exaggerating. your like it had like parts white element, RabbiRothschild. That's what like that kind of thing. And a lot of people are drawn in like long of the head and like like it's narrative almost higher the talent Satoshi founded Bitcoin because he knew that. Everybody's trying to reform. The reason for reform is we have the Maxwell's. Perhaps we have a few of them. I'll name one more. Slogans. It's actually works with a lot of medicine. Go to any company, neurologist, could be cardiologist, the fight talk that says something like, "This is the ultimate." Maybe you would use the ultimate drug. That would improve your cardiovascular.
Yeah, the drug is medicine. So,
sure.
Fitness is the ultimate medicine.
Yeah, the ultimate, right? So if they could just prescribe the effects of it, it's just like boom, just massive effect, right? Like you're fit enough, do resistance training, it helps with rest of the world. You see it, get your fitness, own responsibility.
It's hilarious. Yes.
It's funny, but it's true, right?
Yeah, it's funny, but it's true.
And so fitness, your diet, your responsibility. But when you go into a doctor's office, suddenly it becomes lie back and think of it. Okay, suddenly you become passive. Suddenly, your doctor is Dr. Google. Well, your doctor must be a moron. You're going and trying to take care of yourself. You're Googling symptoms. Oh, how stupid you are. I have a medical degree. And that doctor, see, the thing is, if you come in and you self-diagnosed or you done some of your research, if you're right, they're and they've got an ego about it, they're undermined. And if you're wrong, they're like, haha, arrogant. But either way, if they've got this kind of mindset, they have an incentive to resist the patient taking care of themselves. Isn't that the doctor's job, right? And they're kind of taught to behave like this, many of them. So what that means then is that intervention of that 15 or 30-minute appointment with the doctor, whatever drug they prescribe, better hit you like Thor's hammer to put you back on the straight and narrow. Because that's only with you for like a few seconds, a few minutes or whatever. The doctor's only with you for a few minutes. The drug is only, some drugs are very powerful, so they actually do work like this, okay? But your fitness is your own responsibility, and that's a continuing forcing function every day. And again, we get back to decentralization, right? The decentralization of responsibility from somebody thinking of themselves merely as a patient to an active participant in their own health, who's doing their own monitoring of their own health, right, and logging all of their stuff, who's eating, properly and looking at the effect of their diet on things like their, continuous glucose monitor as a V1, but other things, right? Who is, as fit as they can possibly be. Like, these are kind of obvious things, but why is this the backdoor of medicine? Because since FDA only regulates those things that are meant to diagnose a disease,
My name is Matt.
all the
Thank
stuff
you for
that is
listening.
meant to improve an otherwise healthy person
The history of the
is
Jewish
essentially
people
out of the
is
purview.
long
Supplements
and
are one
complex.
interesting aspect that they were
It's
carved out
among the
in
longest and
the
most
mid-90s,
complex
and
stories
that's
one
why
could try to tell.
because FDA doesn't have as tight a rein on that. But all of the Fitbit, CGM, type stuff, you can crank out all kinds of things also actually have just
Well,
general
baby.
health value, but you're not marketing them to diagnose or treat, a
Cool.
disease. See what I'm saying? You're marketing them for the purpose of fitness. This is a market. Why? Because psychologically, people they don't like paying to get back to normal, but they will absolutely pay tons of money to get better. They'll pay for fitness, they'll pay for makeup, they'll pay for hair, they'll pay for this and that, right? So that's actually the back door, and you can do tons of things there where obviously being healthy is also protected. You can actually show the studies on this. So this way you build up all the tooling to get healthier, and that actually helps on this. A few of the things which kind of the U.S. medical system all around. So you got me on this topic. Okay, so
This is the most eloquent exploration of the U.S. medical system and how to improve it, how to fix it, and what the future looks like.
yeah, so
Love it.
so basically, so part of it is decentralizing people back to the individual, right? Now, I've talked about FDA approved, but let me talk about some of the other broken parts of the US system, right? There's like AMA, there's CBT, there's CPOM, there's this, like all these regulations, which see normally in capitalism you have a buyer and a seller, right? Duh. In medicine, you have third-party regulation and fourth-party pricing and fifth-party payment. Okay, so third-party regulation, FDA is regulating it. Fourth-party pricing, it is the CPT codes, right? Fifth-party payment, it's the insurance companies, right? And just to discuss this bits of the system, first, why are some people against capitalism in medicine? I actually understand because they are visualizing themselves on a gurney when they're being wheeled in, and now somebody at their moment of vulnerability is charging this insane price for their care. And many people in the U.S. have had this horrible experience where they're bankrupted or scared of being bankrupted and everything else. Therefore, the concept of adding more capitalism to medicine scares them, and they think it's horrible, and you're some like awful, greedy, tech bro kind of thing, right? Let me say I understand that concern. Let me kind of tease that apart a little bit, right? Basically, the most capitalistic areas of medicine are the most functional areas of medicine. So that's the places where you can walk in and walk out, okay? Whether that's dentistry, dermatology, plastic surgery, even veterinary medicine, which is not human, okay? Where you can make a conscious decision to say, okay, I want this care or I don't want this. I see a price list. I can pay cash, right? If I don't like it, I go to another dermatologist. There's few dermatologists that really see this by dermatologists that have a great quality of life, okay? By contrast, when you're being wheeled in on a gurney, you need it right now, okay? And you're unconscious or what have you, you're not in the capacity to do it, right? And so these are the two extremes. It's like ambulatory medicine, you can walk around and pick, and like ambulance medicine, okay? And what that means is the more ambulatory the medicine, the more legitimate capitalism is in that situation. People are okay with a dermatologist basically turning you down because you don't have enough money and you go to a dermatologist because you can comparison shop there. It's not an emergency, right? Whereas if you're coming in with an ambulance, then people don't want to be turned down, and I understand why. Okay. What this suggests, by the way, is that you should only have insurance for the edge cases. Insurance should only cover the ambulance, not the ambulatory. And most people are losing money on insurance, right? Because most people are paying more in premiums than they're getting out. It's just that this huge flight of dollars through the air that no one can make heads or tails out of. Oh, the other aspect, obviously broken, is employer-provided health insurance, which just started after World War II. So, auto insurance is a much more competitive market. You don't whip out your auto insurance card at the gas station to pay for your gas, right? You only whip it out when there's a crash, right? That's what health insurance should be. And the Singapore model is actually a pretty good one for this, where they have sort of a mandatory HSA. You have to put some money in that, and that pays for your healthcare bills, but then it's cash out of that. It's like a separate pocket, sort of forced savings to pay for
Health savings account.
health savings account, right? The thing about this is, once you realize, well, first, ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine. Ambulance medicine is socialist medicine. Okay, you want to shift people more towards ambulatory. Guess what? That's in their interest as well. Now that brings us back to the monitoring, right? The continuous monitoring, where when there's events, it's Mike Snyder's each drone. The V1 is the quantified self and the Apple Watch and the continuous glucose meters, and the VN is the Mike Snyder inch drone. There's this site called Q.io, which is doing this also, right? Eventually, this stuff will hopefully just be in a device that just measures tons and tons of variables on it, right? There's ways of measuring some of these metabolites and without breaking the skin. So it's like it's not you don't have to keep breaking the skin over and over. There's various ways of doing that. So now you've got something where you've got the monitoring, you've got the dashboards, you've got the alerts, and just like this Larry Samar guy that I mentioned, you might be able to ship more and more things to Android. And one of the things about this also is the medical system is set up in a bad way, where the primary care physician is the one who is like not the top of their class, but the guys who are at the bottom of the pinball machine, the surgeons and the radiologists, once your stuff is already broken, okay, they're the ones that get paid. So a lot of the skill collects at the post-break stage, right, where you actually want to be house your MD is at the upstream stage. Okay, you want this amazing, amazing document, right? So how can we get that? I mentioned the app that doesn't exist, which is like a better version of the 3500. Right? Here's another app that doesn't exist. This is one that FDA is actually launching. Why can't you just take an image of a mole or something like that? The incredible cameras we have, a huge amount of medical imaging should be able to be done at home, and it goes to doctors, whether it's in the U.S. or the Philippines or India. I mean, teleradiology exists, right? Why can you not do that for dermatology, for everything else? You should be able to literally just hold the thing up, and with a combination of both AI and MDs, just diagnose. That should exist, right? The answer is there's a combination of American doctors and the FDA that team up to prevent this or slow this. One argument is, oh, the AI is not better than a human 100% of the time because it's not deployed yet. Therefore, it could make an error that wasn't bad, even if it's better than 99% of doctors. Another argument is the software has to go through design control. Okay, now basically, once you understand how FDA works, basically imagine this bureaucratic, frozen process for code deployment of any company ever. And that is the most nimble thing ever relative to FDA design. So, just a review. A, talked about how FDA is blocking all this stuff. B, talked about why ambulatory medicine is capitalist medicine. Ambulance medicine is socialist medicine. C, talked about how with the diagnostic stuff will be shifted over to ambulatory. D, talked about how there's lots of things where you can have a combination of doctor and AI in an app that you kind of quickly self-diagnose. Some of this is happening now. Some of the telemedicine laws were relaxed during COVID, where now people, a doctor from Wyoming can prescribe for somebody in Minnesota. Like some of that stuff was relaxed during COVID. Okay. There's other broken things about this. I'll just name two more. I mentioned like AMA and CBT. Okay. AMA, American Medical Association, CBT, current procedural terminology. Okay. Basically, Marx's labor theory of value, where people are supposed to be paid on their effort, right? Of course, the issue with this is that you'd be paying a physicist to try to dunk, and they'd be trying, but they wouldn't actually probably be able to do it. They'd be trying real hard. Whereas you actually want to pay people on the basis of results, right? Cheaply attained results are actually better than expensively attained outcomes. Okay. Nevertheless, the way that the U.S. medical system has payouts is based on RP, relative value. And this is something where there's a government body that sets these prices, and it is in theory only for Medicare, but all the private insurers key off of that. And AMA basically publishes a list of these so-called the CBT codes, which is like the coding, the biomedical coding of this, and what each medical process is worth and whatnot. So it's like, I don't remember all the numbers, but it's like a 5-digit code, and it's like, okay, I got a test for cystic fibrosis, or a test for this, or a test for that. God help you if your medical billing is erroneous. Why? The insurance company will reject it because it doesn't pay for it. This is this giant process of trying to encode every possible ailment and condition into these CBT codes, and you can literally get degrees in medical billing just for this. Okay, this is enormous, inefficient industry. Okay, like literally medical billing is a whole field. Okay,
What do you want to do when you grow up? Only work in medical buildings.
In medical buildings, okay, where everybody's mad at you at all times. Part of what happens is when you give a treatment, when a doctor gives a treatment to a patient, they can't like repo the treatment. Okay, like a car, you sell a car, you get the dealer, you repo the car. So the patient has a treatment. Now, what happens? Well, the insurance company, that treatment is perhaps provided like it's a lab test provided by a company, right? The company bills the patient. The company is supposed to charge a high price. Why? The insurance company wants to try to collect from the patient. The patient is scared. Oh my God, they see this huge price. They sometimes don't pay. Sometimes the insurance company doesn't pay either. And when a company is stiffed by an insurance company, when a diagnostic company is stiffed by an insurance company, it has to jack up the price on everybody else. Right? Everything boils down to the fact that you don't have, a buyer and a seller. The doctor doesn't know the price of what is being sold. The buyer doesn't know the price of what is being bought at the time it's being bought. Neither party can really even set a free price because there's our view system that hovers above. The buyer feels they've already bought it because they bought insurance. The insurance company doesn't want to pay for it. Everybody is trying to push the price onto somebody else and not actually show the sticker price of anything and hide everything and so on and so forth. Oh, the other thing about it is obviously lawsuits are over everything. Everybody's mad about everything. It's hell. People are dying. Okay, so everything's just optimized for optics as opposed to results, right? Similarly, actually, many drugs are optimized for minimizing side effects and optics rather than maximizing effects, which are totally different criteria, right? You might have, for example, a drug that only cures 1,000 people but doesn't have any side effects, versus one that cures 1,000,000 people but has 10 really serious side effects, right? And the second one probably not happen because those side effects would be so big. Okay. How do you attack this? I name a few examples, but I actually think the reform is going to come in part from this system. In particular, India is coming on. Okay. Why is that important? Well, you may have encountered an Indian doctor recently. Okay, maybe an Indian program, one or two. All right. And I do think telemedicine could explode, right? Where you could have an Indian doctor, in India, and there's a U.S. doctor, okay, who's like a dispatcher. See what I'm saying? They've got all these other Indian doctors going on. They've got a telemedical lab, and you are now doing something where these relatively inexpensive Indian doctors who are vetted by the American doctor or the doctor become the back-end doctors of the drug. To some extent, it's already there with teleradiology and other kinds of things, right? But now that you've got nearly like 1 billion Indians who come online, okay, with a huge pool of folks who have different attitudes toward medicine, for example, go off of cash payment. For example, India is big on generic drugs. For example, during COVID, they had something called roadway safety, which is a national telemedicine system. Okay, with the thing to ship that. So some of the digital infrastructure, again, you'll have to read a post called The Internet Country by kaiserfeathers.substack.com, and you'll see that actually India's national software infrastructure is surprisingly good. It's not as good as China's recently, but it's like better than the US's, which is like healthcare.gov, like non-existent. It's like kind of impressive how good some of India's software is. It actually exists. So you have all these new doctors coming online. India cranks out generics, right? Telemedicine is now more legal in the US. And you have cash payment in India, right? And in a lot of other places. You don't have the whole insurance, employer health thing. And this market is growing. So you could have a sort of parallel market that starts evolving, right? Which is, and people are already doing some medical tourism. I think this is an exit from the FDA. You have a parallel market that starts evolving that just starts with fundamentally different premise. Just cash for everything, right? There's downsides with cash for everything. There's a huge upside with cash for everything. Cash for everything means you get customer service from the doctor. It means the prices are actually visible. It ideally pushes you, again, towards more ambulatory medicine rather than ambulance medicine. It is monitoring, constant monitoring with quantified self and whatnot, as opposed to just let your system fail and then wheel you in, right? There's a reputational bridge because now we've had a couple of generations almost of Indian doctors in the U.S., so people know that there's some very competent Indian doctors. They're a good chunk of AMA, and so then they can sort of lobby for this. And you have plenty of Indian engineers. Now, I'm not saying India alone is panacea. But I do think that this is a large enough parallel market to start doing interesting things.
And you could see sort of tentacles and vertical migration, where it gives India an opportunity to basically let go of the constraints of the FDA.
Yeah,
And innovate aggressively, and I mean, it's a huge opportunity to define the future of medicine and make a shit ton of money from a market that's desperate for it. In the United States, all the overregulation.
that's right. And I think basically something where the reason it takes me
And that would fix the FDA
yes, we fix the FDA by exiting the FDA, right?
And then the FDA would dry out, and then hopefully
it might reform, it might dry out, right? And this is, why people are, for example, they're traveling across borders, getting orders from Canadian pharmacies. A lot of this type of stuff, we can start to build alternatives, right? I mean, India's generic industry is really slow because it just doesn't enforce American IP there. So generic drugs are cheaper, right? And quite confident it's been around for a while. So there's enough proof points there where, again, I'm not saying a panacea. It's going to be something will require like American and Indian collaboration. I think there's going to be a lot of other countries in this along that involved. You can start to see another pole getting set up, which is confident enough civilization that is willing to take another regulatory path, right? And that is in some ways doing better on national sovereignty than the US is. And it has enough sort of bridge to the US that it can be that stimulation which you need, which is kind of some of that outside poke. Right? I want to talk about India, but let me just kind of wrap up on this big FDA biomedical kind of thing. Right? With the book, The Network State, the purpose of the network state, is different. I want people to be able to build different kinds of network states. I want people to build the vegan village. I want people to be able to build if they want to do the bending option, like a Christian network state. If people want to do different kinds of things, I'm open to many different things, and I will fund lots of different things. For me, the motivation is just like you need to start a new currency, Bitcoin. It's easier to do that than to fund it that. So I want to do it through things that get longevity, right? Longevity, right? What is that? So, in an interesting way, and this will sound like a trite statement, but I think it's actually a deep statement. I'll be trying to convince you of this. Crypto is to finance sort of what longevity is to, currency to medicine. Why? It inverts certain fundamental assumptions. Okay, so at first, crypto looks like traditional finance. It's got the charts and the bands, and you're buying, selling, selling. But what Satoshi did is he took fundamental premises and flipped them. For example, in the traditional macroeconomic worldview, hyperinflation is bad, but deflation is also bad. So a little inflation is good, right? In the traditional macroeconomic worldview, it's good that there are custodians, banks that kind of intermediate the whole system, right? In the traditional worldview, every transaction needs to be reversible because somebody could make a mistake and so on and so forth, right? In the traditional worldview, you don't really have root access over your money. Satoshi inverted all of those things. Okay. Obviously, the big one is hyperinflation is bad, but he also thought mild inflation was bad and deflation was good. That's just a fundamental shift. Okay. If you root access over your money, you're now a system administrator of your own money. You can room-RF your entire fortune or send millions with a keystroke. You are now the system administrator of your own money. That alone is why crypto is important. You want system administration access at times to computers, you'll want it to currency. Okay? To be sovereign. There's other assumptions where, like, the assumption is every transaction is private in the existing system by default, where it's visible only to the state. Whereas, at least the initial thing, the Bitcoin blockchain, everything is public, right? There are various kinds of things like this where it's just inverting fundamental premises, and then the whole crypto system is in the crypto economy is in many ways a teasing out of what that means. Just to give you one example, the US dollar, people have seen those graphs where it's like inflating, and so it loses value over time, and we've seen that. Okay? Whereas, and most of the time it's just sort of denied that inflation. The most highbrow way of defending it is the US dollar trades off temporary short-term price stability for long-term appreciation.
the time when explorers
And
from
Bitcoin makes the
Europe
opposite trade-off.
explored really all over the world to
In
places
theory,
most
at
of them
least,
had never even heard
long-term
of,
appreciation
but
at the
most
expense of
importantly for our
short-term
story
price
was
instability.
when they traveled west
Because,
and
like,
discovered,
there's the whole
explored,
plunge
and
protection team and so on.
subsequently
Basically,
colonized
there's various ways in
in
which
what's known as the
price
Americas.
stability is tried to be maintained
Now,
in the medium
this is
term
kind of a
at
foolish
the expense of long-term
undertaking because
depreciation. You
to
need like a
talk about
reserve
the
basket
age
to
of
keep,
discovery is a foolish
stabilizing the
topic.
dollar against various
I
things.
mean,
So,
single figures in
what
this
does
story
crypto
would take
medicine
up an
look like
entire
relative to
podcast
fiat medicine?
series, and I'm going to be
Right?
trying to talk about
The existing
all of
medical
them
system,
in a
it
single
assumes
short
that
episode. So
a
understand
quick
that I'm
death
going to be talking in very
is bad,
broad
early death is
strokes.
bad.
I'm not going to get
But
too
also
in
that
depth in
living
anything, but
forever
I want
is either
everybody that's
unrealistic or
listening to have
impossible or
at least a basic
undesirable. That
understanding
you
of
should die with
who these
dignity or
characters are
something
and
like
what
that.
they did
Okay?
and why this is important.
So a little death is good.
Now, many of you have
That's the
already
existing
heard
medical
some of
system.
these stories. We learned
Whereas
about most
the
of
concept
this
of life
stuff in
extension
elementary school. But this is
and
kind of a refresher
David
for us, as well
Sinclair
as
and
an
what
opportunity
we
for
call,
me to
we call
talk
it
about
health
some
span,
things that I think are
says rejects that
under-discussed
fundamental
and that are
premise.
pretty
And it says actually the way to defeat cancer is to defeat
When you're
aging.
looking at
Aging
the
is actually a
age of
programmed
exploration, you have to look at
biological
it through
process, and
Iberian eyes.
we have
Now,
results that
of
are
course, the
showing
Iberian
stopping or
Peninsula
even
today
reversing
is
aging in
comprised
some ways.
primarily of Portugal
And so
and
now,
Spain,
just
but
like
things were a little bit different in Booking
with
Islands, which we'll get
thing,
into
you
in
say
just a minute.
a quick death is bad,
The first thing you have to
and
realize
so is
to know
actually
about
death
these
itself.
Iberian eyes is that they
Right?
were staunchly
So we actually
Catholic
want
guys.
significant life
Now,
extension.
many of you might be
This is
saying, well,
similar.
of course
It's
they
very
were
similar
Catholic
to what
guys. This was
the
the decade
rejection
before
of
the Reformation. Why
the
wouldn't
fiat
they be
system,
Catholic?
right?
Well,
The fiat system says
especially
a
in the
little inflation
Iberian
is good.
Peninsula, there were a couple
Fiat
of other
medicine
pretty
says a little
prominent
death is good.
religions. Of course,
Bitcoin
there were
says
Jews
actually
all throughout
no
Europe,
inflation,
but
just
more
get more
importantly for our
valuable over time.
story, the
And
Iberian
crypto
Peninsula
medicine
had
says actually
until
let's
very recently
extend life.
been under
This
the
leads to
control of an
all
Islamic
kinds of
kingdom
new things where you
known as
start
the
actually thinking
Caliphate
about,
of
all right,
Cordoba.
how do I
Now, the
maintain
Caliphate
my
of
health
Cordoba,
with
well, that started
diagnostics?
in the year
How do
711.
I
It was
take
when an
control of my
army
own
of Arabs and
civilization
Berbers, known
medicine?
collectively as the
All the stuff that
Moors,
I've been describing
invaded the
sort of
Iberian
fits
Peninsula from
like
North
longevity
Africa.
is traditional medicine
Now, they did very
as
well.
crypto
I could go
is
into
to
all
traditional
sorts of
currency.
dates and
We take
battles
those
and
assumptions
treaties and
separately,
names,
so
but that's not
take
what this is about.
cryptocurrency
You just
aside.
need to know that more than half
Is
of
that
the
to you
Iberian
obvious
Peninsula was controlled
that
by the Caliphate of Cordoba.
this letting go of this
The
assumption
Caliphate of Cordoba was renowned
about death,
throughout
is that
the
an
Christian and
obvious
Muslim
is
world
longevity
as a center of learning
obviously
and
good
science.
versus,
Now,
for
of course,
example, the
the
devil's
Islamic
advocate to
world
that
as a
would be
whole was
what
leaps
we
and
want is
bounds
to
ahead of
keep
the
death
Christian world at the time
and
in terms of
maximize the
learning and
quality of
science. So
life
that kind of
up until
suggests
the
that
end.
the
Like,
Caliphate of
so
Cordoba,
that
to be known for
you
it,
ride into
must
the
have been
sunset.
well ahead and
Somebody
very
who's listening to the
advanced.
whole podcast would say, well, why
Now,
don't you just
why
few
does this matter?
hours ago you were saying
Well, not
this
only
gerontocracy
did
runs
the
the US
Islamic
and they're
world
all old and they don't get it, blah,
excel
blah, blah.
in
Now you're talking
science,
about
they also
making
excelled
people
in
live
trade.
forever so there's never
They had
any
a
new blood to
monopoly on
wash it
trade
out. Haha, what a
between the
contradiction,
East,
right?
It's
which
funny
was
that
essentially India and China, and
you're
the
so on
West, which
point
was
across
essentially
all the
Christian
topics
Europe.
and
Now, this
all the topics we
control
covered and the
was due to two things.
possibilities. I love it.
Well,
First of
just
all,
try and
the Silk
anticipate
Road, the
some of
only
it,
road
right?
to get to
So
the East, was
I think the
controlled and
argument on
ran
that
through
is
Islamic lands. But
so long as you have a
almost more
frontier,
importantly,
it is
they had
okay
control
for someone
over
to live
seafaring
long.
trade.
Okay?
They had,
So long as
of
people
course,
can exit to a new
rivers
country.
that were
Number
very
one.
important to trade,
Number
such
two
as the
is,
Tigris
in order for us to
Euphrates
go
and
and,
the Nile. But
colonize
the
new
most
planets and so
important
on,
arm of the trade was
if you do
predatory,
want to get to Mars,
which
if
was
you want to
known
become,
at the
Star
time
Trek,
as the Muslim
what
world.
have you,
Now, if you're going to control trade
probably
along
going to
its
need to
horizon,
have,
you need one
you
thing.
know, like
You need
just
ships,
to survive a
lots and
long
lots of
flight,
ships.
so to
And
speak,
Muslim ships,
multiple
such
light
as
year
the
flight,
Caravel,
you're
were
going
some
to
of the
need
best
to have
ships in the
life
world at
extension.
the time.
So to become a
They
pioneer
rivaled
in
the
Star Trek. I know
Viking
this
ships
seems
and were better than
like
almost everything else in
it's
Europe.
the kind of thing
In
which sounds
fact,
like, okay,
many
yeah,
Vikings were
we're on
known
the
to have
moon,
traveled
we're going
to
to need
the
shovels.
Muslim
You know,
world to learn
it
from
sounds
their
like
shipbuilders how to build
a
better and better ships.
piling
So,
fantasy on top
you
of
can
the
see
fantasy in that sense,
why
but it's
then
also something
there is
where
an
if
Islamic
you're talking about the
caliphate
vector of our
about
civilization, where are we going?
3/4 of the
Well,
Iberian
I actually
Peninsula
do
that's
think
still
it's either
populated by many
anarcho-capitalism
Christians and
or
the converts, and many
optimism
people
slash
have
transhumanism. Either
had
we are
children that
shutting
live
down
there.
civilization's
They
degrowth,
knew more
its
about
either Unabomber,
almost
etc.,
everybody
or
else
it's the
lost.
stars and
This is
escaping the predator.
extremely
It's
important
like,
to,
to me,
the story we're about to tell.
it's obvious
Of course,
that we're going
the Caliphate
to
Cordova
survive
will
and
last.
expand out.
As we all know,
Yes.
eventually,
And it's
the
obvious
Christian nobles followed
that
Iberia
once
who
we
have
do,
been
we'll look
hiding
back
out in
at
other parts of
anyone,
Europe,
which is
and
currently
presumably
most
running
people
pretty
that
bitter, decided it was time
didn't
to take
think
back
of
the
this
familiar
future,
land
didn't
that they
anticipate
considered
this future,
theirs.
what goes this future
This
as,
was
as
a
Luddites,
huge
as people who think these
many
20 things together.
years.
It will become
Lots of
obvious.
battles, lots of
Right now it's
treaties,
impossible, and then
alliances,
it'll
all
become
sorts of
obvious.
exciting
Yes.
It seems
stories.
like, yes,
None of which
longevity
I'm going to talk
in
about.
some form,
This
there
event
could be a
as a
lot of
whole
arguments
is known
that
as
as
the
far as longevity
Reconquista,
goes,
in English, of
but
course,
in
the
some form
also like a way to bring it back to Earth to an extent, which is how were societies used to be judged. You may remember people used to talk about life expectancy as a big thing, right? Life expectancy is actually a very, very, very good metric. Why? It's a ratio scale metric. There's like 4 different class of variables stats you should talk about. Ratio scale is like years per meters or kilograms. Okay. Then you have interval scale, where plus and minus means something, there's no absolute zero. Then you have ordinal, where there's only ranks, plus and minus or anything. And then you have categorical, like the Yankees and the Braves are categorical variables, just different. But all you have is the comparative optimization of the range. So ratio scale data is best because you can compare it across space and time. If you have a skeleton that is like 2 meters tall, that's from 3,000 years ago, you can compare the height of people from many, many years ago, different cultures and stuff, right? Whereas the currency is much harder to value. That's not like a ratio scale variable. Other things are harder to value across space and time, right? So life expectancy is good because as a ratio scale variable with very clear definitions, right? Like when someone's born, died, those are actually relatively clear. But most other things aren't like that. That's why murder or death, if it's scored, it's unambiguous. It's done when it's done. Whereas when does somebody get sick? Oh, when they're kind of sick, when they're sick today, they're sick at this hour. The battery conditions, many other kinds of things are not.
And I should just briefly comment that life expectancy does have this quirk, dark quirk that when you just crudely look at it, it incorporates child mortality, at age of 1 or age of 5, and maybe it's better or clearer to look at mortality after 5 or whatever. And that's still, those metrics still hold an interesting way to measure the progress of human civilization.
Yeah, interesting ways. That's right. You actually want longevity biomarkers. A lot of people are working on this. There's a book called Picture During Reign, right? And the concept is sell your soul to, ensure that the picture biography will age and fade, right? And so the concept is that thing on the wall just reflects his age. Okay. So there's a premise that's embedded in a lot of Western culture that to gain something you must lose. If you're Icarus and you try to fly, then you will, you'll fly too high and it'll melt your wings. But guess what? We fly every day. People show up, right? So the opposite of like the Icarus or Picture During Grey kind of thing is the movie Limitless, which I love because it's so Nietzschean and so unusual relative to the dystopian, sci-fi movies where there's without giving away, the movie's kind of old now, but there's a drug in it that's a nootropic that boosts, your cognitive abilities, and it's got side effects. But at the end, he engineers out the side effects. Amazing, just like, there are planes that crash and we land, right? Okay, so why did I mention the Picture During Grey? Well, there's another aspect, which is longevity biomarker. The point is to kind of estimate how many years of life you have left by, that Q.bio or Integral, or you take all these analyses on something, right? One of the best longevity biomarkers could be just your face, right? You image the face, and you can sort of tell, somebody looks under age, somebody looks younger, et cetera, et cetera. And this is actually data that you've got on millions and millions of people, where you could probably start having AIs predict, okay, what is somebody's life expectancy given their current face and other kinds of things, right? Because you have their name, they have your birthday, you have their, if they passed away, if they've already passed away, right? And you have photos of them through their life, right? So just imaging might give a reasonably good longevity biomarker. But then you can supplement that with a lot of other variables. And now you can start benchmarking every treatment by its change in how much time you have left. If that treatment, that intervention, boosts your estimated life expectancy by 5 years, you can see that in the data. You can get feedback on whether your longevity is being boosted or not. Okay. And so what this does is just fundamentally changes the assumptions in the system. Now, with that said, life extension may be the kind of thing, I'm not sure if it'll work for our generation, we may be too late. It may work for the next generation. I've got something. Could be, but I've got something. Which is, I call it genomic reincarnation. Okay, this one you probably haven't heard. You tweeted about it. So,
by the way, I mentioned to you on Twitter
that it was dangerous to pass the Pillars of Hercules. Any ship foolish enough to do so certainly faced death.
Which you may be doing right now.
The Romans, of course, adopted many of the beliefs of the ancient Greeks, and that was one of them. And really, even up until the time we're talking about, the early 1400s, there was still a belief that was somewhat held. Now, of course, Portuguese and Spanish ships would travel in the Atlantic a little bit, but they were dangerous waters. There were massive storms that would crop up. You could travel in them, but you wouldn't want to travel out too far.
What's interesting is you can actually also do that at
when you look at an old-timey map, you'll still see a serpent, a sea monster out in the Atlantic Ocean. That means that monsters be there.
People have synthesized like entire bacterial chromosomes,
however,
and they work.
like
they can literally essentially print out
he was one of the
a living
first,
organism.
outside of Vikings and Vikings,
Now, when you
but
go
one of the first Europeans that said,
from
I'm going
bacteria
to go
to
out there, I want to know
eukaryotes, which
what
are
lies
the
beyond.
the
Now that all came
kingdom
after
of
he
life
took
that we're
Ceuta.
part of, right?
He took
Yeast are
Ceuta
part of this kingdom.
because,
It becomes harder because
well, there were three
chromosomes
big
are more
reasons.
complicated.
First of all, Portugal
But folks are working
didn't
on
have a whole
eukaryote
lot of
chromosomes.
very good land
So
for
if you
farming.
spot
It was
me
pretty
that
rocky
sci-fi
for grain.
assumption, then
Ceuta
eventually we'll be able to
had
take
very good land for
your
farming
genome
grain.
sequence.
Grain was, of course,
Just
extraordinarily
like you can
important. That's what you
synthesize
fed
a
your
bacterial
people.
chromosome,
And
you can
Portugal
synthesize
was largely
not just
defensive
one
of
eukaryote
foreign
chromosome, but
influence,
your
which
entire complement
didn't
of
give them a whole
chromosomes
lot
in
of
the lab,
money.
right? Because you have 23.
Of course,
Then you have
there were
46.
other reasons. One of them
What you
being
can
money.
do is
Ceuta was
essentially
very wealthy. It was a
bring somebody
trading
out
center that really connected the Islamic world
reincarnate
to
them.
the Western world. See, Muslim
Insofar
traders
if
would come
your
across the
sequence
coast of North Africa
determines you,
from
and
the
you can
Middle East
argue
to trade their goods to Europe.
I
There was
got
a
it.
Let's just say the
large
first order, your
Son
DNA
of a
sequence
bitch.
is
network there, so
This is
you
the
can't
nobody
worst.
was told
that.
that was going to
Okay,
become
you can do full
extraordinarily
genome
wealthy.
sequencing and
So there
log that
was
to
grain,
a file.
and there was gold,
Then, here's
and there
the
was another.
the karma part.
There
Your
was a
community
belief
This sucks.
in the ancient world
where you built up
of a man
enough
named
karma
Prester
among
John.
them.
Prester
If,
John
when you die,
is a
your
strange
karma
myth
balance is high enough
changed depending
they
on
will spend the
who's
money
telling and hearing
to
that myth. It really
reincarnate
changes
the
according
next
to the
life,
era. For
who
example,
can then watch
many of the
everything that happened in your
Crusaders
past life,
believed that there was a man
and you can
named
tell them
Prester
something.
John on the other side of
Everything I
the
described there,
Islamic
I mean, if you
world.
spot the
Now,
eukaryotic
some people
chromosome
even believe that this person they
synthesis,
believed to be Prester John
that's the only
would have
part
been
that,
Genghis
like,
Khan.
I think will
In
be
the time
possible,
of
right?
Peter the
Folks
Navigator,
are like, no,
there
I'm
was a
sure
belief
some.
that in
But
Ethiopia,
it'd be,
a Christian king named
it's like
Prester
a clone,
John
right?
was
But
doing
it
constant
is,
battle
it is
with the Muslim
you in a different
armies.
time.
He was also extremely wealthy and extremely powerful. So, if they got a toehold
You
on
could
Africa,
probably watch
maybe they could explore
the
anywhere
digest of
and
your life,
find this Prester John
and
and finally
it would be
do
pretty
away with the
interesting,
Muslim
right? I mean,
sword.
there's that's
So they
actually
had grain,
process for
they had
psychology
gold,
to study.
and they had
If
God.
you create a blank
Three
mind,
G's, right?
what would it need
They
to
had
show
all of
that
these
mind
reasons to take
to
Ceuta.
align it
And they
very
did.
well
It really went pretty well. It was
with
a fairly
the
easy battle. However,
experiences, the
what
fundamental
they didn't
experiences that
realize or
define
didn't think
the
through
original version,
was that once they
such
took
that
this
the
Muslim
resulting
trading
clone
post that was
would
supposed to make
have
them extremely
similar
wealthy,
behavior patterns,
well, the
perspectives,
Muslim traders from the Middle East weren't going to trade with a bunch of Christians.
feelings,
That
all
wasn't
those
what they were there to do,
things,
especially after they had invaded inside one
including
of their
sadly
towns.
traumas and all that.
So,
what
they
happened,
took
right? But
this trading
basically, just
post,
like
but
in a
really
very simple
didn't have
version,
anything to do with it.
by the
So
time
there
one
he
is age
was,
20
navigator,
or 30 or
in his
something
newly
between,
taken
you'll sort
town
of learn your own personal
really
operating
nothing
system.
to
You're
do.
like, oh,
He had a lot of
alcohol really
ships,
doesn't
too.
agree with
So he
or
had to
something
figure
like that.
out
You just like
what
trial
to do
and
with all
error.
these ships and all these soldiers.
Things that are idiosyncratic
An
to your
interest
own
in sea
physiology.
travel.
Like, oh,
And,
Why?
well,
I'm totally
he did
wrecked
a
if
couple
I
things. First of all, he
get
explored
7 hours of
Africa.
sleep
He had
versus
a
9 hours
lifelong
or whatever,
fascination with
right?
the
People
continent.
will have different kinds of
But more
things
important
like
to our
this.
story,
That
he decided
manual
it was time
can
to
be given
travel
to your next self.
west.
Like, don't do this, do this, don't
West
do
from the
this.
coast of Africa,
Some
Armenia,
personal jumps already
into
gives
the
you some of
Atlantic
this where you're
Ocean
like, oh, I'm a
to
caffeine
see
nut,
what you would
slow
find.
metabolizer. Oh,
I
that
don't
explains
want to
X for Y,
mislead you,
or I have a weird version
despite
of alcohol dehydrogenase.
his
Oh,
name,
okay, that
Henry
explains
the
my
Navigator,
alcohol tolerance.
he didn't
So
actually
this is part of
go
the broader
on many of
category of
these
what I call
seafaring
practical
expeditions
miracles.
after that.
Right, so it's longevity,
Mostly,
it's genomic
he planned
reincarnation,
and financed
it is
the
restoring
expeditions.
sight, and
These
it is curing
expeditions moved
deafness
further and
with,
further
the
all along the African coast. He was
artificial
setting up
eyes and artificial ears.
settlements and
It
trading
is
posts.
the super
These
soldier
settlements
serum.
would,
Did I show you that?
before
So
long,
like my
become
statin melt,
infamous
they tweet
for
about this.
the slave trade.
Basically, X-Men are real.
But
So here
in Henry's
is a
time, they were
study
used
from
primarily to
AGM
trade with the Africans and
several
as
years ago.
starting points
Okay.
for expeditions into the Atlantic to see what he
This
could
is like
find.
mid 2000s.
You see, he knew
This
a
was in
little bit about what was out there.
2004. Okay,
About
so
100 years
now
before
17 years
this,
later, it's probably
a Genoese
almost
sailor
certainly a
had
teenager by now.
he had found
So this kid
a group of islands
basically
about
was just
100 miles off the coast
totally
of
built.
Africa. Now, I say he founded
Okay.
them because he
Extraordinarily
had
muscular.
discovered them. These islands were known to report even as far back as the ancient world.
Yes. So
In
the
the
child's
first
birth rate was in
century
the 70th
CE,
percentile. He
Pliny
appeared
the Elder
extraordinarily muscular,
even wrote about
protruding
them,
muscles in his
calling
thighs,
them
motor and mental
Canary
development as being normal.
Islands.
Now,
Those are, of
4.5
course,
years
the
of age,
Canary
he continues to have
Islands.
increased muscle bulk and strength.
So they were known about,
And
but
so,
it wasn't until the
essentially,
early 1300s
myostatin
that
mutation
European
associated with growth
explorers
of muscle
found them.
hypertrophy in a child.
And there was
So this
a
is like
flurry of
real-life
exploration from the Genoese, from
Okay.
the Portuguese,
And,
and the Castilians, but really they weren't particularly profitable
Yes.
islands.
There's a company called Variant
There
Bio
wasn't much that
that
they
is
could grow
looking at
there,
people
and there
who
were
have
a
exceptional
large number of
health-related
very
traits
hostile natives
and
that
is looking
did not
for
want
essentially
Europeans
this
there.
kind of
So
thing, but
when
maybe
you
more
could set up
disease or
colonies,
whatever
there
type of
wasn't
related,
much
right?
point to set it up.
For example, people who have natural immunity to COVID, understanding how that
Henry's
works, perhaps
time,
we can give other
with
people
sea
artificial
travel,
immunity,
especially
right?
because of
If you scroll up, you see my kind
technological
of tweet,
advancements
super
and
soldier
ships
serum is real,
themselves,
where it's like
had really
wild
made
type
them a
mouse
little bit more
and myostatin
profitable. So
milk.
Henry was looking for
And
something
look at the
like
chest
that.
on that thing.
He was looking
See
for
the
something
before and
like
after?
that because the Castilians were in control
Okay.
of the Canary
This is
Islands
what's
by that
possible,
point.
you know,
And
this could be
all
us
along
with
the
the
African
regular,
coast, he was sending out
you know,
ships to
right? You know
try
what I'm
and
saying? Like, this
find
could be us with
islands
this
that
could be us with the FD
Portuguese
regular,
sailors
right?
could
All this,
colonize.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he wasn't finding
on
many of
steroids.
his expeditions didn't
But
go
it's not.
back at all.
That's the thing. Is
The Atlantic Ocean is
well,
a
that's the
dangerous
thing. Is
place.
people
So
when
even
people
on
again,
the
you go back to
occasions
Icarus
that
thing.
one of his
They
ships
think,
would come back,
oh,
they
steroids.
didn't
Well,
make
that's
it.
definitely going to give you cancer.
So
screw up
eventually
your
he decided
hormones, et cetera, et cetera.
that he
And
would
it
just
could,
take
but
one of the
you know
Canary
what?
Islands,
Like, have we actually
well, he would
put that
try
much
to,
effort into figuring out
and he would
like
fail. And he would
the
try
right way of
again,
doing
and he
testosterone
would fail again.
supplementation,
Several times he
or
would try
the
to
right
take
way
the
of doing
Canaries
this?
from the Castilians and
Obviously,
fail,
we managed to put a lot of effort
which
into
was unfortunate
marijuana,
because
increasing the
for
potency
Henry
of
the
it, or
Navigator,
what
a
have
man
you.
who had
Could we
done
put the effort
so
into
much to
these
promote
kinds of
sea
drugs,
travel,
right?
to promote
These kinds of
exploration,
compounds?
really,
Maybe.
despite the
I
fact
think
that
that
he
would
set
actually
up
be a
so
really
many
good thing.
settlements in
The
Africa,
thing about this is, I
he
feel
was
it's
unable
just
to
a
set up
massively
any settlement
underexplored
in the
area.
Atlantic Ocean.
Rather than people drinking
Now,
caffeine all the time,
that's
that's a
not to
very
say that the
mild
Portuguese
enhancing
wouldn't
drug.
have any
Okay.
settlements in the Atlantic.
Nicotine is also arguably kind of like
Somewhat
that.
north
Some
of the
people have it
Canary
without
Islands,
the cigarettes,
right about
right?
the time that Henry the Navigator was setting out,
Why can't we research this
another
stuff? One way of
Portuguese
thinking about
sailor
it is,
found an
you know,
island
Lance
called
Armstrong,
Madeira.
the cyclist.
Now, Madeira was bigger
Yes,
than any of the
he
Canaries
violated all
and
the
had
rules.
much better land for
You know,
growing
he shouldn't
sugar
have won
cane.
the Tour de France.
So
or anything
their
like
sugar
that.
cane
But his
was
chemists,
much richer and
I say
produced
this
much better
somewhat tongue in
sugar
cheek, but also,
than anything
you
grown
know,
in the
his
Canaries. So
chemists
good,
are candidates for
in
like
fact,
the
that
Nobel
the
Prize in
sugar
chemistry.
itself was about worth its weight in
Because they
gold.
brought a man back from like testicular
This,
cancer,
of course,
like
produced a flurry
winning
of
Tour de
exploration
France
from the
against a bunch of
Portuguese
guys
out
who
into the
probably, you know,
Atlantic
much
to
of
try
them
and
also
find as
used
many
it.
islands as they could, and they found several.
Whatever
They
was
found
done
the
there,
Azores,
take it
and
out
they
of the
found
competition.
the Cape Verde
There's a
Islands,
lot of
which,
testicular cancer
ironically,
patients,
despite the
cancer
fact
patients,
that
period,
Verde means
who would
green,
want some
are
of that.
not very verdant. They were pretty arid places.
Yeah, we should
But they
take that
found
seriously.
several
We should take
islands
that
that
pursuit
would
really
really
seriously.
impede
Yes,
the
except,
Portuguese Empire.
again, just like the Theranos stuff,
Now,
all this
Portugal
mythology,
is
the
generally
Balco
given credit
scandal,
for
oh,
having
it's this,
started the
oh my god,
first
you know, and
real
yes, of
global
course,
war.
within the context of that
And
game, they're cheating.
we just mentioned
In the
a couple
context of
reasons
life,
for that. They weren't
you want
particularly
to be cheating
resource
death,
rich. They weren't
right?
a very
So,
large nation.
it's just a
And
kind of
they
a
realized
reframe
that
on
the
what
only
is
way they were
good,
going to keep up with
right?
their neighbors
And it is
was by
just taking
expanding.
away these assumptions that mild inflation is good or mild death is good and going towards
Sometimes,
transcendence.
when you're
So,
looking back
that gets me
on the
done
great
with the
events in
giant
history,
FDA,
one of the big stuff, things like
bimetal,
the
etc.,
fall of the
etc.
Roman Empire or
Okay.
the beginning of the
Beautifully
Renaissance,
done.
You have
you can
two
look
questions.
back and
One was
really
on Trump
hindsight
and
is
DeFi farming,
2020.
and the other
You can
was on
see
crypto and the state of
the
crypto, and the
perfect
third was on
storm
which one
emerge
should
of
we do?
events and
Alright,
forces that
since we talked about
build
how
and
to think
pressurize to
we
create
talked
these
about
huge
how to
world-shaking
fix
events.
health,
In the
medicine,
case of
FDA,
the Age of Discovery,
longevity.
that period only
Let us
lasted
briefly
about 50
talk
years,
about how to fix
and it
social
started
media, perhaps.
Sure.
in the year
Since we
1453
kind of talked
with the
about
fall
it
of
from different
Constantinople
directions, but it'd be nice to just
to
look
the
at
Ottoman
social
Turks.
media. And if we could perhaps first,
Constantinople was,
as
of
an
course,
example,
a
maybe it's
very
not a
important
useful
city
example,
for
but
a
to me
very,
it was
very
one
long
that
time.
kind of shook me a little
It
bit,
was the city that kind of
is
bridged
the
the gap
removal
between
of
Europe
Trump
and the east.
And since then, other
See, it was
major
the place
figures,
where
but
the Silk Road
Donald
trade
Trump was
route
probably the
kind of
biggest
started.
person ever to
And
be
the
removed
Silk
from
Road
social
trade
media.
route was extremely
Do you
important
understand
for people
why
in
that was
It
done?
was
Can
where
you
they
see Madam
got
Case
most
for
of
it
the
and
spices
against
that
it?
had become
And
just
if
integral
there's
to life in
something
America. Things
broken
like
about that, how do
cinnamon
you fix it?
cloves.
Steelman
They also
Case
got
4
other
is
goods from
kind
there.
of
Obviously, they got
obvious in the
silk.
sense of
They got porcelain china.
you are
And
seeing
they got things
a
like
would-be
gold.
dictator
All
who's
this
trying
was
to run a
hugely
coup
important for
against
Europeans.
democracy, who has
And
his
when Constantinople fell,
supporters go
well, they
and
really
storming
lost
the
the
seat of
safe
government,
place that began the
who
Silk
could
Road.
use his
And
app
so, in
to
effect,
move his
lost the Silk
followers
Road
across
trade
the
route,
country
generally
to
speaking.
reject
Now, the
the
obvious
will of the
answer to
people.
that problem would seem to
And
be to say,
so you're an executive,
if you can't
and
trade
you
by
will take
land, why
actions
not trade by
that,
sea?
while perhaps controversial,
Unfortunately,
are still
that
within
wasn't
the
a
law.
route that anybody had
And
ever taken
you'll make
before
sure
between
that you do
Europe
your
and the
part to
Indies.
defend democracy
The
by
mariners of the time
making
didn't
sure
even
that
know
at
if it
least
was
this guy's
possible.
megaphone is
You
taken
see, they
away,
didn't know
and
where
that
the
his
best
supporters
ways to
cannot
go, what
organize
were the
more
safe
riots.
ways to
Right?
go.
That's
They didn't
basically
know if
the
they would get
case,
caught up in a
for
storm
the
around the Cape
Flat
of Good
Earth.
Hope and shipwrecked or killed,
Would
which
you agree
was
with that?
extremely possible.
Like really steel man.
Beyond
I'm
the
giving
natural
you yes to
dangers,
steel
there
man,
were
so I'm
also
giving
the
the
dangers
four.
of
Yeah.
people.
Well,
There was very
I guess I
little
would like to
European
separate
considered civilization between Europe and
the
the Indies, and
would-be
anywhere they were
dictator.
likely to stop in Africa, there was a potential for
Oh,
hostile
I
natives.
guess if you're strongly
Beyond that,
capital,
closer
you're
to
a
home, there was
dictator.
the
I
infinite danger
see.
of
I see.
piracy. Even if
So
you managed
those
to make
two
that
are
voyage,
interlinked.
it wasn't
Right?
really
You have
ideal
to have
even
somehow
still.
a personal
So they
judgment
realized
of the
that they
person.
needed
Bad enough
another
to be
better
worth
way
this,
to get to Asia.
significant step.
Yeah, it's not
Now, of
just
course,
their
there
actions
were
or words in a
several
particular
ideas about this.
situation, but
Some people
broadly,
thought
Context
that
of
eventually
everything
would
that led
become
up to this
Russia.
moment.
That would happen a little
Right?
bit later.
So that's
But the most
a
obvious route
right.
to many of these
Now,
European
the against case.
monarchs
There's actually several against cases.
was to travel
right?
west
There's obviously
and
the
find
Trump
another
supporters,
season.
against case. There is the
So there's
sort of
that. People
the
looking for a new
libertarian
sea.
slash
But beyond that, Portugal
left
and Spain,
libertarian,
well, they're going through a
against
very
case,
tense period.
and there is the
You see,
rest of world
Spain,
against case.
as a country, have
There's
really
actually three,
become
because it's not just two
something
factions.
that you
There's
can
multiple,
begin to
right?
talk about.
So what is the
There
Trump
are two
supporter against
countries
case?
on the
There's
edge
an
of
article
the
called
peninsula.
"The Secret
One known as
Bipartisan
Castile,
Campaign That Saved the
one known as
2020
Aragon.
Election," right?
And they
Which came out a
just
few
recently
weeks after
began to
the inauguration,
see, there
like
was a
February 4th,
marriage between
2021.
Ferdinand II
And
and
essentially,
Isabel I.
the Trump supporter
Though
would
their
read this
countries stayed
as basically
separate,
saying,
they
in the name
ruled
of
together,
defending
so they began
democracy,
to really
they
integrate
corrupted
into a single
democracy.
society. So Portugal was
Whether it
kind
was
of
actually vote
the
counts
third
or
wheel.
just
They were
changing
sort
all
of
the
left out
rules
of
for
the loop.
mail-in ballots and stuff.
At the
There
Pope,
were regular
with
meetings between
Alexander
the Chamber of
IV,
Commerce
even
and
called
the
Ferdinand and
AFL,
Isabella
or the
Catholic
unions.
monarchs,
In
giving
particular,
them
they admit that
papal blessing
the
to
BLM
who was
riots
invading
of
the Iberian Peninsula.
the mid-2020s were
So
actually on a string,
they
and they could
realized
say
there was
stand down.
something of
Right?
an arms
So that's
race, really
actually
a ship
that's a
race,
quote from
to
this
see who
article.
could find the
Where
best
it's like,
trading routes to get to Asia
the word went
first.
out, stand down, protect the
In
results,
any
announced
arms
that it
race,
would not be
you need
activating the entire national mobilization effort today.
You need,
Remains
of
ready
course,
to activate if
resources.
necessary.
And
Quote,
you need
those
to
are
gather
credits
those
to activists
resources
with
as
no
fast
restraint.
as possible because you
So
are always in a deficit
basically,
of
the
time
activists
against
reorganized to
whomever
protect
you're
the
having
results
this
of
arms race
protest towards
against.
the weekend of celebration.
But in addition to
So,
that, you need
point being that
daring people.
the fact that the
People
Trump
that are
supporter
willing
would
to
say,
take risks.
the fact that they could
And
tell
these
them to
risks are
stand down
usually what lead to
meant
the greatest
that
rewards and wind up
previous,
winning those arms
unrest
races.
was in part,
And that brings us, of
coordinated,
course, to
and
some
to
of
say,
the
okay,
great
so that makes it illegitimate
sailors
in a
and
different way,
explorers.
right? Plus, was one
Men with
riot
names
on
like
Jan 6 versus
Christopher
the attacks on the
Columbus.
White House and stuff, the storming of the White House in
You
2020,
know, I'd like
and
to pause here
didn't
just
actually storm the
briefly
White House, but there were
to
second fires
discuss
outside,
a little side
kind of that
topic.
stuff, right?
It's going to
So,
be about
the
names
second
and
against this is the,
pronunciation.
let's
See,
say,
Christopher
libertarian
Columbus's
slash
name
left
was not
libertarian would
actually
say,
Christopher Columbus.
do
His
we
name
really
was
want
actually, as best as we know,
giant
Cristoforo
corporations,
Colombo.
regardless of what you think
And
about Trump?
Prince Henry the
You don't have to be
Navigator's
a Trump
name
supporter.
wasn't
Do
actually
you really
Prince
want
Henry the
giant
Navigator.
corporations to be
His
determining
real
who
name
can say
was
what on the
Infante
issue?
Enrique de
And
Portugal.
if they can deplatform the
Now,
sitting president
it would
and the
be
quote, most
much more
powerful man in
difficult
the
for me to
world,
say that every time because, as
he's not the
anybody
most
out
powerful
there
man
who
in the world.
actually speaks Portuguese
fact,
could just tell, I don't speak
the
Portuguese,
quote
and I
people
don't know how
are
to
electing a
pronounce
figurehead,
Portuguese very well.
and actually
I
it's the
intend
heads
to
of
do my
networks that are
best
more powerful
about
than the heads of
things
state.
that their given
Right?
names are
That
generally
the fact
accepted to
that
be, and
the
be it
CEOs of
Spanish or
Facebook and
French or
Twitter and
Portuguese or
Google and
Dutch.
Apple
But when
and
there's a
Amazon
name that
all
has, to
made those decisions
most
at the same
people
time
in
to
English-speaking
not
countries
just
known as
deplatform
something else,
Trump
such
from
as
Twitter, which
Henry
literally
the
billions of people
Navigator
around
or
the world
Christopher
saw,
Columbus,
but
they
also
intend to use the
censor or
anglicized
stop on
version of
Facebook,
their name.
and to
Now,
have
for
Google and
example,
Apple pull
a
Parler
long
out of the
time
App
from
Store and
now in our
Amazon shut down the
chronological
back end,
history, there's going
that
to
would
be
be
a ship
corporate
called the
collusion
Cata
by
del
any other name.
Fuego.
It's actually very
The
similar
Cata
to
del
the so-called
Fuego,
business plot against
well,
FDR.
I could call
FDR
that a ship fire because
was
I really wanted to, but you see,
a
people in
complicated
history
figure.
know
who can,
that ship
in
as
some
the
ways, best be
capital
thought of
Fuego.
as
So I'm going to
the
go ahead
least
and
bad
use its
communist
given name
dictator
there.
or socialist
So,
dictator
if
of
there
the
are any
20th century.
issues you
Why?
guys have with
Because
any
he
of my
nationalized the
pronunciations of the
economy,
names I use,
repealed the
please
10th
let me know,
Amendment,
and
right?
I'll do my best
Tried
to
to
correct
pack the
them. I don't want
courts.
to be
He, sicked
offending
government
anybody
on all of his
by
enemies, from Huey Long to Andrew Mellon.
So you've got
Obviously, he interned the Japanese,
not
which shows that
exactly an
must
open
be
war,
totally a
but
good guy,
tensions
right?
are
We don't usually think
definitely
about the
high.
same
They're
guy
right
who
at
did
each
to
other's
death.
throats.
Earlier in his
Beyond
life,
that, you've got both
was the
countries, as
revolutionist
well as
when
pretty much every
he
other
led
country in Europe,
a whole
looking
Navy
for a
thing to
sea into
entrap
Asia that
gay
can replace the
sailors.
Silk Road.
And you know about this one?
And then in addition to all
Google
of that,
FDR entrapment of gay
in the
sailors.
year
Basically,
1492,
he got young men to
Spain
try to
finally,
find
after many,
folks within the
many
Navy who
years,
were gay, and then
takes the city of Grenada.
basically
and
entrap
like
them so that
oust
they
the last
be
vestige
prosecuted.
of Muslim
What
rule
have you,
in the
right?
Iberian
FDR
Peninsula.
did a lot of stuff,
So there's
but
no
fundamentally
more
nationalized
reconquest to
the
take
economy
place.
and set up
Everybody's
the
kind of
alphabet
looking
soup, is
around,
what they
seeing
called
what
it
they
at the
can do
time.
to
That's like
improve their
all these
position.
agencies or whatever.
And in that world,
in some sense, he's
in
like
was
continues like
Christopher
there's
Columbus.
been a rising trend of centralization.
Unfortunately, though, we're running short on
Lincoln
time.
centralized.
I'd really like to try to
Even
keep these
actually,
episodes under about half an
1789
hour.
was a
And
period of centralization.
Columbus and the
You know,
Spanish
like
conquest of the
Lustig, that was
Americas is a
1776,
very big
1789.
topic.
So he's on
Something
that
that
trend
I'd like
line,
to
but
be
he's
able to
definitely
give some
kind
proper
of
time.
dog
So
leg
I'm
up.
going to devote my
So
entire
the thing
episode
is that
to
because of
that.
all the losses that were
Hopefully,
flying,
though,
many folks
I've
like
given a good
Annie
picture
Schley's,
of the world that
has written
spawned
books, The
men like
Forgotten Man,
Christopher
and
Columbus
essentially her thesis
and
piece
Hernan
of many others at
Cortez.
that time, like John T. Flynn, who's this
All right.
journalist who was
Thanks
pro
for listening,
FDR, then
everybody.
was
I
against
really
him.
appreciate
Was that
it.
FDR made the
Our
Great
theme
Depression
music,
great?
as always,
Okay,
is
that
the
it
old
wouldn't have
cat
been
by
such
the
a bad
absolutely
thing without
fantastic
him
band Thriller.
mucking up the entire
If you're
economy,
enjoying
giving
this
it a
podcast, I think
significantly
it might be
recovered
right up your alley, so why don't you go
This is
over and check it out
counterfactual,
over at
which people just argue about it really angrily back and forth. You can't actually run the experiment unless you can fork the economy.
After you're done over
Right?
there, check
Just
out
like were the bailouts that are bad. I think they're bad, but how can I prove it? I think actually
follow us on
crypto
Twitter.
actually allows you in theory to do that.
Anybody have
Like
any
of course you
questions?
actually shift balances. This is a whole separate thing. You have to start to make macroeconomics more of an experimental science rather than simply arguing from authority. You could argue from experiment. Some of the virtual economy stuff that Edward Castronova has done is relevant to this. I think we can talk about that. The point is though, with FDR, there's the same because he had waged such a war on private industry at that time and justified it with this narrative long persistent experimentation, the so-called nuclear plot, where all of these captains of industry that he'd been beating up. And again, Teddy Roosevelt had also been this, the trust buster. The journalists at the time, Ida Tarbell, had gone and basically ran all these articles on Rockefeller knocking down Woodrow Wilson's signature. With FDR, the CEOs were thinking all the bad things was so terrible. There was a so-called business plot to try to take over the government and stop FDR from pushing the country in what they thought was a bad direction. Smedley Butler was a general who they recruited to try to help them with this, but he turned on them, and he went and kind of broke the whole thing open and told the Congress and so on, and so all these guys, basically the whole plot was broken up, right? Now, one way of thinking about today, or the whole aftermath of Jan 6 is the business plot was reversed because the generals and the CEOs both were against Trump, and actually the business plot happened. And now all the CEOs just they pulled pushed all the buttons that they needed to, and now the network was over the state. Okay. Now, why is that an interesting way of looking at it? Because one thing I have in the book is you can kind of think of 1950 as like ish as peak centralization. You go forward and backward in time.
Thank you for
things
listening.
decentralized. For example, and you start getting
this week
mirror
we're going to be
image
talking about
events
Christopher
that happen
Columbus
the opposite
and the
outcome.
Spanish
For example,
colonization of the New World.
1890,
I
the frontier
intended to
closes.
talk about this
1991,
topic
the
last time, however, as
frontier opens.
sometimes
1600
happens
comes
with
open
me,
for commerce.
I
Okay.
got distracted
Go
on some
backwards in
historical
time. You have the
tangents that I
Spanish flu.
found pretty
Forwards in
interesting.
time, COVID-19.
So I told myself
right?
that this week I was going to
Backwards
stay
in time,
on
you
target. I
have
was going to
the
talk about Christopher
captains of
Columbus and
industry,
not
the
let myself
robber
get
barons.
distracted.
Forwards in time, you have
So,
the tech billionaires.
naturally,
And
I'm about
there's
to talk
so
to you about
many
the Mongolian
examples of
Empire.
this. Like another one is
As
backwards
most
in
of
time.
you are probably
The
aware,
New York Times
the Mongol
allying
Empire
with Soviet
and its
Russia to
height
choke
during
out
the Middle
Ukraine.
Ages
Now
spanned
today,
most of
they
Asia,
have
the majority of
reinvented
what's now
themselves as
called the Middle
cheerleaders for
East,
Ukraine
and even parts
against
of Russia and
nationalist
Europe.
Russia, right?
There's a huge
And
amount
of course,
territory.
I think
The Mongolian
you
Empire
absolutely
was
support
massive.
Ukraine on other measures.
Now,
But it's
after
pretty
the initial
critical to the guys who
conquest, some internal
profited
strife,
from the Holocaust
civil
War,
wars, and
the
domestic
Mark Silver
struggles,
family really profited
the
from
Mongol Empire reached a
denying the
period
whole
of
war to now
relative
make
peace
themselves cheerleaders
and
for Ukraine. It's
stability.
actually the insane thing, which we could talk
There
about.
was a saying about this period of time,
Yeah.
a period in time known to historians
and a reminder
as
for
Pax
anyone
Mongolica.
who
A maiden
listens to me talk
wearing
about
a bit of
Ukraine.
gold on her head
It
could wander
is
safely
possible
through
to
the
have
world.
empathy for a nation
Now, even if that's
and not
propaganda,
be part
that
of the
kind of goes
machine
to
that
show you that at
generates
the
the
time it must
mainstream
have been a
narrative.
peaceful and
That's right.
therefore
Like basically,
prosperous time.
I was actually
The
one of
reason
the
it was
first
prosperous, as is true
Estonian
just about any other period in
presidents.
history, is
Okay.
because when
And
things are
I
peaceful,
completely understand
trade
why
is allowed to
Estonia
flourish.
and the Baltics and
In the
all these
Mongolian
countries,
Empire,
including
trade
Ukraine, that just
flourished, as
recently,
we all
in
know,
living memory, got their
along the Silk
independence
Road.
from the Soviet Empire,
We
would not
mentioned
want to
the
be
Silk Road
forcibly
last week, which
reintegrated
was, of course, the trading
into
route
a
through
place
which
they just escaped
goods
from.
got from
And
Southeast
so
Asia,
that is
areas
something which
like
is sort of
China,
outside the
through the Middle
American
East, and
left-right,
it was
tired kind
extremely
of thing,
important, and lots of people
where
were getting
when you
very,
understand
very
from that
rich
point of view,
because
right?
of this
Then there's like a
peaceful
fourth
trade
point of view,
agreement.
which is like
The Europeans were
India's
getting
point of view, or
all
like
the exotic
much of the
spices and all the
developing world,
exotic
or
goods they
what I call
needed,
parts
and
that are
the Mongol
ascending
leaders
parts of
and
ascending
the
their empire.
people
But
and
much
places
of the rest of
like
the
the
world outside
Byzantine
of
Empire,
that
the
northern
Mongols
region
held Middle
says,
East,
look,
India, China,
we're sympathetic to
essentially
Ukrainians,
everywhere that
but
the Silk Road ran
we can't
through,
allow our people to starve.
were getting
So
quite a few
we're
goods
going
in
to
return, as
maintain
well as
trade.
very, very
And
wealthy.
guess what? Actually, we've got a lot of wars
You
from
could
our
hope
neck of the woods
that
and
an
human rights
agreement in a
crises that
situation
Europe
like
just
this
didn't even
would
care
last
about.
forever.
So it can't be that
However, of
Europe's problems
course,
are the world's problems,
it's
but the
not
world's
going
problems
to.
are not Europe's problems, right?
The
So
Silk
that's like a
Road
fourth point. And
eventually
the fifth point of view is China, which is
fell
like,
into disrepute.
guess what? We're going
This
to
was
be
for
the Iran
a
of the
number of
Iraq War.
reasons.
You know,
The first,
like who won the
most
Iraq War?
important,
Iran,
you
arguably,
recall
thanks to extended
the Mongol
influence into
Empire.
Iraq, right? So China's like, guess what? We're going to
There
turn
were a
Russia
lot
into
of
our gas
root
station
causes
and
to
build a
the fall
pipeline.
of the Mongol
We're building
Empire.
this power
There
Siberia is
was a
like the
lot of
name of the
internal tension building
Eastern
between
Russia
the
pipeline,
different
just like Nord
khans
Stream
in
is
different areas that
Nord Stream
were
1 and Nord Stream 2.
struggling
I
to
think they're
find
building a
balance
new
of power.
pipeline,
But
through
one of the
Mongolia. So
biggest
Xi
ones
Jinping and
would have to
Putin and
be
the Mongolian head
Black
of
Death,
state were all photographed
the
kind of
bubonic
thumbs
plague.
upping this pipeline. We'll see if it
It
goes
struck
through,
the Mongol
but it's
Empire
ironic that
very, very hard,
Russia
very,
wanted
very early and
to
very
make
quickly.
Ukraine
I'd like to give a
their
brief
colony, but the
rundown
outcome of this war
of how
may be that
fast
Russia
the Black
becomes
Death
China's
moved.
colony. So that's at
The
least like
first
5 different
generally
perspectives, right? There's like
accepted
the
record
U.S.
of an
establishment
outbreak
perspective,
of the
there's the
bubonic plague happened in
Tucker
1334
MAGA
in
perspective,
China.
there's the
A mere
Baltics
10
and
years
Ukrainian
later, in
perspective, there's like the
1344,
Indian and
India,
poor countries perspective, and there's
Alexandria,
Chinese
and
perspective, and of
Egypt,
course there's a Russian
and
perspective.
all the way
So,
up into Constantinople, that's all the way through the
just
Middle
with respect
East,
to that, by the way,
all had
that's
reports
another
about
example
the
of
Black
history
Death.
happening in reverse.
That's essentially
This is
the whole
the
of the
Sino-Soviet
Mongol
partnership,
Empire in
except
10
this time,
years.
China's
Now,
a senior
3
partner
years
and
after
Russia's a
that, in
junior partner.
1347,
And this time they're both
Europe.
nationalists rather than communists.
A group
And
of
there's so
Genoese
many clips
sailors
like
landed in
this.
Sicily
And,
during the Black Death.
I'm going to list a
1
few
year
more
later,
actually,
in
because there's so many
1348,
of them.
the Black
Give an
Death
explanation why
reached
that
the shores of
Yes.
England.
List a few.
That's a mere
This is in the
14 years
Never Say book.
that the
It's
Black
in the
Death
chapter called
went from
Fragmentation,
Southeast
Frontier,
Asia to
Fork Turning,
southeast parts of
Futures of Our
China,
Past, right?
all
So,
the way through the Eurasian
I give this
continent to get to a little
example
tiny
of
island
like
up
a
in the very,
fluid
very northwest.
unmixing. Right, just watch this for a second.
Essentially,
Right?
all
This
of
is
Europe, all of the
from
Middle East, parts of
Not
Africa,
Every Day
and all of
Conference
Asia
and Color
was struck
Machine,
by the Black Death,
Ultra
and this
London
killed
Reversible
upwards of
Flows
50% of the
Day
population in many
2017.
places. It was
And so
devastating.
you can mix something,
Things just couldn't work
and
the
then
way they
like
had been
this thing
working
that you
forever.
don't think of as reversible,
So
you can
naturally,
unmix it,
the
which
Mongol
is
Empire
insane,
fell.
right? That it
Now,
works.
it wasn't,
Okay, the
of
physics
course,
of that situation
just the
works,
Black
right?
Death, but
So
their
all
strength
people
waned
just
when
listening
it hit.
that there is
Their strength
whatever
waned,
mixture
and
this
unfortunately
is
for the
called. This is
Mongols,
ultra laminar
the Muslim
reversible flows
peoples
is
became
obviously doing
strong.
something to do with the material.
There was a movement of resurgence
We're
against their
used
Mongol
to
overlords
mixing,
to
not being
give
a
the Muslims
reversible
self-rule.
process.
Exactly.
And that's what that shows.
This
And
movement
then
grew
the human
until
he
several
reverses
smaller
the
states
mixing
appeared,
to
and then, of course, strongmen began
So that's
to
like
coalesce
the
those
futures
smaller
of our
states
past.
into
it shows
stronger and
that
stronger
we live in
units.
the system.
It took
Well,
a little over 100
basically,
years,
there's
but in the year
some environments where
1453,
the equations are like times
the very
difference,
last vestige of
right?
what one would consider the Roman Empire,
And this is
the
one
city of
model, sort of just an
Constantinople,
interesting visual
the
model
capital
of
was
what's happening in the
Byzantium,
world as we
fell to the
re-decentralize
Ottoman
after the
Turks.
centralized century, right?
This
So
fall of Constantinople is really what I
basically,
wanted to
I
get
mentioned
to,
the Eastern
because
frontier
that
reopens
directly
back when the
affected
Western
Christopher
frontier closed.
Columbus.
Today we experience
You see,
COVID-19. Back
before
then
the
we
fall of
experienced Spanish flu.
Constantinople, the
Check
Genoese
billionaires
had
in the
been,
tapestry, right?
well,
Today,
traders
founders
for
like Alon and
Genoa
Dorsey
was a major
are
trading
starting
port
to win
that was
against
becoming
South
very,
journalists
very
back
wealthy
then.
for
Iron
many, many
Tarbell,
years
demagogues,
because of
Peter
trade
Rockefeller.
with
I
the
think
Middle East that
net
happened
founders win
primarily
this
through
time
Constantinople
versus the
around the
journalists. Back
Mediterranean.
then, the journalists won over the
But with the
founders.
fall of
Okay.
Constantinople,
Today we have
the Genoese were
currencies.
forced to
Back then we had private banking.
rethink how they were going to
Today,
make their
this is an
money.
amazing one.
Trade
We
was
have a
not panning
populist
out and
movement,
making them as much
movement of
money as
digital
they thought
gold
it would.
advocates.
So all
Back
of
then,
these
because
people who
Bitcoin
traded
maximalism
primarily on the
something where
Mediterranean
gold is
looked
becoming
around and
popular
they said, well,
because
we've got
it's
lots of
against
money,
the printing money and
we've
so
got
on.
lots of ships,
Back then,
but we're not
we
getting
had a
any goods
populist
to
movement
trade, so what are we going
against
to do
gold
with all of this
in
money
the
and
form of William
ships?
Jennings Bryan, the
The
Cross
natural
Gold Speech.
solution
Gold was
is
considered
to
a
start
tool of big business.
fitting and
Now,
financing
gold is the tool
expeditions
against big
that other
business.
people will
Big country,
undertake.
right?
Digital
Now,
gold,
Christopher
Digital gold,
Columbus
right.
was born in the year
Today we have the inflation and
1451.
cultural conflict of
2 years
Weimar-like
before
America. Back then we had the inflation
So is
of
Genoa
Weimar
changing?
Germany.
And
Say in
thusly
Weimar
all
America,
of
we have
Europe is changing
fighting
because of the
streets.
disappearance
Same,
of trade with
unfortunately,
the
in Weimar
East.
Germany.
Christopher Columbus
Peter
is
Turchin's written
growing
about,
up in
say
this
we
time
have
when
what
Europe is
Turchin
trying to
considers
figure out a new
antebellum,
identity
like
for itself.
polarization, like
He's really a
polarization.
product of that new
Back
Europe.
then, if you go further back to that, we had what we now know to be
Now I
antebellum
said just a
polarization,
second
right?
ago that
Say
Christopher
we have
Columbus
Airbnb,
was
back then
born
we had
in
Flophouse, say
Genoa.
we have Uber, back then we
This
had
is
Sushi
generally
Cats.
accepted by most
So today
historians.
we see the
However, not
transition
all
to neutral
historians
to
agree
yellow
on
journalism.
this.
Back then we saw the
There are
transition from yellow
historians
to
that
neutral
say
journalism,
that
right?
Christopher Columbus was in fact Spanish.
And today figures
Most
like
of these
Mike
historians
Levinsky,
seem to be
wrote
from
about
Spain.
China's energetic
There
and
are some that
America's
think it is
economy.
Portuguese.
But back then, Bertrand
Most
Russell
of those
actually wrote
seem
this
to be
whole
Portuguese.
long book. Actually, the
There are
mathematician
some that
Bertrand
claim he was
Russell, right?
Greek.
Wrote this whole long
In
book,
fact,
which I
one
didn't even realize
person
he wrote
claimed
about
he was
these kind of
Greek we
topics,
know was in fact Greek.
about the
I do
problem with China. And one of his observations was, again, I'm not saying this is saying he made this observation. He was saying that America was energetic and China looked high at the time. So everybody was in opium dens and so forth. Okay? More examples, one I just mentioned, where the Chinese and Russians are again lining up against the West, except this time the Chinese are the senior partner, the junior partner. Today, I think in the Second World War, will also be a third world. But this time, I think that third world might come in first. Because it's not the non-aligned movement, the aligned movement around Web3 protocols.
However, he did move to Portugal in very early in his life. Now, essentially all of Columbus's life, the
Nigeria's
Europeans had been looking
has the first type
for a sea
unicorn,
route to Asia.
and I'm investing there.
Christopher Columbus was a man,
And I think
and he was earning
it's one of
his
these things
chops
where
at a time when
China's
all the
risen,
mariners that
India's
he
like about
was
10
working
years
under
behind.
respected
China, but I think
talk
this
about
is
things like,
the
well, what's the
Indian
best
decade
way to get to Asia
and
now?
back to
Oh,
that point.
did you hear about that
But
piece of
there's
news
absolutely,
that they found about
as
how
far
to
as
get
the
to
light
Asia?
Africa, I mean, it's a
And
huge
so this was
continent.
probably
Now,
part
it's
of
like
his
the more behind
entire
you
life.
are, the more behind you
There were
are,
other European
the more
explorers
opportunity
who
you have
had
to
thought about
sometimes,
going
that's right. And
west
Pesa,
through
classic
the
example where they
Ocean
did
Sea,
this
what
in
we now call
East
the Atlantic
Africa,
Ocean,
but
to
I
get
think
to
there's
the
more
Indies.
possibility there.
So what is
There is a common
the fact
misconception that people at the time thought the Earth was flat, and I'd just like to go ahead and nip
It's
that
a
in the
history,
bud.
right?
People
What
at
is
the
that?
time did
How
not
does
think
that
the Earth
take
was
us
flat.
from
The Church did not think the Earth was flat.
from
Essentially,
the
anybody who had any
yeah.
learning at
different
all
perspective?
knew the
You
Earth
took the
was
libertarian
round.
perspective.
This was true not only of the Europeans
It
of this
doesn't
era,
really matter.
but the Romans
Yeah,
and
because
the ancient
libertarian
Greeks and the
perspective,
Chinese and basically anybody who had any sort of seafaring
it's a really good
experience
idea
under
to
their
have
belt.
total corporate power
This
against
misconception
the quote
that
elected
people at the time
government,
thought the
even
Earth
if
was flat
you may
probably
disagree.
comes
You want to open the
originally
door
from
to total,
a Washington
corporate
Irving
oligarchy.
biography of
And it's like
Christopher
the opposite. That's what I
Columbus,
mentioned. It's
published
like the
in
opposite of business
1828,
policy. And they
that
pulled on that.
claimed
Okay.
that the Catholic Church denounced the
The
belief that the
macro
Earth was round
explanation
and
that
that
I have
Christopher
for
Columbus
this
must
future
be a
of capacity
heretic for
system, there's
doing
more.
so.
It also gives
Which
some predictions,
I can't
right?
say for certain, but
You go
coming
backwards
from
in
an early
time,
American
the US
writer, there was a strong
federalizes
anti-Catholic sentiment
into
in those
many
early
individual
years
states.
of
Like
the
before the
American
Civil
Republic.
War,
So
people said the
that
United
may
States
have been
are,
about
and after
propaganda
they said the
to talk
United
about
States
how
is.
foolish the
Before
Catholics were not
FDR,
to
the
know
10th
that you could
Amendment
find your
reserved
way
rights of
around
the
the
states.
world.
Afterwards, it was just
Considering
federal regulation.
that the
As you
ancient
go forward
Greeks,
in
the ancient
time,
Romans,
you're
the ancient
seeing
Chinese, and
states
basically
break away from
everybody
that
since
on
people started sailing on the
gun
oceans
laws,
knew that the
drug
Earth was
laws,
round.
right?
The
Sanctuary
next time
cities,
that
okay?
you're on Twitter
Many
and
other
some
kinds of
celebrity
things.
starts
And
giving you
now
this
Florida,
flat
for
earther
example, has
nonsense,
its
you should
own
just go ahead
guard
and
that's like
unfollow
not
them. And then,
a national
after
guard,
you're
but like a
done with
state
that,
guard.
why
Other
not go
cities,
over to the
other
Pirate
states
History
are doing this.
podcast at
And that's the force of
Flycast and follow them.
saying
You're going to get much better
Yes.
information.
in reverse.
In reverse, right? So you're
Christopher
having
Columbus is
make American
sailing
states
under other captains.
Right.
There are many
Okay,
captains and many
that's what
explorers
I
that
think
are trying
happened,
to
right?
find the
But
sea
I'm not
route
saying
to
well,
Asia
I
or
think
go
there's aspects of
west.
that are good. There's aspects
Most
that are
of
bad.
those expeditions
But
never returned,
like
and a
that's
few
kind
that
of
did
the angle,
came
right?
limping back into port
But then
months later,
I mean,
most of the
from
senior
your
dead,
perspective,
the very few that were alive barely surviving.
that's not.
It's part of the future.
For
Let's just say,
anybody that
whether
I think you just have to
be they naval
suggested all kinds
officers
of ways
or
to build
nobility or
countries.
even royalty,
I think that's probably
it was a
one
huge
of them.
expense and a great
That
risk. And
micro countries.
the way that most of them saw it, the history of the guy
it's not my
traveling
idea.
west
I
into
actually
the
think
ocean
the
sea
better term is
was an
micro
even
states,
more
because they're actually
foolish
not nations.
expenditure
That's
that
why
would
they don't
almost
work. But
certainly
micro
lose
states
them
are better,
lots
right?
of money and perhaps a
Coming
ship
back to
or
the
two.
difference between the nation and the state.
So
The
you
nation
can
is like
imagine how hard a time Columbus
the
must
nation
have had
state
finding
is a term
anybody
that
to
people use
finance an
without expanding
expedition.
it. The nation comes
At
from
the
some
time,
root word is like
people were
natality.
scrambling
So it's
all
like common
across
descent,
Europe to get
common birth,
financing to
right?
find
Common origin, like the
perhaps
Japanese
safer
nation.
routes to
That's a
Asia.
group of people that
In
come down
1488,
from history, right?
Bartholomew Diaz rounded the Cape
Yeah,
of Good
whereas
Hope
the
in the
state is like the
southern tip of
administrative
Africa,
layer above it. It's
which
like
was
labor
the
and
first
capital.
stepping
It's like
stone
labor
to
and
finding
nation.
the
Okay, the
most
American
feasible
state
sea route to
he stood
Asia.
over the
So anybody
Japanese
who
nation
thought that
in
west was the
1946
way to go
after.
had to move faster and
So you
faster.
weren't talking about traditionally, that.
Columbus scrambled all
Tradition,
through
but
Europe trying
like,
to find financing.
I thought
He
you
went to
meant
England,
nation
he
as a
went to
thing that
France, he
carries
tried
across
Portuguese,
generations.
and nowhere does he find
Tradition as a
anybody who
culture and
was.
so on.
But
State is
finally,
just a matter
in
of
Spain,
the layer.
I mean, that's
the
also
Catholic
another
monarchs,
thing,
Ferdinand
right?
and Isabella,
Reverse was
were
there as well. Okay.
Yeah.
somewhat more.
So I mean, one way of thinking about it is,
As the
one
Reconquista
nation
drew to a close,
under God, indivisible, is no longer true.
Reconquista was
It
the
is
reconquest
America is
of
at
the
least
Iberian
two nations,
Peninsula
the
from the
Democrat and
Caliphate of
Republican,
Cordoba.
in the sense of their
As
own
it drew to a
cultures,
close, the
where I can
Catholic
show you
monarchs
graph
were able
after
to turn
graph,
their
you see the
mind towards
polarization graphs.
more
I can show you network diagrams where, there's this graph of polarization in Congress where there's red and blue, they're separate things. There's this article from 2017 showing how shares on Facebook are just separate subgraphs, they're just separate graphs. Pulling apart. Those are two nations. They're not under God because people in the U.S. don't want to believe you've got. And they're very much divisible
lust
because
for converts, as well as the
96%
lust
of
for
Democrats won't
riches
marry
and the
Republicans in a high percentage
lost
anyway.
treasures of the
And
Orient.
in one what that means is in one
These are all
generation,
almost
ideology becomes
equal
violent.
measure, so
These
it
become
left the
ethnic
Catholic
groups.
monarchs
It
as
takes on
well
the
as the
character
court
of
nobility
groups that see you're
pretty
Protestant,
open
Catholic,
for
Sunni,
perhaps
and
more
Shia. It's
risky
not about
adventures.
ideology. If you think about all the
It
flips
should be
during
noted
COVID, right?
that
Where
Isabella
people were
was
on
a
one
bit
side
less
versus the other side. It's
conservative
tribal.
than
It's just
Ferdinand,
tribe on
and
tribe.
her
And so it's
openness
not
to some of
universalist.
these
The identity
suggestions
of
for these
American
more
makes
dangerous
less
ventures,
sense to the identity
as
of
well as
Democrat
more
Republican
open
right
to the
now.
counsel of
Or
some of
perhaps
her
the individual states.
religious
What I think that's
advisors
a good or
and
bad thing, I
clerks.
think that's unfortunately, or
In her
whatever it
stellar
is, the arrow
History
of
of the
history,
Caribbean,
right?
Empire's
On the opposite
Crossroads,
side of things,
historian
India
Harry
has
Gibson
actually
gives
was
a much
560
better account of
states
these
at
court
the time there
advisors,
was
as well as the
unification.
mindset of Ferdinand and Isabella.
From 1947 to 1947, when we got
Quote,
independence from the British,
many
it was
were not
560
persuaded by
states.
his
Most people don't know
proclamations,
the part.
but
They got
Columbus did
Berkeley,
manage to
outside
convince
India,
two friars in
got
Andalusia,
unified into a
Juan
republic
Perez
of
and
1950.
Antonio de Marchena,
And India
of
is
the era
like
of Isabella,
actually
and
a
could give
modern
him
created.
credibility
India is
in
like
court.
Europe. It's kind of like the European
She
Union in the
continues,
sense that
the
we
Catholic
didn't have a
monarchs
unified
were
India in
both
the past.
enticed
It
by
was
the riches of the
a lot of
East,
different
which could
countries
also
like
help to recoup the losses of
throughout South
Hyderabad.
India, or like
They
Gujarat
too
and
would have known
Lebanon,
the
were
stories of
synchronous.
Marco Polo and the work of
Finland
the
and
Jesuit
Spain.
missionaries who had traveled a
But
long road
India
to
has
the east
moved in the
and
direction
made
of much
reciprocal
more
back to
unification,
Europe.
like much
They would
more,
have been delighted at the prospect of their newly united and
centralization
powerful
and what
kingdom
have
of
you.
Castile
Whereas
and
the U.S. is
Aragon,
decentralized.
making its presence known among other
A few more
non-free
things
peoples.
are flips, and I'll finish
It was
this.
almost
Today we're
too
seeing the
tempting
rise
to
of Sudan
resist
as founder
the
and
gold
startup
and the
societies
spices of the
back
Orient,
all the way back
as
in
well
the
as new
1770s. You saw
people's
Sudan
right
as
for
founder of startup
conversion.
countries, like the U.S., right? By those papers.
Despite the
Today
backing
we're
of
seeing
the
so
two
far
friars that had
unsuccessful calls
Isabella's
for
ear,
multi seizures
the
in the U.S.
rest of the
Back
nobility
then
at
we
court
saw
didn't exactly share
FDR's
the same
Executive Order
confidence in
612, which was a
Columbus.
successful seizure of gold.
Columbus believed
I
that
expect
the
we
earth
may
was
see
much
something
smaller
like that
than
in
it
the
actually
seizure of
is.
digital gold.
He had
And I think
calculated the
that'll be
distance
one of the
between
things
Spain
that
and his
individual
intended
states like
destination of
Florida or
Japan,
Texas may not
which was called
force
at
that.
the time
I think that's actually the
Champagny.
kind of thing
I believe
where
I
you can
pronounced
see,
that at least close to correctly,
like a breakup
as
potential in the future, right?
2,400
One other thing
miles
that kind of
between
rhymes
Spain
is,
and
in many
Japan.
ways, like the modern U.S. establishment.
In reality, the distance
The
is closer
story
to
that you hear is the
10,600
victories in
miles, which
1945 and
some of the
1865
more learned
legitimate
men
the
in
current
Isabella's
establishment.
court
That
had
is, beat the
calculated
Nazis,
much
beat the
more
Confederates,
closely.
right? So they beat
However,
the
that really didn't
ethnic
bother
nationalists abroad,
Isabella.
and they beat
She
the
decided to
quote
put her
secessionists
faith
at
in
home, right?
Columbus. There were
And
many reasons
the
that
ethnic
this
nationalists
might be the case.
were,
It's
Aryan
possible
Nazis,
that it
and
was
the
just
secessionists were,
bravado. Spain was
slave
doing
owners and against
incredibly
freedom.
well,
And
and
so
perhaps she
okay?
believed
I'm
that
not
anything
disputing
that
that. I'm just
undertook
saying that
would
that's just like
succeed.
the way
Perhaps it
people
was
think about it.
religious belief.
There's a
Now,
possibility. I'm
these
not
two
saying it's 100%
friars
at all.
believed in
Okay?
Columbus,
But
and
if you're a sci-fi writer,
anything that they seemed to be doing was going
there's a
well, so
possibility
perhaps
that
God had her back
the
as well.
U.S. loses to
Or
the ethnic
perhaps there was a
nationalists
more
abroad,
emotional reason for
except
it.
this time they're Chinese
Isabella
communists,
was, after
non-white
all, the
communists, as opposed to
grandniece of Henry
Aryan
the
Nazis,
Navigator.
which seemed like the total opposite.
With
Okay?
Isabella's backing,
And
he finally had the
there's a
will to
possibility
support
that
the Navy,
there
and
is
was able to get his three
a
famous ships, the
financial
Nina, the
secession
Pinta, and
at
the
home,
Santa Maria,
where
as well as
it's,
the funds
Bitcoin
to
maximalist
supply his
states
ships and pay his
that
sailors.
are advocating
So,
for freedom. The
on
opposite.
August 3rd, 1492, Columbus
Say?
set sail. The first leg of his journey was well known.
Oh boy,
He
that's
stopped at
dark.
the Canary Islands to
You're
restock
you're
his
looking
supply.
for major things in
When he
history
was
that
done
don't
there,
yet
he finally
have
sailed,
a
due
Cognate
west,
going forward.
into the
Right?
unknown.
and that's a nice way to think about
By all accounts, it was an easy journey. They
It
had
is only one
over-provisions
mod,
just in
and
case,
any mental
and the
mod
winds
or
appeared to be
superman.
with
That's why I say
them.
as a sci-fi scenario, it's like a
Regardless,
scenario one
the
could
sailors on
conjure,
the Santa Maria
where
were beginning to
the
get
new
nervous.
version has. I mean,
I imagine
the
all
Chinese
sailors
scientists do
were
not
beginning
think
to
of
get nervous.
themselves
You see,
as
all of the men
Aryans,
who had
right?
attempted this voyage before this
But
and
they are
returned to
ultranationalists.
Europe had not
And
sailed as
the
far
Hitler
as the
comparisons
moon
people
these
talk
three
about Hitler,
ships
and
had.
like
They knew they
Saddam
were
is who Hitler. Everybody's
essentially
Hitler.
uncharted and unknown waters, and
If there is
getting
a
now instead
comparison
one of
to
the most
quote
powerful
Nazi Germany,
motivating
it is
factors in the human psyche.
CCP China
And
in a
this
sense.
manifested
Why?
itself on
They
Columbus's
are
journey on
non-English
October
speaking
6th.
manufacturing
The sailors on the
powerhouse
Santa
with
Maria
a massive
attempted to meet
military
him.
build out under one
However,
leader
their fears were
that
put
is
to
a
rest because one
genuine
of the
pure
other ships had
competitor
seen birds
to the
just
U.S. on
above
many
them,
dimensions, and in
and
fact,
birds
exceeding on some dimensions of technology
so they knew
right?
they were close to land.
That is like the problem is it's a boy who cried wolf. People say this a zillion times, right?
October 12th,
And
1492,
that is like I'm not saying this by the way crucially.
First act they did was
it's like
to plant a flag
I think
with
China
the Royal
is
Cross of Spain,
very
as well as
complicated,
letters F
and
and Y,
there's hundreds
started
of
from
millions of people.
Ferdinand and Isabella.
Probably half of China
Isabella was at the
disagrees
time
with the current
sometimes
ultra
called
nationalist
Hawaii.
kind of thing, right? And so I kind of hate it when
Columbus had read the works of Marco Polo.
innocent Chinese
He also
people
read the works
abroad
of
or whatever
several
are
other
just like
missionaries and
attacked
explorers
on
and
the
traders that
basis
had
or what have
traveled
you.
to the
Plus,
east, so he
the other thing is that
had
many Chinese
some
people say,
idea
well,
of
look,
what to expect.
relative to
I'd like to give you a
where
little
we
bit of
were
an idea
when
of what he
the
was
Deng
expecting
took
by
over
reading
in
out of Marco
1978.
Polo's
We built up
journals.
the entire country.
Of
We're
course,
not starving to death
there
anymore.
is gold
The
there
West
in
wants to
various
recolonize
abundance,
us.
but the monarch does
I
not
understand where
easily
that's coming from.
permit it
That's
to
why
be
you want to
taken
be able
away
to
from the
argue people
island,
folks.
and
With
consequently
that
few
said,
traders go there, and rarely do ships Massachusetts, where
there's
other
one huge
regions line that
difference,
its
right?
borders.
Which is Nazi
The
Germany
Caribbean
was
has
like
a
70
large
million
plaza,
people,
a very fine gold
and
roof,
the U.S.
and
was
narrow
150
UTV
million,
line
Soviet
stretches
Union was
through
150
land.
million, and the UK
The
was like 50
windows of
million.
this
So they were
plaza are
outnumbered
all
like
covered with
5 to
gold,
1.
and the pavement in the halls of many rooms is covered
China
with slabs of
outnumbers the
gold which
US
are 2 fingers thick.
4 to 1.
There are also many
This is
precious
gonna be a
stones, and
fun
for this
century.
reason, the island of Chonhagen
Things
is
are gonna get
marvelously
under
rich.
this model.
Under this model, things are going to be potentially crazy. Plus,
Can you
people are like,
imagine
oh, I think
how
this
it's
is,
that rich? A
again, I
palace
have nothing
with a sea
personal.
made of gold, slabs of
There's
gold
this guy
3
Peter
inches
Zion who
thick
writes
lining
these
the
books,
floors,
right?
and so rich that the
I
windows
probably agree with about
themselves
20 or
are turned to
30%,
gold.
but I disagree with a lot of the rest.
I'm sure
And a bunch
fear
of it is
and
basically
could, in
about
their wildest dreams,
how
fall
China's really
into
weak and
size.
America's really strong,
Some of
and
the
the rest
privileged
of the world is
race that
screwed.
will
And
maybe saw the people of the
I
Orientals
think
because they didn't
there's
respect
absolutely
their
problems in
wealth
China,
as they should.
and like the current
Unfortunately for
management is
Columbus,
actually
though,
messing a lot of things up.
the
We can
island
talk
that
about
he
that.
landed on, which he christened
But I do
San
think that
Salvador, didn't
the U.S.
have
is
any
like fighting its
palaces
back.
made of gold. Didn't
So
have any
one thing,
palaces at all.
Zion will
In
talk
fact,
about
had
is
no
how
structures.
America has this blue water navy, all
Didn't
the
see
aircraft
any
carriers,
except
and
for
China has
just a
nothing.
few
It's
naked
duckboat
Indians.
because well, China ships
At
things
this
all around
moment,
the world,
expecting to see
right?
the
It
riches of
probably
the Orient,
has
it
one of
happens
the
to be one of the
most
most confusing
active
times in
fleets
Columbus's
out
life.
there in terms of
You see,
this commercial
Columbus
shipping.
took the works of Marco Polo to heart.
And
He
in
believed
terms
in
of
these
building
palaces
ships,
made of gold.
here's a quote:
So
China's
it
merchant
must have been of
shipbuilding
some
industry is the
comfort to
world's
him that
largest,
despite
still
the
more than
fact
23
that
million
there
gross
were
tons
no
of shipping
lavish
in
peoples or
2020.
lavish
U.S.
palaces
yards
around,
built a mere 70,000
well, there
tons.
was
The same
another
year
note
logistically
that
averaged
Columbus
something
made
like
in his
20,000.
journals about
That
a
is
passage from
100 to
Morocco,
300x
which I'd
ratio
like to
just in
continue to
shipping.
write.
Pretty much everything else
Quote,
you can find
the
in
number
this
of islands in
is
the
like
world
that.
is so
Okay,
numerous that no
we're not
living
talking
being
like
could recount
2x.
all of their
We're talking
qualities.
they
So
can
the
put together a
sailors and
subway
pilots of
station
those
in
regions
9
affirm.
hours
And
with
from what is known from
prefab,
the sea charts and
and
from observing
the
the
U.S.
compasses
takes
of the Indian
3
Sea,
years.
there are
Okay,
1,378
when you have
islands
a
of reef in
1,000x
the sea,
difference in the physical
and all,
world,
they say, are
the
inhabited.
reason the U.S. was
And so
going
Columbus
against
was undaunted. He
Nazi
decided to
Germany
move on
in a
with
serious fight
exploration
is
of what
they
he
had this
firmly
giant
believed were
manufacturing
the
plant
Indians.
that was
He
overseas,
explored some
and
more
they
of
just
the Bahamian islands a bit,
outproduced,
but his
right?
first
And they
major
supplied the
find
Soviets
was
all those
Cuba.
levels, and the Soviets
He was heard to have
talked
said
about
of
how they
Cuba
would not
that
have
it
won
was
the war
larger than England and
without the
Scotland
Americans. People
taken
are like,
together,
oh, the
which
Russians,
it's
fought the
not.
Germans.
However, Cuba is
The
a very
Russians,
big
armed
island,
by
so
Americans,
Columbus may be
fought the
forgiven for making
like
such a
it's the
statement.
Soviet Union. They're not
His
actually
next
able to
major
make
find,
high quality
the
stuff.
island that will be
There
known as
obviously are
Hispaniola.
individual
To quote
people
Columbus
in
again,
Soviet Russia who were innovative. Right? I'm not
Hispaniola
taking
is
that
a
away.
miracle. Mountains and
There's a
hills,
tradition of
plains and
amazing. I
pastures
just
are
don't
both
be like
fertile and beautiful.
there's
The
individual
harbors are
Russians who
unbelievably
obviously I
big.
admire
There are
Mendeléev,
many wide rivers which the majority
Novgorod,
contain gold.
and so there's
There are
amazing
many
Russian
spices
sites.
and great
I'm not
mines of
saying
gold
that.
in
I
other
mean, in
areas.
general,
Columbus
from
continues.
Buddhist
Its
books like
inhabitants
yourself
and
that
those of all the
criticize
other islands
communism,
that I saw or
it's too
learned about
easy to
always go
say
back as the day they were born,
nothing
except that some
communism
women
is
cover their
good,
private parts with a
which
leaf or
of
spray
course is
foliage,
not
or
true.
a piece of
Yes.
common
A lot of
cloth
other
So I'm
they
gonna
make
people
for that purpose.
and a lot of even there's a lot of
The
amazing
very
people
reason
that created.
yeah.
the
So they
Silk
have some
Road is
amazing
named the Silk
mathematicians,
Road
amazing scientists,
is not
right?
because of the
However,
spices and not
Great
because of the
branding,
china and not because of the
right?
exotic goods or the
Yeah,
drugs.
The branding is
It
stellar.
is because
Nazi
this,
Germany too, excellent
which was
branding.
one of the most
With the
hotly
flag and
contested
so
and
on,
important commodities
excellent.
brought from the
So,
East to Europe.
uh,
Europeans had
and there
heavy
in terms
taste
of
for silk, and they
compliments.
knew that
yeah.
it came
Well,
from
actually, they
what they
copied a lot of stuff from each other. Like there's this
So you would think
movie called The Soviet Story.
that
It basically
Columbus would
shows
see
a
these
lot of
natives
Nazi and
going
Soviet
naked,
propaganda things next to each
not
other, and you
clothed
can
in
see guys
silk,
almost in like the same
not
pose.
wearing gold
It's almost
jewelry,
like
and having no
you know
palaces
how
of the
AI went through like
lavish
style
luxury
transfer.
that he had been
You
led
can
to
almost
expect.
see because the socialist
You would
realism
think that some
style, like the
part,
muscular,
maybe
brawny
buried
worker,
deep inside
very
his
similar
soul,
to like the
think
style of Arnie
maybe
and
it
Superman.
hadn't found it.
Like pointing at the
Maybe it
vermin
found
or
something
whatever.
And then there's the
entirely
crappy open
new.
source version that tries to copy, which
But
is
for Columbus's
misleading.
part,
Yeah,
he would
That
never
just like
ever admit
that
to
does
the
the same
rest of his
exact
life
thing, but does it kind of
that what
shitty.
he had found
right.
was in fact
So
the
my main thing
Caribbean,
about this is basically
and
that
not, as he
trying to
believed,
fight your factory
the Indian Ocean.
in the physical world is probably not going to work.
Near
People
Christmas Day,
are, I think,
1492,
overconfident on this
the
stuff.
Santa Maria
right?
ran aground.
With that said, I think we want
Columbus
to, at
decided
all,
that
you
since
know,
the
the
Santa
future is
Maria
not
was
yet
not
determined,
seaworthy and
right?
they
At
didn't
all
have a
odds,
space
you know,
outboard as an
want to
obtrusive
avoid
to
a
keep
hot
everybody
war
home
between, like, I
to
mean,
leave a
a hot
garrison
war
of
between the U.S. and China
39 soldiers
would be.
on the island on which it ran aground.
Do you think it's possible?
He commanded these
We're doing these things
soldiers
like
to
Pelosi going to
establish a
Taiwan
gold
and
mine, and due
trying to
to
cause
the
something.
proximity to
Like,
Christmas,
look, again,
they
this is one
named
of
the
these things which
settlement
is complicated because
Navi Day.
obviously, if
I'd
there's
like to
more than
ask,
one perspective on this, right?
if
Again,
you
you've got the U.S.
were left
establishment, the U.S.
with
conservative,
38 other
the
people
Taiwanese perspective,
in
the
an
Chinese
alien
perspective,
land
all the bystanders
with
are
no
there.
way
There's
to
more than
provide
one
for
perspective
yourself,
on this, okay? If you're,
do you
you
think
know,
that
one of
between
China's
the
main
hours that you
neighbors,
spent hunting and the
you
hours that
look
you
at
spent
China with
fishing and
apprehension.
foraging for
Like
food,
Vietnam, for
as
example,
well
sort
as
of fallen
building a
into,
much-needed
or
shelter,
not fallen into, is
would you
partnering with
have
India
time
because
personally
they're
to begin
hugely
mining for
apprehensive of
gold?
China. China's not making
I
like
don't
great
think
friends
you
with
would.
its neighbors. It's kind of, you
So
know,
it's likely
demonizing
that the
Japan. It's
implied
so
directive
ultranationalist
Columbus gave to his
nowadays.
men
And so if you're Taiwanese, you're like, yeah, I do not want to be under the Chinese surveillance state. I completely understand that. Some people are pro-reunification, others aren't. There's more, trend, in some ways for independence. Okay, fine.
But there's also an increasing temperature across the entire world. As we sit here today, there's speeches by Vladimir Putin about the serious possibility of a nuclear war, and that escalates kind of the heat in the room of geopolitics.
It escalates the heat, of course, right? And the thing is, people have this belief that because something hasn't happened, it won't happen or can't happen. But like, there were a lot of measures people took during the Cold War to make sure nuclear exchange didn't happen. The whole mutually assured destruction thing and communicate that out, and like the balance of terror. There were smart guys on both sides who thought through this, and there were near misses, right? There, like there's the story about like the Soviet colonel who didn't order a nuclear strike because he thought it was just like an error in the instrument strategy. Okay, what's the point? The point is, for example, Pelosi going to Taiwan, that didn't strengthen Taiwan. That didn't like that. If you're going to go and provoke China, I thought Scholar Stage had a good point, which is you should, if you're actually going to do it, then you strengthen Taiwan with like huge battalions of like arms, material, and you make them a porcupine. Instead, her kind of going and landing there and humiliating China and then flying back in the middle of a hot war with Russia, that's absolutely, in the middle of an economic crisis or whatever. It just can you pick battles or whatever, right? It's like you don't have to fight Russia and China at the same time. It's like kind of insane to do that, okay? Plus, even with Ukraine, some people are like, oh, this was like a victory for U.S. military policy or something. There's a guy who I'm trying to beat him up with, and he's like, this is in March. Threat on U.S. security systems in Ukraine. It's working. Ukraine might be one of the biggest successes of U.S. security systems. The reason is, U.S. didn't focus on some high-end shiny objects, but core military tasks that focus should be made. And it's like, how is this a success? The West gave massive arms to Ukraine only after the invasion, but not enough before to deter. And now Ukraine is like this Syria-like battleground with, 1 million refugees or whatever the number is, right? Their country's blown to smithereens, thousands of people dead, whatever $1,000 gas in Europe, like 10x energy, radicalized Russians, the threat of World War III or even nuclear war, shooting somebody that's not like the point of the military. The point is, there's a million ways to smash a human into pieces and, unleash the blood-drenched tides, right? And people are shooting each other. It's really hard to maintain stability. That's what competence is. It's deterrence and stability, right? It's not like a success in any way. It's like an absolute tragedy for everybody involved. Right?
Yeah, I mean, deterrence, of course, is the number one thing, but there's a lot to be said there. But I'm a huge not fan of declaring victories as to what was possible if he was great at another language.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about this is the whole mission accomplished thing during
Mission accomplished is what I mean.
Exactly. Mission accomplished was obviously, the thing is, Russia lives next door to Ukraine. And so, just like Iraq lives next door to Iran, and Afghanistan is next door to Pakistan, and so if the U.S. eventually gets tired of it and leaves, those guys are next door, right? And so, who knows what's going to happen here, okay? But one of the problems is, like, the whole Afghanistan thing or the Iraq thing is, the lesson for people was the uncertainty. They're like, is the U.S. going to fight? Don't know. Will the U.S. win if it fights? Don't know. Therefore, roll the dice. That uncertainty is itself, like, tempting to folks, like Putin. So, the point is, coming all the way back up, we were talking about how history futures our past, and FDR, like, there's a plot, FDR failed, but, like, the tech companies were able to deplatform Trump, right? And the left libertarian would say, we want that much corporate power, okay? And so we gave the for case for Trump deplatforming, protecting democracy, the Trump supporter case against, which is on the secret history of the shadow campaign, the 2020 election, we see that on the left libertarian and libertarian case against. And then, to me, what is, like, I am more sympathetic to the libertarian slash left libertarian against, and then also maybe the fourth group, which is the non-American case, right? Which is to say, every, AMLO is he was the, head of state of Mexico, I think, at that time, okay? AMLO, Macron, other
and he
folks,
spoke of
everybody
two
who's watching
opinions:
this around the
the
world
Taino, who were
basically
known as
saw,
peaceful,
let's
friendly
say,
people,
U.S.
and the
establishment or
terrorists from whom the
Democrat-aligned
Caribbean
folks
takes its
just
name, who were
decapitate,
said to be a violent and warlike
the head of
people.
state
There was also mention of
digitally,
people
right?
called the
Like,
Arawaks, which is
gone,
typically today
and they're like,
because
well,
most
if they can
people
do
still
that in
describe the
public
native peoples of
to
the
the
Caribbean,
U.S.
but
president, who's
really
ostensibly the
all
most
of these
powerful man in
names
the
were
world,
borrowed
what does
from
the
native
Mexican
peoples,
president
but
stand against that?
taken and twisted so that
Nothing,
none of them
right?
accurately
Like,
represent
these
the people
U.S. media
of the
corporations,
era.
U.S. tech companies are so
Now,
insanely
Karen,
powerful.
in addition
Everybody's
to
on
being
Twitter or what
violent
have
and
you, other
warlike,
than China, leaving
were
them
known to
aside. They've got their
practice
own
a
booth system.
much
If
darker
somebody
way of
tried to
life.
deplatform
They were said to be
Xi Jinping
cannibals.
off of Sina
Being
Weibo, they'd probably
cannibals,
just
of
fall through a
course,
trapdoor.
was against the rule of
Their whole
God
family,
and
right?
against
But
the rule of
for
man,
the rest of the world,
and
it's on
so
that
horrified
is
the Taino
hosting
people
their
for
business, their
extermination.
politics on these U.S.
Now,
tech
this is
companies. They're
important
like,
because a further
regardless
distinction
of
is
whether
that
it was
the people of
justified
the
on
greater
this guy,
entities, the larger
that
islands
means
in the
they will do
Caribbean,
it to anybody.
and
Now,
also
the
such
seal
as
is broken.
Cuba,
Just like this
Venezuela,
bailouts,
and
as
Puerto
exceptional
Rico,
as they were in the first
well,
year,
those
we were
people were said
shocked
to be the
by them.
friendly
Then
and
they became
peaceful
the
Tainos,
policies.
whereas
And now
the
these
Karens lived
bailouts
on the
happening,
smaller islands of
every single
Bahamas
bill
and
is printing
elsewhere.
another whatever $1 billion or
And if it
something
was
like
God's
that.
right to
Can I ask
completely
on your
exterminate these people,
thoughts and advice
well, then
on
it
this
became much
topic?
easier for the Spanish to set up bases and
If
settlements on these
I
smaller
or
islands
anyone would
without
have a
having any
conversation with
pain
Donald
of the
Trump,
natives. And of
first of
course,
all,
this
should
distinction
one do
is
so?
total nonsense. To say
And
everybody in
if
the Caribbean
so,
at the
how
time
do you do
fell
it?
into
It
one of two
may not
categories, well, that's
necessarily
just
be Trump. It could
ridiculous.
be
I mean,
other
if I
people
say
like
that
Putin and
all
Xi
Native
Jinping
Americans
and
are the
so on.
same, and
Let's say
the
people
Cherokee,
that
being
are
a
censored,
civilized
like
and
people
native
that
tribe, were very
platforms in
similar to
general
the Inca, who were
see
a
as dangerous.
civilized native
Hitler,
tribe, and of
you could
course,
go.
their cultures were
We keep
vastly
bringing it
different,
up.
almost
Of course, that's the ultimate
unrecognizable to each
atheist,
other.
right? In the sense
These
of
cultures all
that
saw
saying like
themselves
something
as
must be
separate
done.
from
This
their
is
neighbors.
something, therefore
They,
it
of
must
course,
be
had
done, right?
contact and trade and occasional warfare, but they were an entirely different tribal entity.
Right.
And so,
Love it.
So
what Dr.
I don't
Alvarez
think.
said
Can I just
was
use that as an
merely
explanation with
an
confidence in our
excuse
behavior?
for the
Yeah, sure.
Spanish to
There
be
you go.
able to
Right.
do
Something must
whatever
be
they
done.
wanted
This is
in the
something,
Caribbean.
therefore must be done.
Therefore, this must be done. So
However,
that
it's
is
entirely possible
like
that
to
cannibalism
all
did
kinds of
actually
regulations, all
take
kinds of things
place,
are kind of justified.
not along these
There's a
falsified racial
version
or
of that
tribal
which
boundaries,
is
but
punch
where a
Nazi.
French missionary
I
first
decide
came
who's
to the
Nazi.
Caribbean in
You're a Nazi.
1693 was
Therefore,
quoted
I
as
punch
saying,
you. And then
quote,
Yeah,
"I
and
also know
like people say,
that
oh,
it is quite true
people
that
are
when the
calling
English and
Israelis,
French first
like
settled in the
these
islands,
things,
many
right?
men of both nations were
And
killed,
so
who conned and
the
eaten by
problem
the
with
carriers.
argumenting ad
But
hominem
this was due to the
is
inability of the
it just
Indians to take
I mean,
revenge on
people
the
will say
Europeans
Obama's a
for their
Nazi. They're going to
injustice
say
and
everybody's a
cruelty,
Nazi,
and
right?
it was
but
done
there is
with
a
a
social
heat
consensus
rage,
about
not custom.
who, let's
End
set
quote.
Nazis aside, but
In addition,
who is dangerous to
the desire
society.
of the
Okay,
Spanish to
but now let's talk
conquer
about that.
Caribbean
All right, so
islands without
basically, I
having
think a more
any
interesting
fear of
example
natives,
than
there
Hitler
was
in
another
this
reason
context
that
is
they decided
Herbert
it was
Matthews.
okay to exterminate
So Fidel
entire
Castro,
islands full of human
before he
beings.
became the communist dictator of
That was what
Cuba,
they found
was on the
when
run.
they returned
He was like
from
Osama bin Laden at the
Oneida.
time. He was like a terrorist that the Cuban regime had
When they showed
seemingly
up at
defeated.
the first European
And what Herbert
settlement to
Matthews
the
did is he got an
Americas,
intro to him. He
it was
went to
quiet.
the, place where he was
It
hiding
was
out.
empty.
He gave an interview and he printed this
There was not a
hagiography in
soul
the New York
of
Times
the
with this
39
like,
men left.
photo of Castro looking all,
The
mighty and
natives
so on.
on that island
And
were
he's
particularly
like,
closed
Castro is still
mouths
alive
as to
and
what
still
happened
fighting.
too.
Okay.
So
And
the Spanish
there's
retaliated.
this book on this called
They
The Man Who
killed the
Created
tribe
Fidel.
being responsible down to
Okay.
every man,
Where
woman, and
basically
child.
NYT's article
This began
was crucial
what
in
is
positive press
arguably
that got Castro's
the
point of
most
view
horrific
out to the
genocide
world and
in all
helped
of human
lead to
history.
the communist revolution that
On
actually
one hand,
impoverished Cuba,
their
led to
revenge
like gay people
and
being,
desire to
like
exterminate the
shenanigans
Carib
there, led
people
to people
on these
fleeing,
islands, there was another
drowning,
reason they
trying
made
to
that
escape,
distinction.
right? That's
While
again
they
an
wanted
example of
to
where
exterminate
platforming
all of the
somebody
natives on
led
the
to a very
smaller
bad outcome.
islands,
In fact,
on the larger islands on
many
which
of the
they
communist
intended to
dictators in the
establish
20th
large
century
bases
had like their
and
own personal
mine for
journalists,
gold,
right? For
they were
example, this
simply
guy
not
John
enough
Reed,
men
who's an American.
among the
He's
Spanish to
buried.
beat them.
If I
So
get
they
this right,
needed
he's
labor,
buried at the Kremlin
and they
Wall.
were going to
Okay.
find that labor
Why is an
from
American
the native peoples.
buried there? there. Okay?
They were systematically
Because he wrote a book called 10 Days That Shook the World that whitewashed the entire Soviet Revolution and the Russian Revolution in 1917, October Revolution,
instituted a practice.
and made these guys out to be the good guys when they were actually genocidal psychopaths. Okay, he got their point of view out
All
of the world,
people
and it was a
below
totally
14 years of
point of view.
age were to collect a certain amount of gold every 3 months, a quota.
He's like,
upon receiving the gold, the Spanish official would
well, the French
give
Revolution had
a
already
copper
happened, so
token
people
if
kind
he
of
would
knew
hang around
that
the
this sort of
Now,
psychopathic,
any lady
killing in the
that
name
was
of
found
equality
without a
was
token,
bad place.
or who
Right.
was unable to
And
provide his quota
but
of
it's
gold,
more than that, right? So it's John
would
Reed,
have
certain
their hands cut
families.
off
It's
and left to bleed to
Edgar
death.
Snow.
It was
So these are all people who
prolific
should be
time
extremely famous.
for the natives of his
So Edgar Snow is a mouse journalist. Okay, so he wrote, there's actually an article in this how 1930s reporter from Missouri became China's ideal journalist. Okay, and he wrote various books, including like Red Star over China. Okay, and it's just the hagiography of Mao, right? And then of course you've got Durante. He's like Stalin's biographer, right? Just to recap, John Reed brought Lenin's message to the world. Instead, Durante helped Stalin starve out the Ukrainians. Instead, Edgar Snow was Mao's biographer. And Herbert Matthews was like Castro's. This guy, David Halberstam in Vietnam, who was effectively Ho Chi Minh's. He basically went and took leaks from a communist spy. I'll give you the exact name. Bomb, I'm going to mispronounce this, but it's Perfect Spy, The Incredible Double Life of PHAM Bong Swan On, Time Magazine reporter and Vietnamese Communist agent. That guy was the source of many fabricated stories that David Halberstam put in the New York Times that led to the undermining of the South Vietnamese regime. And, for example, stories of Buddhists being killed and so on actually inspired him greatly, and he writes this whole thing up at length, so you can go and read it for his account. But basically, all of these communist dictators had a journalist right alongside them as their biographer. Okay?
But those are tools of the propaganda machine.
Well, so my point is, these are 5 examples that are on the far left that should be balanced also against the Times running profiles of Hitler on the far right. We know that basically, the Times actually also ran the whole thing, which was, Hitler's like mountain retreat or something like that. Do you know about that story? Hitler at Home in the Clouds.
Oh boy, please tell me it's like A30s?
I think it's, Otto D. Talishus. This is actually a guy that Ashley Ginsburg writes up in The Great Lady Wings, right?
37.
37. There's another one where I think the date is wrong, but essentially, these titles are like, For Hitler Dreams and Plans. He's lived simply, right? And there's another one, Herr Hitler at Home in the Clouds. Okay. The thing about this is, absolutely, there are folks who are hagiographers of the far right, but whether you're talking Lenin and John Reed, or Stalin and Walter Duranty of the New York Times, or Castro and Herbert Matthews again of the New York Times, or Edgar Snow and Mao, or David Halberstam and Ho Chi Minh again of the New York Times. Like, you start to see a pattern here where the guys who are being platformed and given a voice are these guys who end up being like far left, lunatics, right? And I think part of the issue here is, the saying about how communists don't understand self-interest, nationalists don't understand other interest. And so nationalists are more obvious. Isn't that good? That was good. Right? So the nationalist is very obvious in the sense of like, they're for the Aryans. They're not even for like the Slavs or whatever, right? Like, basically, had Hitler constructed a different ideology, then like he might have gotten more support in Eastern Europe or whatever, right? But he also called the Slavs inferior, not just, basically everybody was inferior to Darwin, okay? Except maybe the English or whatever, but that was it, right? No, and the Japanese are honorary artists. So the nationalist declares the supremacy of their own race or culture or what have you, and doesn't understand people's other interests. But he also pumps up his own guys, okay? Same with, in some ways, China today, same with Japan back in the day. Whereas the communist has a message that sounds more appealing. It's a universalist message ostensibly, but it's actually a faux universalism because it's actually particularism. Like during the Soviet Union, communism, this faux universalism was basically a mask for Russian nationalism. Or at least Soviet nationalism, where particular Russians were pushed into many territories, and Russian speakers were like privileged in Eastern Europe and the Baltics. Of course, Russians themselves were oppressed at home, as Tolkien describes. They're both victim and victimizer of the regime. Their churches were crushed and so on. As compensation, they were agents of empire. It's a tragedy all around. I think Russians have been hard done in many ways. Very hard century, but also done hard by others. It's complicated.
Those journalists you mentioned, just to elaborate, maybe you disagree with me, I wonder what you think.
Sure.
But I think conversation, like, not to glorify any particular medium, there's something, one of the reasons I like long form podcasts or interviews
And
long
that
form
doesn't even count the untold numbers
there's been
of men
shows
and
throughout
women
the
that
20th century
died
that do
in
that
root.
kind of thing, but they
This
seem to be
atrocious
rare.
pattern continued
That's
all across
podcast
the
made it
world,
much more
and
popular.
even onto the mainland of
Is
the New
it
World.
somehow
The Spanish would
makes
conquer,
it
do
easier
whatever
not
means
to do this
necessary,
kind of bullshit
enslave the
journalism
native
that
people
not just
until
yeah.
nearly all of them
I
were dead,
feel like
and then begin to import
asking
African
interesting
replacements
and
for them.
deep questions
Within
allow,
a mere number of
and if
decades,
you could
the
sit
Spanish
down with
conquered the
Hitler in
mainland.
1940,
The
1941,
conquistador, and then
1942,
Cortez
and the
defeated the
podcast
Aztecs of Mexico,
actually
then that's a story that is
served
mythical in
purpose.
scope. One
In
of his
41 and
deputies,
42.
a man named Pizarro, did the exact same thing to the
A
Inca
purpose
Empire in
of
South America.
one, which is very
These were
important,
two
get
warlike,
good
great,
information for the
large,
future
and powerful
of
empires
history to
that had been
study,
completely destroyed and
and
turned into
to
massive mining colonies
reveal
for the
to
Spanish,
the world
creating
the way
amazing
a man
amounts of gold and
thinks
silver
that
that
is
they were
beyond
going
the
to
propaganda.
smelt and ship
So,
back to Spain.
all this stuff is
At
complicated,
first,
but
they did this in
today,
gold and
so
silver
the
bars,
specific
but
issue of the
eventually
folks you were
they
talking
were
about, like
sending
Putin,
minted
Z,
coins
Trump,
back
right?
to Spain
For
in
those
larger
folks,
numbers than
they
Spain
are
could ever
very
hope to produce on
clearly
its own.
outgroups
This
for both the U.S.
solidified
left and right,
the
which
beginning
is,
of the
they'll
first
say the Western left and
truly
right, which are
global
your,
empire, one that spanned both
your
hemispheres.
audience. There's folks who
It
are
was
tankies
a
and the folks
rival
who are
to, and
MAGA,
perhaps even
who are
surpassed,
sympathetic.
the
So what
empires
do
of
tankies?
Alexander
Tankies
or
are
the
those who
Romans
are,
or even the Mongols. Their
they may have called
empire
themselves tankies.
was
They'll say they're
unparalleled in its power.
anti-imperialist left
That
and
power
MAGA right.
was due
Okay, for
to the
different
money
reasons
that they were
are
creating. It was
against the
so
U.S. establishment
influential, in fact,
and
that
for
our modern
Putin or
dollar
Xi
sign
or something
here
like
in
that
the US
as
and in other countries
as an agent against the
was
U.S.
actually
establishment, right?
first
So
coined
leaving those aside,
by the Spanish.
the
See,
point is that most of
the
your
dollar
audience is sort of
sign, or
on
something very
guard,
similar to it,
vaccinated in a
appeared on
sense,
their minted
right?
pieces of eight,
Versus
which are, of
Xi
course,
and
going to become
Putin and
very
Trump,
important
right?
to our story
Like
to prove
they
their
know the
accuracy
counter
in a very
arguments
short
and
amount
so
of
forth.
time.
Okay, in which
If you
case
think about the dollar sign,
I wouldn't think
it looks
interviewing
kind
them
of like an
would
S
be
with two
like
lines drawn through it.
that big a deal
On the piece of
relatively
eight,
because
those
there's so
two
much other
lines
coverage and
represent
so
the
on out
pillars of
there.
Hercules, which is
I think it's probably
essentially
okay.
where the Spanish
However,
Empire began.
for something like
And the
when
what we would think of as
what
an
John
S
Reed was doing,
on
so
the
when he
pieces
was
of
the
eight
sole source of
looked a little
information
bit
about
more
the Russian
like
Revolution,
representations
right?
of the two
That's different,
hemispheres,
right?
which
So
showed
so
that
it's something about
the
it. Kind of
claims
gets
made
back to
there
the competitive
were
environment.
a
There's
symbol
no
of the
dearth of folks who are
hemisphere
writing
spanning power
critical coverage of
of the Spanish
these three
Empire.
men, right?
These
And
pieces
so
of
if
eight,
I felt
of course,
that
became
was
so prevalent in the
insufficient,
Caribbean and
then
around Europe
you might need
that
more,
even
right?
today, the symbol printed on
Just
them
like,
means
for example,
money.
nowadays,
So
Stalin, there
in
are
a
a lot of
record amount of time, we
articles
have
and
rushed
books and
through the
PDFs and
creation
so
of
on
what is
it.
potentially the
time,
greatest empire the world has
At a
ever
time, not as
known.
much, right? That's why I brought
But
those
whatever
guys,
happened to the
right?
man
Because
who
often
discovered
it's kind of like,
that empire,
have you ever
who found
stocked
the land
shelves at a
upon
supermarket?
which that
This
empire
seems
would be
totally out of
forged?
left field.
Christopher
no,
Columbus.
choose, but the same thing.
Well, Columbus was
The thing that is the
eventually
most
granted a
popular
governorship, the
is the
governorship
thing
of
that's not on the
Hispaniola.
shelf,
He
because
made a
it's sold
total
out,
of 4 voyages.
right?
However,
So in some ways, like, this
he
is
disagreed and
similar to
conflicted
that,
with the Spanish monarchs on a number of issues,
famous photo that
and
people have,
eventually
from image that
his
people have on Twitter
rank
of
as
the
admiral, as
plane
well as his
and
governorship, were revoked,
the parts that are
and
shot
he went
versus
back to
not,
Spain,
right? The
where he fell
survivorship
into
bias, right?
nearly
And
madness.
one way of kind of thinking about it
Not
is
entirely
the guys who you
insane,
think of as
but
bad
he
guys
quite
or
awakened.
possible bad guys or
But he was
controversial
there,
guys or
but
whatever
he died
are
a
those who've already
very,
got some backstory
very
too. That's
rich
why you
man.
think of them at all. Whereas
And
the
of
folks
course,
that I mentioned, the
Columbus
regulators,
never admitted
invisible,
that he
you
had
don't, right?
found the New World.
Salzburger, you know
He
Zuckerberg, you know his
assumed,
pros
even
and
until
cons,
his
you know
death,
who he is as a
that he
person.
had
You
found
don't even know
the
Salzburger
saving
exists,
technique,
most people, right?
something even
Despite
his
the fact
son,
that he's
who
like
was a governor in the
certainly
Caribbean,
is powerful.
knew to
You
be
know, he
false,
owns the New York Times, he
which
inherits
is
it. He also got
probably
dual class
why
stock, just like Zuck.
his name does not
But it's
christen
invisible,
the
right?
new.
Well, that's why I think studying
Another
the
explorer,
known,
Amerigo
the people
Vespucci,
that are known,
who
can help you
explored
generalize
extensively
to
the New
the
World,
way human nature is,
got
and then you
that
start to question:
of having
are
his
the
name
same kind of humans
imprinted upon
existing
this
in
large,
places that
fertile,
wield
and
power?
glorious land
Yeah.
And you can assume
known
they
as the
are,
Americas.
they do exist there, and then you
I
can
think
start to
that'll just
infer
about do it
That's
for
right.
this
and
week.
ask questions.
I brushed
So this
past
is
a
kind
lot
of
of very,
what I
very
try
big
to do is
topics, but
like,
considering the scope of
what
what I
is
was
the
trying
dark
to
matter?
cover,
What is the
I think I
question
can
that's
do
not
pretty
being
good.
asked or
I
happened,
do
right?
want to go into
And
some
so
of these
that's not to say that you need to be so anti-mimetic that you only do that. But I think you need to do that as well as understand what is good about the conventional wisdom. And, for example, if you notice a lot of what I talk about is like the V1, V2, V3, where as critical as I am of, let's say, the FDA, I recognize that people want a regulated marketplace and how we would do better. As critical as I can be of the Fed, I recognize that some kind of monetary policy is necessary, and Satoshi came up with a better one, right? As harsh as one can be a critic of the current system, it is really incumbent, as difficult as that is, I want citations report statements, and so on and so forth. And we don't have to get everybody to agree with them, just enough to build that better version and not regress.
Yeah, there's an implied optimism within the P1, P2, P3.
Yeah.
Let me ask you at a high level about social media, because you are one of its prominent users to communicate your wisdom.
I use Twitter. I'm really good at this, communicating my wisdom per se or anything like that. I use Twitter like I might use GitHub as a scratch pad for just kind of floating concepts. And here's a frame on things, and we kind of put it out there and see what people think, get some feedback, and so should they get I think it's good, but basically like if I say that what's my primary thing on Twitter is that. It's a scratch pad for me to kind of put some concepts out there, iterate on them, get feedback on them, and so on and so forth.
Do you think it's possible that the words needed on Twitter is the most impactful
on the world? I don't. So is it possible? Well, my tweets. It's a good question. I think the network state will be. I think it's important, or I hope it. Well, the book is coming. But a good question is to clarify the movement, right? In the sense that Zionism shows that it is possible to have a book, a conference, a fund, and eventually, in the fullness of time, with a lot of time and effort, actually get a state, right? And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of countries are small countries. But he mentioned there's a guy who's the head of Kazakhstan, and he made a remark. He's like, if we allow every nation that wants to have self-determination to have a state, we'd have 600 countries rather than 190. Because you have the option. There's many opposites of a nation state. One of the opposites is the stateless nation. And so you know where the network state is popular? In places like Catalonia. Catalonian nationalists in Catalonia, guys who are committed Catalonian nationalists. Catalonia is a region of Spain, right? The thing is that again, V1, V2, V3. The nation state is V2, and it beat the city state, which is like V1. And the network state, I think, has potential V3, which combines aspects of V1 and V2. So Catalonia or the Basque region, these are underneath the quote nation state of Spain. But many Catalonians think of themselves as part of a separate nation. Not all, many, okay? And so they want a state of their own. Who doesn't? If you're a nation, meaning that they've got a legitimate claim from history, language, culture, all this stuff, right? Basques do as well. Kurds do as well. Okay? Lots of ethnic groups around the world do. So the game of musical chairs, that was the formation of current national borders, they lost out. Right? So what did they do? Well, one answer is they just submit to the Spanish state and they just speak Spanish and their culture is erased and their history is erased and so on. The second is they do some sort of Ireland-like insurgency in the Troubles to try to get a thing of their own, which is obviously bad for other kinds of reasons, right? Violent. What this Catalonian nationalist said, he's like, look, well, we can't give up on our existing path. The network state is a really interesting third option. I mean, by the way, I hadn't talked to this guy, V. Partal, okay? And he's got this site called VILA, and VILA, Villa Web, sorry. It can be, meaning network state, can be especially appealing to us. Catalans are now embarking on the task of having a normal and current state, the old way, and this is a project that we cannot give up. But this does not mean that at the same time we are not also attentive to ideas like this. Do not try to learn and move forward, right? Meaning, the network state, right? Because it's the third way, which says, okay, maybe this particular region is not something where you're going to be able to get, a state. But just like there's more Irish people who live outside of Ireland, right? Just like, the Jewish people, didn't actually get a state in Poland or what have you. They have one in Palestine. Perhaps the Catalonians could crowdfund territory in other places and have essentially a state of their own that's distributed. Okay. Now, again, what people are immediately going to say is, well, that's going to lead to conflict with the locals necessarily, and so forth. But if you're parallel processing, you don't have the all-in-one bucket aspect of I must win here, and the guy on the other side is like I must win. You have optionality. You can have multiple different nodes around the world, just like multiple Chinatowns. You can have multiple Catalonian towns, right? And some places you might be able to just buy an island, and that becomes the new Catalonia, right? Just like I think there's a region called New Caledonia, and that's in the southwest Pacific. So maybe New Caledonia is somewhere else, right? So So if you're flexible on that, now of course, a bunch of people will immediately say, they'll have 50 different objections to this. They'll say, oh, you don't get it. The whole point is the land, and so on. They've been there for generations. Say, I do get it. But this Catalan nationalist who's like literally ridden in Catalonian for I don't know how many years, right? Is basically saying this is worth thinking about, and so it's a peaceful third way.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, it's a good question whether Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Tesla would be successful without Twitter.
Yeah, I don't think that's as successful. I mean, obviously they existed before Twitter, and a lot of the engineering problems are obviously non-Twitter ones, right? But Twitter itself has certainly probably helped Musk with Tesla sales.
The engineering, no, that's not what I mean.
Oh, go ahead.
The best people in the world solve the engineering problem.
Yes, but he hires the people who solve them, and he knows enough about engineering to hire them.
That's the point I'm making. On Twitter, the legend of Elon Musk is created. The vision is communicated. And the best engineers in the world come to work with the vision. It's an advertisement of a man, of a company pursuing the vision. I think Twitter is a great place to make viral ideas that are compelling to people, whatever those ideas are. And whether that's the number of states or whether that's humans becoming multi-planetary species.
Here is a remark I had just before the pandemic related to this, okay? But Twitter helping to launch, just on that for a second. Maybe centralization is actually also underexplored in the design space. For example, today's social networks are essentially governed by a single CEO, but that CEO is a background figure. They aren't leading the users to do anything. What if they did? One example, could Elon Musk's then 30 million followers somehow get us to Mars faster? Tools for directed collaborative work by really large groups on the internet are still in their infancy. You can see pieces of what I was talking about, the Scratchpad, the network state being which can do collective actions, this kind of thing, right? So technologies for internet collaboration that can be very useful to the software for future network states. Operational transformations, talk about Google Docs, coordinates edits. Conflict-free replicated data types is another alternate, easier to code in some ways, an operational transformation. Microtasks like Mechanical Turk, Scale AI, and Earn.com before we sold it. Blockchain and crypto, obviously, the Polymath project, where a bunch of people parallel processed, and we were able to solve an open math problem by collaborating. Wikipedia, with its flaws that we talked about, social networks and group messaging, all these are ways for collaborating. They're not just simply attacking or doing something on the internet. This is something that Elon could use, right?
What works and what doesn't about Twitter? If there's something that's broken, how would you fix it?
The only things I can say here is a few things. First is fact checking. I had this kind of fun, I thought it was a funny tweet. To anyone who wants to, quote, ban lying on social media, please write down a function that takes in a statement and returns whether it is true. If you can start with the remand hypothesis, that would be amazing. Okay? That's kind of funny, right? And so now to make sure.
That joke landed on like 5 people.
Sure. You want to explain the joke, though?
Well, no, there's a lot of problems in citability where the truth, that's what proofs and math is. The truth of the thing is actually exceptionally difficult to determine. And that's just a really nice example. The problems that persist across centuries that have not been solved unless brilliant minds, they're essentially true or false problems.
That's right. And so when people are saying, when they were saying they want to ban lying on social media, fact check social media, the assumption is that they know what is true. And what do they mean by that? They really mean the assertion of political power, right? With that said, do I think it could be useful to have some kind of code of fact checking thing? Yes, but it has to be decentralized and open source. You could imagine an interesting concept of coding TrueGol, like a Google that returned what was true. It's like a modified version of Git, right? It's like GPT-3, but the Stable Diffusion version where it's open. Okay? And so now Stable Diffusion shows that it's possible to take an expensive AI model and put it out there, right? So you have, you know what a knowledge graph is? Like basically, you wouldn't actually, whether you have it as RDF or like a triple store kind of thing or some other representation, it's like an ontology of A is a B and B has a C and it's got probabilities on the edges sometimes and other kinds of metadata. And this allows Google to show certain kinds of one box information, but it's like what is Steve Jobs' what is William Powell Jobs' age or birthday? They can pull that up out of the knowledge graph, right? And so you can imagine that TrueGol would have both deterministic and statistical components. And crucially, it would say whether something is true according to a given knowledge graph. And so this way, at least what you can do is you can say, okay, here's the things that are consensus reality, like the value of the gravitational constant will be the same in the MAGA knowledge graph and the U.S. establishment knowledge graph and the CCP knowledge graph and the I don't know, the Brazilian knowledge graph and so on and so forth. Okay, but there's other things that will be quite different. And at least now you can isolate where the point of disagreement is. And so you can have a form of decentralized fact checking that is like, according to who? Well, here's the authority, and it is this knowledge graph, right? So that's like a kind of thing, right? So that is, so that's one concept of like what social media looks like. There's actually so much more. Another huge thing is decentralized social media. Okay, social media today is like China under communism in a really key sense. There's a great article called "The Secret Document That Transformed China." Do you know what China was like before 1978?
I know about the atrocities.
Sure.
But there,
flesh on bones, so to speak. Okay. So basically,
there's a good book I'm reading because I think a lot of documents became public recently. And so
there's a window when it opened up. Now it's probably closing back down.
But great biographies because of that were written. I'm currently reading Mao's Great Famine by Frank DeConner.
Yeah.
Which is oh boy.
It's crazy. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing: is capitalism was punishable by death in living memory in China. Just to explain what that meant. Okay. I mean that's what communism was, right? It was literally the same China that has like the the entrepreneurs and Jack Ma and so on and so forth. 47 years ago, capitalism was punishable by death. But to give it a concrete example, this is a famous story in China, maybe apocryphal. It's what the folks have talked about. There's a village in Zhaogang, and basically all the grain that you wish to produce was supposed to go to the collective, and even one straw belonged to the group. At one meeting with the Communist Party official, the farmer asked, "What about the teeth in my head? Do I own those?" Answer: no, your teeth belong to the collective. Okay. Now, the thing is that when you're taking 100% of everything, okay, work hard, don't work hard, everyone gets the same, so people don't want to work, right? So what happened? These farmers gathered in secret, and they did something that was like would have gotten them executed. They wrote a contract amongst themselves and said, we all agreed that we will be able to keep some of our own grain. We will give some of them to the regime, so when it comes to collect grain, they've got some. We'll be able to keep some of it. And if any of us are killed for doing this, then the contract says that the others would take care of their children. Okay, so if you keep some of what you earn, I mean, just think about how
it formed a mini capitalism society within a secret capitalism society.
So what happened?
Amongst 5 people.
Now, right. So now that they could keep some of what they earned, right? Keep some of what they earned. They had a bumper harvest. And you know what happened with that bumper harvest? That made the local officials really suspicious and mad. They weren't happy that there was a bumper harvest. They're like, "What are you doing? You're doing capitalism, right?" And a few years earlier, they might have just been executed. In fact, many were. That's what it means when you see millions dead. Millions dead means guys were shot for keeping some grain for themselves. Okay, it means like guys came and kicked in the door of your collective farm and raped your wife and took you off to a prison camp. And so that's what communism actually was. Okay, it hasn't been depicted in movies. There's a great post by Ken Billingsley in the year 2000 called, I got this right, Hollywood's Missing Movies. Okay, this is basically here. I'll paste this link so you can put it in the show notes. All right, this is worth reading. It's still applicable today, but now that we have stable diffusion, now we have all these people online. Now that Russia and China are America's national bad guys, as they were before, they are again. Perhaps we'll get some movies on what communism actually was during the 20th century and how bad it was, right? And vaccinate people against that as well as against Nazism, which they should be. Okay. The point of this. Go ahead.
No, because I'm congratulating myself on the nice because you're sending me excellent links on WhatsApp, and I just saw that there's an export chat feature.
Yes, great.
Because we all sent delivery messages on, so I was like, all right, this is great.
Great.
I'll be able to get it. Your ability to reference sources is incredible. So thank you for this.
Anyway, otherwise, if I say something that sounds too surprising, so that's why I want to make sure I have. Yeah. So I mean, people would be like shot for holding some grain. So what happened though was Deng Xiaoping said, okay, we're not going to kill you. In fact, we're going to actually set up the first special economic zone in Shenzhen. He didn't try to flip the whole country from communist to capitalist in one go. Instead, he's like, we can reform in one place. And in fact, he fenced it off from the rest of China. And it didn't trade with Hong Kong. And he spent his political capital on this one exception. It grew so fast, they gave him more political capital. Some people think actually that the, Sino-Vietnamese War was Deng's way of just extracting the generals while he was turning China around to get it back on the capitalist road. And what he did was the opposite of a rebranding. He did a reinterpretation. Like a rebranding is where the substance is the same, but the logo has changed. Okay? You were Facebook, you're now Meta. That's a rebranding, right? Reinterpretation is where the logo and the branding is the same. They're still the CCP, they're still the Chinese Communist Party, but they're capitalist now. The engine under the hood, it's deniable. Okay? And this is a very common, once you realize those are different things, it's like swap the front end, swap the back end. Go ahead. Right?
Really good. Yeah.
That was seen by many to be swiveling with parishioners
Yes, I get. Yeah.
Swap.
The branding is swap the front end, reinterpretation swap the back end.
That's right. Once you realize that, you're like, okay, I can, just like as an engineer, you can kind of, okay, sometimes I want to do something on the front end, sometimes I want to do the back end, sometimes it's explicit, and sometimes the user doesn't need to see it, and it's on the back end. Lots of political stuff, is arguably not just best done on the back end, but always done on the back end. One of the points I make in the book is left is the new right is the new left, is, if you look through history, the Christian king, the Republican conservative, the CCP entrepreneur, the WASP establishment, these are all examples of a revolutionary left movement becoming the ruling class right. Okay, like the Republican conservative, just as that one example. I go through an extended description of this in the book, but Republicans were the radical Republicans, the left of 1865. They won the revolution, and their moral authority led them to have economic authority in the late 1800s. You wouldn't want a Democrat Confederate traitor as the head of your railroad company, would you? Right? So all the Confederate traders that were boxed out from the home positions in the late 1800s. And so what happened was the Republicans turned their moral authority into economic authority, made tons of money. The Democrats then started repositioning not as a party of the Southern races, but the poor, right? And, the Cross of Gold speech by William Jennings Bryan was part of that. There's a gradual process that reaches not a process, we'll say a crucial mark with the election of FDR, where it was actually not the 1932 but the 1936 election that black voters switched over to FDR. Okay, that was actually the major flip to like 70%, to Democrats. Now they repositioned as the party of the poor, not the party of the South. Okay, and Republicans had lost some economic authority, or rather, they had moral authority. They turned into economic authority. They started to lose some moral authority. The loss of moral authority was complete by 1965. That was actually mop-up. People dated the civil rights movement as the big wave of Republicans lost moral authority. It's not really. That was a mop-up because 1936, 30 years earlier, was when black voters switched to the Democrats. Okay? So 1965 was another 10 points moving over of black voters to Democrats. Republicans had completely lost moral authority 100 years after the Civil War. Okay? Then the next 50 years, that loss of moral authority meant that they lost economic authority. Because now you wouldn't want a Republican bigot as the CEO of your tech company anymore, would you? Right? So by 2015, 2020, now you have, it's like two sine waves that are staggered, right? Moral authority leads to economic authority, leads to loss of moral authority, leads to loss of economic authority. And so now you have the Democrats, have completed a 155-year arc from the defeated party in the Civil War to the dominant party in the U.S. establishment. And all the woke capitalists are now at the very top. Now the same repositioning is happening, where if you're so woke, why are you rich? You get it, right? Like, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Is the normal kind of thing, right? You're so woke, you're so holy. Why is, like, for example, the BLM founder, why do they have this $1 million mansion, right? If you're so woke, and it's all about being good, and you're anti-capitalist, how come you seem to be raking in the money and stuff, right? This is an argument which I'm not sure how long it will go. It might take years to play out, it might take decades to play out. I think it's probably on the order of a decade. You're going to see, in my view, the repositioning. If the Democrats are the woke capitalists, the Republicans will eventually are becoming the Bitcoin maximalists. Why? because, you know, if one guy picks left, the other guy picks right. It's literally like magnets kind of repelling. They're sort of forced into the other corner here, right? The Bitcoin maximalists will essentially, where this guy says centralization, they say decentralization, where they defend the right of capital to do anything. The maximalists will say, actually, you're all cantillionaires. You're all benefiting from printing money. You don't have anything that's legitimate. You don't actually own anything. There's all a handout from the government, and so on and so forth, right? And so that's the counter positioning that will basically attack the woes by how much money they're receiving. They're not contesting the ideology. So when one guy signals economics, you signal culture. When the other guy signals culture, you signal economics. That's a whole thing I can talk about. Should I talk about that for a second?
Sure. It's this integrated into the forces that you talked about. You talked about three forces, the trifecta of forces that affect our society, which is the wokes, let's say,
woke capital,
woke capital. Talking so fast, it's and I think so slow. Woke capital, communist capital, and crypto capital. Can you explain each of those three? We actually talked about each of the three in part, but it'd be nice to bring them together in a beautiful triangle.
And then I will also come back up and I'll talk about how the CCP sort of relates to social media and decentralized social media. Okay. All right. So NYT, CCP, BTC is woke capital, communist capital, crypto capital. And communist capital is the simplest. It is you must submit. The Communist Party is powerful. The CCP is powerful, and you are not. If you're in China, you're just
CCP is an embodiment of communism.
Well, yeah. So basically, and in China they call it CPC. You know, so basically they don't like it usually if you say CCP, right? So like Communist Party of China as opposed to Chinese Communist Party. Basically, that is capitalism. That is a Chinese pool of capital. That billion-person pool. Okay, that's WeChat and it's you know it's Alibaba and it's that entire kind of thing. That is one social network with currency. The whole thing is vertically integrated.
When we say communist, what do you mean? Why is the word communist important? Why don't you just say China? So is communism important?
Well,
or is it just a catchy label?
It's a catchy label. I think it's also important because it's paradoxical, right? Right on this. The future is communist capital versus woke capital versus crypto capital. Each represents a left-right fusion that's bizarre by the standards of the 1980s consensus. PRC versus MMT versus TCP, right? And why is it bizarre by the standards of the 1980s consensus? Well, in the 1980s, you wouldn't think the communists would become capitalists, but they did. You wouldn't think that the wokes, the progressives, right, would become so enamored with giant corporations and their power, right? They've seen something to liken that, right? And you also wouldn't think that the non-Americans or the post-Americans or the internationalists would be the champions of capital because you think it's the American nation, right? So rather than the conservative American nationalists being the defenders of capital, you have the liberal Americans who are with capital, you have the communist Chinese who are with capital, and you have the internationalists who are with capital. And it's the conservative American nationalists who are in some ways against that, which is kind of funny, right? So there's like this weird ideological flippening that if you take the long lens, you have these poles that kind of repel each other. Okay. So just on the CCP NYT BTC thing.
NYT, by the way, is woke capital.
Yeah. What is NYT? So its formula is a little interesting. If CCP is just you must submit because they're powerful, okay, and you bow your head because the Chinese Communist Party is strong. Woke capital is you must sympathize. Why do you bow your head, Lex? Oh, because you're a white male. Therefore, you're guilty. You sympathize. You must bow your head because you are powerful. Yet, notice it ends in the same place. In your head looking to the ground, right? In China, it's because they are powerful, so therefore you must bend your head. For the wokes, it's the left-handed version, where you are powerful, and it's shameful, so you should bow your head. Right? Okay. But it ends in your head bowed. It's an ideology of submission. It's not that subtle, but it's like somewhat subtle. And then finally, crypto capital is head held high. You must be sovereign. Okay. And one of the things I point out in the book is each of these poles is negative in some ways when taken to extreme, but also negative in its opposite. For example, obviously just totally submitting to total surveillance is bad. But a society where nobody submits is San Francisco, where people just rob stores and walk out, in the middle shoplifting, all these goods and nothing happens, right? A society where you have the woke level of sympathy, where you get to the kind of insanity of math is white supremacist and whatever nonsense is happening today is terrible. But a society that's totally stripped of sympathy is also not one that one would want to be part of, right? That's just like whether it's 4chan's actual culture or it's faint culture or something like that, or some weird combination. That's also not good. It's like Russia in the 90s, like nobody trusts anybody. That's also bad. And being totally sovereign, that sounds good. And there's a lot that is good about it. And I'm sympathetic to this corner. But being totally sovereign, you go so capitalist, so sovereign that you're against the division of labor. You don't trust anybody. You have to pump your own water, and so you actually have a reduced standard of living over here. Okay. And conversely, survivalist type stuff, right? And you just go kind of too crazy into that corner. And then, of course, though, the other extreme of having no sovereignty is you will own nothing and be happy. Everything's in the cloud and you still believe in it, right? So each of these is kind of has badness in it there, but also it's the total extreme opposite is bad. And so you want to kind of carve out like an intelligent intermediate of these three poles, and that's the decentralized center or the decentralized center. Now, with that said, I think there is a repositioning in particular of woke capital that's happening, and I think the 2000s was a global war on terror, and then the channel just changed to wokeness in the 2010s. And when I mean channel change, have you seen Paul Graham's graph, or actually David Rosado's graph that Paul Graham posted?
No, but there's a good chance to say that Paul Graham is awesome.
Okay, yeah. And so here is this graph, okay, David Rosado's data analysis. I think that's so basically, this is a graph of the word usage frequency in New York Times 1970 to 2018. And he's got some controls there.
Paul Graham tweets hypothesis. Although some newspapers can survive the switch to online subscriptions, none can do it to remain politically neutral. Quote newspaper record. You have to pick a side to get people to subscribe, and there's a bunch of logs. On the x-axis is years, on the y-axis is frequency of use, and sexism has been going up, misogyny has been going up, sexist, patriarchy, mansplaining, toxic masculinity, male privilege. All these terms have been going up very intensely in the past decade.
Yeah, but really, 2013 is the exact moment you see these things. They're flat and they just go vertical. Mansplaining, toxic masculinity.
What percent they have to?
So I talk about this in the book, but I think fundamentally what happened was tech hurt media, and their revenue dropped by about $50 billion over the 4 years from 08 to 2012. Tech helped Obama get reelected, and media was positive on tech until December 2012. They wrote like the nerds go marching in the Atlantic. Then after January 2013, once Obama was ensconced, then the knives came out because basically these tech guys were bankrupting them. They were through supporting them, and so the journals got extremely nasty, and just basically they couldn't build search engines or create social networks so they could write stories and shoot anchors. So clear editorial direction went down that essentially took all these weapons that had been developed in academia to win status competitions in humanities departments. And then they just deployed them, right? And essentially somebody observed that wokeness is the combination of Foucauldian deconstruction and civil rights, right? Deconstruction takes away, the legitimacy of the old order, and then civil rights says, okay, the only thing that's good is this, right? Which says the old order was also bad in a different way, but this is what's good. And that is the underpinning ideology that all these words have embedded in them, like an ideology, right? Another way of thinking about it is, this is not my reference, but I'll cite it. The glossary of the Greek military junta, right? The creation and or use of special terms that were employed by the junta as propaganda tools, because essentially the word itself embeds the concept. You can Russell conjugate something one way or the other, right? Russell conjugation is a concept that I sweat, you perspire, but she flows. You can always take something, you are uncontrollably angry, but he is righteously indignant. Okay? You have thin skin, they clap back, right? So once you kind of realize that these words that were just being chosen in such a way as to delegitimize their target, they all went vertical in 2013, and they were suddenly targeted against their erstwhile allies, in tech, but also just across the country. You can see this great awakening. That's what Iglesias called it, by play on words, the Great Awakening, right? It's this kind of spasm of quasi-religious extremism. I wouldn't call it religious because it's not God-centered. It's really state and network-centered. So I call it a doctrine, which is a superset of religion and political doctrine. These words went vertical, and all the terrorism stuff you just noticed kind of fell off a cliff. That was the obsession of everything in the 2000s. And just channel change, right? It's amazing how that happened. Yeah. It's not like any of the pieces got picked up. Some of those wars are still raging, of course.
And there's victims to this wokeism movement, and
but in a weird way, even though some parts of it, just like Syria, like there's wars in the Middle East that still keep raging. There's certainly active fronts of wokeism, but in a sense, the next shift is already on. Do you know why? It's a pivot from wokeism to statism. In many ways, NYT is sort of, and more generally the US establishment is sort of kind of coming, you may not believe this, they're kind of coming back to center a little bit. In the same way that Lenin, after the revolution, implemented new economic policy, which you may remember, right? Which was just like X% more capitalism. You kind of boot on the neck, take control, but then ease up for a bit, and the so-called net men during the 20s were able to eke out something. It was like, oh, okay, fine, it's going to be easier. Then it intensified again, because basically by loosening up, they were able to consolidate control, they weren't putting as much pressure on, right? Then it went extremely intense again, right? Similar to like Mao's like 100 flowers thing, let 100 flowers bloom, and everybody came out, and then he found all the people who were against him, and he executed a bunch of them, right? So what's happening now is NYT is, and more generally the establishment, is somewhat tacking back to the center, where they're not talking BLM and abolish the police. They're saying fund the Capitol Police, right? They've gone from the narrative of 2020, which was meant to win a domestic contest, where they said America's a systemically racist country, tear down George Washington, we're so evil, to rhetoric of 2022, which is we're the global champion of democracy, and every non-white country is supposed to trust us. Now, obviously those are inconsistent, right? If you're in India or you're in Nigeria, you just heard America's calling themselves the same guys, by the way, saying it's so institutionally racist, systemically racist, and you're saying, well, we're the leader of the free world, and obviously there's an inconsistency between the domestic propaganda and the foreign propaganda, right? There's a contrast between abolish the police and put $2 billion for the Capitol Police. You could reconcile this, and you could say the U.S. establishment is pro-federal and anti-local and state. So abolish the local police, who tend to be, Republican or rightist, but fund the FBI, fund the Capitol Police, who tend to be, just like in the Soviet Union, is national things like the KGB, right? That were for the state, but there were always local nationalist ethnic insurgencies in like Estonia and other places, right? So you can reconcile them, but nevertheless, on its face, those are contradictory. So what are you going to get? I think you're going to get this rotation where a fair number of the folks on the sort of authoritarian right are kind of pulled back into the fold. Okay, these are the cops and the military and whatnot, some of them, because as this decade progresses, you're going to see the signaling on American statism as opposed to wokeism, okay, which is 30 degrees back towards the center, right? Conversely, on the other side, you're going to have the left libertarians and right libertarians who are signaling crypto and decentralization and so on, okay? And so the next one isn't red versus blue, it's orange versus green. It's the dollar versus Bitcoin. And so you have the authoritarian at the top of the political compass versus the quote libertarians, right? And here's the visual of that. So that's why, like, as I wrote the book and after I was like, I'm already seeing this shift happening from war on terror to wokeism to American statism, right? And here, just take a look at this visual.
Interesting. So the visual is an animation transforming the left versus right, libertarian versus authoritarian, to Bitcoin, dollar versus crypto.
That's right. And some folks switch sides, right? Because you have folks like, Jack Dorsey and a lot of the tech founders in basically the lower left corner, right, who were blue but are now going to become orange or are orange. and you have folks in the upper right corner who are going to, at the end of the day, pick the dollar and the American flag over the internationalist ideals of currency.
The realigning, as you call it. Let me ask you, and briefly, we do need to get a comment, your visionary view of things. We're at a low point in the cryptocurrency space from a shallow analysis perspective, or maybe in a deeper sense, if you can enlighten me. Do you think Bitcoin will rise again?
Yes.
Do you think it will go to take on fiat, to go over $1 million, to go to these heights?
I mean, I think it's possible, and the reason I think it's possible is I think a lot of things might go to $1 million because
inflation.
Right. That was an important point, right?
It's a very important point, yes.
Because you're seeing essentially, right, the choke pointing on energy is pushing up prices across the board for a lot of things. The supply, China's not doing us any favors with the COVID lockdowns. Putin's not doing the world any favors with this giant war. There's a lot of bad things happening in the physical world, right? You have, when China, Russia, and the U.S. are all, and Europe is, there's folks who are just insane about degrowth, and they're against, they're pushing for burning coal and wood, right? So a lot of prices are going up in a really foundational, fundamental way. And with that said, also, the dollar is in some ways strengthening against certain other things because a lot of other countries are dying harder, right? And you've got riots in Sri Lanka, and riots in Panama, and riots in, all these places, right? So it's very complicated because you've got multiple different trends going the same way. Your Bitcoin Maximus would just say infinity over 21 million, and so therefore you print all the dollars with only 21 million Bitcoin, so Bitcoin goes to infinity. But it can be something where lots of other currencies die and the dollar is actually exported via stablecoins. Okay. But I do think
fiat still moves somehow into the cryptocurrency.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like Microsoft, where Windows is still around, right? Microsoft is still around. It's still a multi-$100 billion company. It had this
Don't worry, all my machines are Windows.
Are they?
Still boot. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know a single Mac.
Really? Okay. Yeah. You are unusual. That's so at least for our.
It's not ideology. Just
fine. They actually now looks like they do make some good stuff, right? Like Microsoft Teams is good, right?
Yeah,
like,
there's lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
New CEO has done a lot of innovative things, like GitHub.
Yeah, just an acquisition, but still, make credit for it.
The acquisition, the pivoting of vision and motivations and focus and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, yes, okay. Microsoft is an analogy, metaphor for something.
Well, yeah, so basically just like, they didn't need a turnaround, but they did endure to the present day. They didn't die when Google laughed. For the massive attacks, they didn't die. They're less powerful, but they make more money, right? And I think that might be something that, our best case scenario is the establishment or CCP has more power over fewer people. Okay. And so, but you can exit. If you're there, you're kind of knuckling under or whatever, but you can exit, right? And so I mentioned those three poles. CCP is obviously a billion people, 1.4 aligned under digital yuan and so on, right? NYT is the entire, it's the tech companies, it's the US dollar, it is the establishment. And then crypto capital is everybody else. But I actually think that over time, that third world is Web3 this time, and that's the third pole, and that's India and it's Israel, and it's lots of American conservatives and left libertarians and libertarians, and it's also lots of Chinese liberals, all the folks who are trying to get out of China because it's become so nationalist and crazy and good for capitalism. And so if you take basically non-establishment Americans on both left and right, okay, the bottom two quadrants in the political compass I talked about, you take the liberal Chinese, you take the Israelis and the Indians. Why? Because both of them have a lot of tech talent, right? They're the number one and number two demographics for tech founders, and they want to, while they are generally sympathetic to the West, right? They have more ties to the West. They also are more cautious about national interest rather than just starting fights. That's how they would think about it, right? They just, India thinks of itself as a poor country, Israel thinks of itself as a small country, and so therefore it needs to not just get in every fight just for the sake of it, and so need to maintain a cautious distance with China, but not like do what Pelosi is doing and try and start like a big thing. Okay. I think Israel is similar, where it's maintaining diplomatic relations with China. It's more friendly towards China than the U.S. is. India and Israel, I think, are two sovereign states that have a lot of global mobile tech talent that obviously have ties to the West or the large diaspora that are hard to demonize, in the sense of willing to argue on the internet. Let's put it like that, in English, right? Very important. And them plus enough Americans plus enough Chinese can stand up another pole that is not for Cold War or military confrontation, but for peace and trade and freedom and so on, right? That's the center, as opposed to the left of the woke American U.S. establishment or the right of the ultranational CCP, right? That's where I think. Now, what I would say here is the reason I think these are the kind of extreme poles. You can argue against this, right? You can say it's a unipolar world. America's totally dominant. That's one argument. You can say it's a bipolar world. It's just the U.S. versus China. Everybody else will have to be forced to align with one or the other. Jayashankar, actually explicitly rejected this. He thought, look, there's 1 billion people in India. It's coming up on. It will eventually be like the number 3 economy. It's on the rise. He's got the history and culture. He thinks he's entitled to have. India's entitled to have its own side, right? It's a funny way of putting it, right? But it's also true. And so you can say it's unipolar, you can say it's bipolar, you can say it's just multipolar, and everybody is kind of there. India, Israel, these are groups out there. But I actually think it's going to be tripolar. The reason it's tripolar is these 3 pools are the groups that have enough media and money and scale and whatnot to really kind of be self-consistent civilizations. Obviously, China's like the vertically integrated, like Apple, or whatever.
Maybe a stable ideology.
A stable ideology. That's right. Right. Obviously, the wokes have control of lots of institutions. They've got the U.S. establishment. They've got the tech companies. They've got the media companies, and so on. But crypto is basically everybody else, and crucially, crypto has inroads in China and America, where it's hard to demonize it as completely foreign because there's many, many, many huge proponents of the universalist values of crypto in America and China, because it is true global rule of law and free speech and so on. It is genuinely universalist in a way where America can no longer be, the number one rule of the rules-based order is America is always number one, and China doesn't even pretend to maintain a rules-based order, right? Whereas for all those countries that don't want to either be dominated by the U.S. media corporations or social media that can just censor Trump, nor do they want to be dominated by China, this is an attractive alternative, a platform they can make it on, right? So that's where I think, I wrote an article on this in Foreign Policy on, here's 2 articles that talk about this a little bit. It's called Great Protocol Politics. And then here's another one on the sort of domestic thing. Bitcoin is civilization for Barry Weiss. Okay. But I want to just come up the stack a little bit and just return to that original point which I diverged on, which was why I gave the whole example of how we got into China because I talked about how China had gone from communist to capitalist and letting people have just a share of what they own, right? With social media, we're still in kind of the communist era of social media almost, where whatever you earn on social media, like Google takes its cut, Twitter takes 100%, you earn nothing for all your tweets or anything like that. Not only do you earn nothing, you might get a little rev share on TikTok or YouTube, and you do okay, right? But not only do you earn either nothing or a little bit, you have no digital property rights, even more fundamental. You are at just the whim of a giant corporation can hit a button and everything you worked for over years is gone. Okay? That is, even if that is quote, the current state of affairs, rather, that is not the right balance of power. To be able to unperson somebody at the touch of a key and take away everything in the digital world and remove more and more in the digital world, we need a check on that power. And the check on that power is crypto and its property rights and its decentralization, right? And when I say decentralization, I mean your money and your digital property is by default yours. And there has to be a due process for someone to take that away from you. Everything, all work is online. All your money is online. Your presence is online. That can just be taken away from you with a press of a key. That just gives, bad governments, bad corporations so much power that that's wrong, right? That's why I'm a medium and long-term bull on crypto, simply because it's a check on this thing. And that if you think about it in terms of just abstract decentralization, it's one thing. If you think about it in terms of property rights, it's quite another. And that also means is once you have property rights and you have decentralized social media, it'll be like the explosion of trade that happened after China went from communist to capitalist. Literally, billions of people around the world are no longer giving everything to the collective. They own the teeth in their head now, finally. Okay, it's funny, right? So your lexagreement.eth, you own it. The keys are on your computer. The bad part is, of course, they can get hacked or something like that. Then you can deal with that with social recovery. There's ways of securing keys. But the good part is, ta-da, you actually have property rights in the Hernando de Soto sense. You have something you own, ownership, digital ownership. The cloud is great, but crypto gives you some of the functionality of the cloud, while also having some of the functionality of the offline world where you have the keys. So it's the V3, right? As continuous theme, right? The V1 was offline. I've got a key, I own it, I have de facto control. V2 is the cloud, someone else manages it for me, it's hosted, I get collaboration stuff. V3 is the chain where you combine aspects of this, right? You have the global state of the cloud, but you have the local permission and control of the private key. Okay, so that's why I'm a medium to long-term hopeful of crypto. And I've actually, there's a podcast I gave with Asimco where I talked through how crypto actually doesn't just go after finance. So it's gold, and it's wire transfers, and it's crowdfunding, and it's all finance and DeFi. But it's actually also search, and it's social, and it's messaging. It's actually even operating systems, and eventually cloud and whatnot. Do you want me to talk about that briefly?
Yeah, if you could briefly see so
sure, very briefly.
How broad you see.
So first, crypto is fundamentally a new way of building back-end systems, right? So if you think about how big a deal it was to go from AT&T's corporate Unix to Linux, it's permissionless, right? When you went from, as much as I admire a lot of the stuff that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman have done at OpenAI, I think they're phenomenal in terms of research. They've pushed the envelope forward. I give them a ton of credit, right? Still, it was great to see the Stable Diffusion out there, which was open source AI, right? And so, from a developer, from a power user standpoint, whenever you have the unlocked version, like an unlocked cell phone, it's always going to be better, right? So, what crypto gives you, obviously, it's every financial thing in the world. You can do stocks, bonds, etc. It's not just like the internet wasn't just a channel. It wasn't like radio and TV and internet. It was internet radio and internet TV and internet this and internet that. Everything was the internet. All things became the internet. Crypto's not an asset class. It's all asset classes. It's crypto stocks, crypto bonds. In a real sense, like private property, arguably didn't exist in the same way before crypto. International law didn't exist before crypto. How are you going to do a deal between Brazil and Bangladesh? If a Brazilian company wants to acquire a Bangladeshi company, you usually have to set up a U.S. adapter in between. Otherwise, what are the tax or the other obligations between the two? You set up a U.S. adapter or a Chinese adapter in between. But now that Brazilian and Bangladeshi peer-to-peer blockchain, right? They can agree on a system of law that is completely, international and that's code. So each party can diligence it without speaking Portuguese and technology, right? So that's why I am a long-term bull on crypto. I just described the finance case. Let me go through the others, right? Social. So you have the private keys for your EMS. You have apps like Barcaster. You basically have decentralized social media where there's different variants. Some you just log in with your crypto username. Others, the entire social network and all the likes and posts are on chain, like Visa. But there's several different versions, right? Search. Once you realize block explorers are an important stealth threat to search. They're very high traffic sites like blockchain.com and Etherscan that Google has just totally slept on. They don't have a block explorer. You don't have to do anything in terms of trading or anything like that. Google does not have a block explorer. Why? They don't think of it as search, but it is search. It's absolutely search. It's a very important kind of search engine. And once you have crypto social, you now show that you're not just indexing in a block explorer like on-chain transactions, but on-chain communications. Okay. So now you suddenly see, the entire social web Google couldn't index because it was the World Wide Web, and not the social web. Now it's actually the on-chain signed web. Remember, because every post is usually signed, so it's a new set of signals. It's way easier to index either the World Wide Web or the social web, because it's open to public. So this is a totally disruptive thing to search medium term, because it's a new kind of data sets index. Right? So that's how it's a threat to social, to search. It is a threat to messaging. Why? Because, or it's disruptive actually, because the EMS name, as I mentioned, is like a universal identifier. You can send encrypted messages between people. That's a better primitive to base it on. WhatsApp is just flaming. that they're end-to-end encrypted.
And these events
But
will eventually take
with an
us
ENS name,
all the way
or
around
with
the
a
globe
crypto name,
in search
you
of
can be
Spanish
provably,
treasure.
audibly end-to-end encrypted
So
because
this
you're
week,
actually sending
we're
back
going
and
to be
forth, right?
introducing the
The
central
private key is
character in
local,
this period
right?
of time.
That itself, given how
So we're
weird that
introducing
is, right?
Good Queen Bess,
You could man in the
Virgin
middle
Queen,
Signal or WhatsApp
the
because there's a
Pirate
server,
Queen,
right? If you have,
and
so
Elizabeth
end-to-end
I
encrypted messaging
of
will
England.
happen, and with payments and all
This
this other
is
stuff.
episode
Okay, so you
number
get
5,
crypto messaging apps.
L'Oreal.
You get operating systems. Why? Well, the
The
frontier
story
of
of
operating
Queen
systems. I mean,
Elizabeth
look,
starts about
Windows,
30 years before
Linux,
her
and Mac OS have
birth.
been around
It
forever.
starts, in fact,
But
1 year
if you actually think
after
about,
Columbus set sail on his
what
way
is
to
a
the
blockchain?
voyage, 1491.
Well, there's operating systems,
That
there's
was
web
the year
browsers. A
that
blockchain is the
Henry
most
VIII was
complicated
born.
thing since an operating system or web browser because it's
Of
a
course,
kind of
at the
operating
time he
system.
wasn't
Why?
Henry VIII.
It's
He
got
was merely Henry
something like
VIII,
Ethereum
the
has an
second
EVM.
son of King
It's got
Henry VII.
programming language.
His older
It's
brother,
got an ecosystem
Arthur,
where people monetize
was
on
the
it.
heir apparent.
They build front-end
Now,
apps
Arthur
and they build
was
back-end
trained
apps.
as a
They
knight and a
interoperate with each
soldier
other.
and a
This is the
nobleman
frontier
and
of operating
politician.
systems.
All of the things,
People haven't
in
thought of it
short,
that way,
that you
right?
needed to know
It's
to
also
be
the
king,
frontier of
while
a lot of
his
things in
younger brother
databases.
Henry was sent off with
You
his
will get a
sisters
crypto
to
LinkedIn
live with
where
their
there's
mother,
zero-knowledge
who was
proofs of
Henry's
various
first
credentials.
tutor.
Okay.
This is
Basically,
important
every
because
single
during
Web2
the
company, I could probably come up
known as
with
the
a
Wars of the
Web3
Roses,
variant
a
of
period
it,
of time
right?
in England
Like
where
Ethereum
two
is, I mean,
houses
and
vied for
this is
control
high
of the
praise for
English
both
throne.
parties, but Ethereum is like
Henry's
the crypto
father
Stripe,
was
right?
a
Or
member
Web3
of one
Stripe,
of those
and you
houses, what was
will
known as the
you will see
Lancasters. However,
versions
his
of
mother
everything
was
else
actually
that
a
are
member
like this.
of the opposing house,
But
known
I
as the
kind of
House of
describe
York. So while
search,
he was
social,
nominally
messaging,
a tutor,
operating
a
systems,
member
the phone.
of the Lancaster
Right, so the one
side,
that's doing the
he
crypto
was
phone. Why
trained
do you
by
want that?
and reportedly
Again, digital
looked a
property.
lot like his
Apple
Yorkish mother.
was talking about
Now, this
running some
shouldn't have been a
script to
concern because his
find
older
people
brother
who are
Arthur
having,
was not trained by
CSAM,
his
like
Yorkish
child,
mother,
child
and
porn or
looked
whatever on
very
their
little like her,
phones,
was
right?
going to be king.
And even
However,
NYT actually
Arthur
reported
died
that,
before his ascension
like
to the
Google
throne.
ran something like
Of
this and
course,
found
there
false
was the
positives. Some
image
guy had
of
to
the
take a
Yorkish
photo
war,
of a kid
another civil war,
for
another
medical
war of the roses.
diagnosis. He
However,
got
both
false,
sides were
falsely
pleased
flagged as
because the
CSAM. He
Lancaster
lost
gained the
access to his
throne, but
account.
he was so
Total
much
nightmare.
of
Imagine
the
just getting
Yorkish
locked out of
side
your
and
Google
looked so
account
much
because
like
you're so
him
dependent on
that
it, right?
both sides
As
would
more and more of your
accept
digital life
Henry as king.
goes
On
online,
the day of his
is
coronation,
it
it could be
really
argued
that
that
much
Henry
ethically different if
ended
it's the
the
Chinese
Wars of the
state
Roses
that locks you
by
out
becoming
or an
Henry
American
VIII,
corporation,
King of England.
right? Basically, the
Not too
operation
bad
is very
if you're
similar.
staying
You just have no
office.
recourse. You're unpurchased,
Henry's older
right?
brother, Arthur,
So the crypto
had
phone
been promised to and
becomes
eventually
like
married a
insanely
Spanish
important
nobleman, a woman
because you
named
have
Catherine
a
of Aragon.
local
She
set
was
of private
actually
keys.
the
Those are the
daughter
keys to your
of
currency
Ferdinand
and
and
your
Isabella,
passport
the
and your
Catholic monarchs, who
services
we've
and
talked
your
about a
life,
fair
right?
amount before.
So life becomes something you should
However,
hold on to
she was
your person at
widowed
all times, like
upon
your
the
normal
death
phone. You might have
of Arthur.
backups and stuff, but the
Now,
crypto
her
phone is
word as a
insanely important.
diplomatic
Okay?
marriage had
And so
been
that's
asserted
search,
that
that's social,
diplomatic
that's
ties between
messaging,
Spain and England
that's
was already pretty strong, but for a
operating
long
systems,
time,
that's a phone.
Henry had
That's a lot right
loved
there.
his brother's
that's
wife from
beautiful.
afar, so
Can I have
he insisted
120
that it
seconds to
was
just
his father's
finish up a few
dying
more thoughts
wish
on social media?
that
Okay.
he marry
AI and AR.
his brother's
Okay.
widow.
Massive
And he did
impact,
so.
obviously, of AI and social
Now,
media.
it's
You're
argued
going
that
to
perhaps that
completely
wasn't the
new
case. There were
social media
better
companies,
diplomatic alliances that
gestures,
could have
other
been made,
things.
but at the time,
TikTok having
it was a pretty
some AI
important
creation
alliance
tools
because
in there
England
is
and Spain
just like the
were
V1 of
allied
that.
against a foe
There's
nation
whole
called
thread with
France,
everything stable
which
diffusion is
both
unlocking.
countries had been fighting for a
Basically,
long, long time.
this is going to melt Hollywood.
Henry was on top of the
U.S.
world.
media
He was
corporations
a
that took a
young,
hit in the 2010s,
handsome,
we're now
charismatic,
going to be able
powerful
to have
monarch
everyone around the
with
world able
the
to tell
girl
their
of his
story.
dreams,
And
who
all the
was
stuff about
pretty
AI
Rothschild
ethics
while
and
he
AI
was
bias,
off
the
on the
ultimate
continent
bias is
fighting
centralized
wars that
AI.
were gaining him huge amounts of
Only
respect and
decentralized AI
recognition.
is truly
His wife
representative.
gave
You
him a
cannot be
child,
faux
a beautiful
representative. You cannot
daughter,
claim
who he
that
named Mary.
that Google
He named her
is
Mary
representing
largely because
Nigerians,
Henry
Indians,
was a very
Brazilians,
proud
Japanese. Like
Catholic.
those folks
He
each
even
have access
wrote
to
a book.
themselves.
He was the
Right?
first
That's
Jewish
a
monarch to
fundamental
write a book
ethical
since
argument
Alfred the
against
Great,
centralized
centuries
AI.
before his life.
Unethical.
Henry's book
And
was
it's like
entitled
this
A
faux
Certain
thing where you might
Sectum Sacramentorum,
have like
or
faux
in
diversity
English,
in the
Defense of the Seven Sacraments,
in the
which earned him
interface but you haven't actually truly decentralized it. This is the woke capitalism thing. You justify it with the wokeness, and you make money by centralizing it. But the actual way of doing it is letting it free from the world and letting people build their own versions. If people want to build a Asian Lord of the Rings, they can do that. If they want to build an Indian one, they can do that. If they, whatever they want, right? So that is the argument for AI decentralization and for how that kind of brings to
I love it. AI decentralization fixes the bias problem.
Yeah, centralization
talk about and focus on.
Yeah, centralization is inherently unrepresentative. Fundamentally, like you can mathematically show it's not representative. The decentralization allows anybody to pick it up and make it their own. Right? And centralization is almost always a mask for that private corporate interest. Right? It's like one of the things about the woke capitalism thing, by the way, is deplatforming of Trump was political. Other things are political. But do you know what deplatforming started with? in the late 2000s, early 2010s, all the open social stuff was when deplatforming was being used as a corporate weapon against Meerkat and Zynga and Teespring, right? These were companies that were competing with features of TweetDeck, etc. Competing with features of Twitter or Facebook, and the API was cut off. And that was when actually progressives were for net neutrality and an open internet and open social against the concentration of corporate power and so on. Remember that, right? And so what's going to happen is both those two things, the political and the corporate, are going to come together. Why? In the Soviet Union, denunciation was used as a tool to, for example, undercut romanticizers, right? There's a great article called "The Practice of Denunciation in the Soviet Union," right, which talks about all these examples where the ideological argument was used to kick somebody into the 300 pit that existed at the center of the Soviet Union. Anybody could be kicked into the pit at any moment. And ta-da! Well, Ivan's out, and now hey Anna, whatever, right? Okay, that same thing is going to be used by woke capitalists, is being used by woke capitalists, where the woke argument is used to justify pushing their competitor out of the app store, or downright them in search. Well, again, you wouldn't want a big MCB in search who can compete with us or whatever, right? And conversely, so the wokeness is used to make money, and the money is used to advance the ideology. It's like this kind of back and forth. Sometimes, right now, you think of those as independent rings, but then they can be used. Okay, and so that's very clear with the AI bias argument, where it just so happens that it's so powerful, Lex. This technology is so powerful, the wrong hands can be used. So we will charge you $9.99 for it. How's that? How altruistic is that? Is that amazingly altruistic? Really good, right? So once you kind of see that, as I said, whenever their position in economics, you can go on culture. Their position on culture, you can go on economics. If they're so woke, why are they rich? If they're so concerned about representation, why is it centralized? Answer, they're not actually concerned about it. Right? Okay. So that is, I think, in a few words, blows up a lot of the AI bias type stuff, right? Okay. They're basically, they're biasing. So the amount of stuff that can be done with AI now, it also helps the Saddam's economy, as I was talking about with the AI Zoom. So you have totally new sites, totally new apps that are based on that. I think it may, it changes. You're going to have new Google Docs, all these kinds of things. You might have, once you can do things with just a few taps, you might have sites that are focused more on producing rather than just consuming, because, you might, with AI, you can change the productivity of gestures. You can have a few gestures, for example, the image-to-image thing with Stable Diffusion, where you make a little cartoon third graders painting and it becomes a real painting. A lot of user interfaces will be rethought now that you can actually do this incredible stuff and it knows what you want to do, right? So, and I saw this funny thing, which was a riff on Thiel's line, which is AI is centralized and crypto is decentralized. And somebody was saying, actually, it turns out crypto is centralized with the CBDCs and stablecoin and so on. But AI is getting decentralized with Stable Diffusion. Right? Which is funny. And I think there's centralized and decentralized versions of each of these, right? And finally, the third pole that actually, Thiel, he talks about AI and crypto, but the third pole is actually that's so underappreciated because people don't know it exists. It's social. That just keep it on going, right? And obviously, the next step in social is AR and VR. Why is it so obvious? Because it's meta. Now, I saw this very silly article. It's like, oh my God, Facebook is so dumb for putting in $10 billion into virtual reality, right? And I'm like, okay, the most predictable innovation in the world, in my view, is the AR glasses. Have you talked about this on the podcast before?
AR, VR, of course, a lot, but AR is not as obvious.
Okay, so AR glasses. What are AR glasses? So you take Snapchat Spectacles, Google Glass, Apple's AR Kit, Facebook's Oculus Quest 2, right? Or Meta Quest 2, whatever. Okay, you put those together. So what do you get? You get something that has the form factor of glasses that you wear outside, okay, which can, with the tap, record or give you Terminator vision on something, or with another tap go totally dark and become VR glasses. Okay, so normal glasses, AR glasses, VR glasses, recording. It's as multifunctional as your phone, but it's hands-free. And you might actually even wear it more than your phone. In fact, you might be blind without your AR glasses because one of the things I've shown in the book early on are floating sigils. Did I show that? So this really important visual concept. That right there shows with the AR kit, you can see a globe floating
which is
outside.
exactly what happened.
Okay?
There were,
Secret
of
societies
course,
are the
other
term. This is what NFTs will become.
problems that
That
England was having
NFT,
at the
local
time.
and cryptophone,
The Lutheran
if
heresy
you
was
hold it,
growing
you can
all
see the
throughout
symbol.
Europe, and a lot
If
of
you
English
don't,
people
you
were
can't.
sympathetic to it.
By the way, for
However, it
people
really
just
hadn't taken
listening, we're
hold on
looking at
England yet.
a nice nature scene
Once Henry decided
where
that
an
Rome was no
artificially
longer the spiritual power of
created
England,
globe
he
is
made
floating in the
himself
air.
the head of the
Yes, but
English
it's
church,
invisible if you're
essentially
not holding on
being
to
a
the
rival
American
pope
dollar.
of his nation
Right.
of England.
So
only
Now that
you
the pope
having
held no
ability
sway in England, he was allowed
that's right.
to annul his
And then
marriage with
here's
Catherine
another thing,
and
which
marry
shows you another
Anne
piece of
Boleyn,
it.
which he did
And this is
in
using
secret
ENFs
first.
to unlock a
But
door.
within only a few
So
weeks,
this is
she
an
was
NFT used for something
pregnant,
different. So
and
the
so
first one is using
Henry
an NFT
was able to marry
effectively
her
to see
much more
something.
powerfully and
The
announce
second is
to
using
all the
NFT
nations
to
of
do
Europe
something.
that the Pope no longer
Okay,
held
so
sway
based
in
on
the nation
your
of England, and now what
on-chain
would be known as the
communication,
Anglican
right?
Church was the Protestant
You
religion
can
of
unlock a door.
England.
That's a door to a room.
Unfortunately,
So if you
that
can door to
first
a building, it
pregnancy
could be the
ended
gates
in
to
a
a community.
miscarriage. However, this
It
was
could be
not
your digital
tremendously
wallet.
uncommon at the
Okay?
time.
And so
She was
amazing.
pregnant again
what this means
shortly
is basically a lot of these things which are like individual
all of
pieces get
Henry's
synthesized,
advisors
right?
and
And
astronomers and doctors
you eventually have a
told
digital,
him
just like you have
his
a digital
child was
currency.
certainly
Digital
to
currencies
be the
unify
male
concepts
heir.
like
So Henry
obviously
prepared
gold,
extensively to have
stocks,
this child
bonds,
baptized. He
derivatives,
had
every
seen
kind of financial instrument,
everything
plus
taken
Chuck E.
care
Cheese
of,
tokens,
every
karma,
minute
everything
detail.
that's
This was
fungible and
going to
transferable.
be
The
the
digital
first
passport
Protestant
unifies
heir
your
born
Google
in any
style
European
login,
country.
your
If
private
he went to
keys, your
sleep
API
with all the
keys,
pomp
your
and ceremony
NFTs,
that
your
he could
ENS
muster.
name, your domain name,
He
all
must
those
have
kinds of
been
things,
tremendously
and your key card for
disappointed
your door and so on, right?
when Anne Boleyn
So
gave
the AR
birth
glasses are
to another
what
girl
probably, I
child.
don't know, will be Facebook's version
However,
3 or
even
version
through
4.
the
Apple's also
ceremony,
working on them. Google's also
even
working
so
on them.
far
You might
as
just
to
get a
have
bunch of
her
those models at the same
named
time. It's like
princess,
predicting
which
the
was
iPhone.
in
Just like,
England at the
Dorsey
time
knew that mobile
only
was going to be
used
big,
for a child
and that's
who was
why
yet to
he
be in
had
the
140
line of
characters
succession,
for
was
Twitter. This
very
was like an
glaring
SMS code
for this.
limitation, and Twitter was started
And
before the iPhone.
there must have been a
AR
lot of
glasses
hardship
are
for
an
this
incredibly
child
predictable
because he
invention
named this
that
child
you can start thinking
after
about
his sister,
the future of
who
social
died
is
when
in
he was
part
very
in
young.
person. Okay?
He named
And it
her
also means people
Elizabeth.
might go outside more. Why?
After a
Because
miscarriage
you can't
and
see
the birth
a
of
monitor
yet
in the
another
sun.
daughter,
But if you take
Henry's
the AR,
passion for
maybe
England
you
seems
have
to
a
have faded.
full screen thing, and
Regardless,
you just
within
like kind
only
of
about 2 years,
move
Anne
your
was
fingers
pregnant
or
again.
something, and
It
you
was
tap. You have to
during
figure
this
out the gesture.
pregnancy
You don't have gorilla
that
arms.
Henry was
Maybe you do
injured
have a keyboard
during a
outside,
jousting
or
match
just
in
even
his
like
knee. The injury wasn't life-threatening
you could even have a
immediately,
desk
but
like
it
this.
would lead to
Okay?
complications
If you
that
had
would eventually take
you can
Henry's
touch
life.
type. You can
After
imagine something where
hearing
you
of
look
this
down and
injury,
you can see
Anne
the
miscarried
keyboard with your AR
again.
glasses, and it
This
registers
time,
it, and then you can type
it was a
like
boy.
this, right? And probably
Henry
you
saw
can have some
this
AI that
as
could
evidence, perhaps
figure
a
out what you
sign,
meant rather than what you
that
mean,
Anne
right?
Boleyn would
Okay.
never give him
So
a son and heir.
that's AI and social
He
media. That's
decided
AR and social
that he
media.
needed to find
But
a
really,
new wife. However,
one last thing
he
I'll say,
would
which
not
is the
be able
non-obvious,
to just have this
non-technological
marriage
part,
annulled
is
as
I
he
think we'll
had
go
his
from
last one. He was going to have to find
very broad
another
networks,
solution.
which are hundreds of
What
millions
he
or
came up
billions of
with
people, like Twitter and
was to
Facebook, which have many
accuse
small
Anne
communities in
Boleyn
them,
of
to
witchcraft.
much
Not
smaller
only
networks
witchcraft,
that have a
but
million or 10
adultery
million
with at least
people,
5 other
but
men.
are much
One of
deeper,
them
right, in
happened to
terms of
be
their
her brother, so we could go ahead
affiliation, right?
and toss
And this is the
incest
long-term
into the
trend
pile
in
as
tech,
well.
is you're going from
At her
eyeballs
trial,
in the
one of
1980s,
the
I'm
jurors
sorry,
was that
eyeballs in the
same
1990s,
nobleman to
to
whom
daily
she had
active users
engaged
in
as
the
a younger woman.
2000s, to
When he
holders
declared his verdict
in the 2010s. So
guilty,
you go from just like, oh, I'm
it
just a
was
looky
said
loo,
that he
to
was
I'm
made
logging in
physically
every day,
sick
to I'm
by
holding
the
a
end.
significant percentage of my net
It was
worth.
a unanimous decision.
And then
Every
this
juror
decade is when
decided
the
she was
online
guilty.
community becomes primary.
That was
You're a
the
netizen.
kind of
The
power
digital
that
passport
Henry
is
had at that
your main
time.
identity.
The
And
young
so this
Elizabeth
is
was only
not,
2 years
see, the
old
problem with Facebook or Twitter
when
is
her
it's a
mother
bunch of different communities
was
that don't share
beheaded.
the same values fight with each other.
She
This
never
brings
really
us
got
back
to
to the
know
network
her
state
mother,
where
and
one
would,
community
for
share
the
values,
early
share
parts of her life,
currency,
be completely
and it's full
dedicated
stack.
to
It's
her
a
father.
social network, and it's
It
a
was only 10
cryptocurrency,
days later
and
that
it's
Henry
a
married
co-living
a commoner
community,
named Jane
and
Seymour,
it's a messaging
who would
app, and
quickly
it's a
become
this and it's a
pregnant,
that. And
and then
it's like
bear
Estonia,
him
one of the only
finally
people you can
a
actually
son.
put a lot of that full stack.
Who
That
given name
starts to get to what I call
Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male
There should
heir.
be like a standing applause
Much like
line
he
here.
had
This is
been as a
brilliant.
boy, he sent his
You're
daughters away to go
an
study
incredible person.
elsewhere.
This is an incredible conversation. We covered
Elizabeth's tutor, a man named
how to
Roger
fix our
Ashe,
government,
was
looking at
full
the
of
future
praise.
of government.
He considered her not
Moving
just
into networks
studious,
daily.
not just
We
bright,
covered
but
how to
brilliant.
fix
He
medicine,
said,
FDA,
"The Lady Elizabeth
longevity.
shines like a
That
star.
was just like a
The constitution of her mind is exempt from female
description.
weakness.
And really,
No
I'll have to listen
apprehension
to that
can be put
multiple
in
times to really
hers."
take it. Thank you for that, especially
It was
in
said
this
that by the
time
age of 13,
where
Elizabeth
the
was fluent
lessons
not only
learned
in
from the
English, but
pandemic
in Welsh, Irish,
aren't
Scottish,
clear to
Cornish,
me.
French,
And
Latin,
there's a lot of
Italian,
thinking that
and
needs to be
Greek.
done there. And then
She learned this
just
through
a
a process
discussion
called double
about how to
translation,
fix
where
social
she would
media
translate her work from its
and how to
original
fix
language into English, then
money.
translate it
this was
back
brilliant.
into
So
its original language
you're
from
an
her
incredibly
translation,
successful person
and
yourself. You taught,
no mistakes were allowed, or
taught
she
a
would have
course
to do it
at
all over
Stanford
again.
for
And this was
for
a practice
startups.
that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her
Another
life as
discussion that we can have, but
sort
let me
of a
just
mental
ask you.
relaxation, sort of like something you might do a
There's a lot of
crossword
people that look
puzzle
up
or
to you.
Sudoku.
So if there's somebody who's young in high
Her
school
father
or early
didn't see her
college,
at all during this period in her life.
trying to
He
figure out
would
what the heck
send
to do
her
with their life,
birthday presents
what to do with
through
their career,
courier.
what
He
advice
would
would
send
you give them?
one noble
How
or
they
another
can
to
have
go
a
send his
career
regards, and
they can be
one
proud of,
noble
or
commented
how
when
they
he
can
went to go
have
visit
a
her
life.
at Christmas that
At least what I would
Elizabeth
do.
asked after the king with the gravity of
Uh,
a 40-year-old woman. She
Yeah,
desperately
maybe to
wanted
your
her
younger
father's
self.
attention.
It's nice to
There
hear
was a
this.
portrait of her,
My
painted
friend
about this
Noel
age, that
is,
presents Elizabeth exactly
this
as
is
she
a
wanted
lot
to
of
be
what he
seen,
puts
not
out
just by
is
the
the
world,
very
but by her
practical,
father.
brass tacks
She
next
is
steps.
standing
And
holding
I
a book
tend
in her
towards
hand,
the,
marked with a place to show what a
macro. Of course, we
studious
both
young
do
woman
sort
she
of,
is.
both kinds
Next
of
to
things,
her,
right?
there is a copy of the
Let's
Bible
talk
sitting
brass
open
tacks
to
next
show
steps, because
just
I
what
actually
a
am
religious woman
practical,
she is. She is
or at
the
least
very
practical
picture
enough,
of what a lady
to get
in
things
that
done.
time in
Okay.
England was supposed
Just
to
like
be.
you said,
She would
you're
send these
breaking up
messengers
the new
back
book
with
into three.
presents that
Yes,
she had
there's
made for her
motivation,
father
theory, and
and
practice.
stepmother.
Motivation theory and
One of
practice.
these
That's
presents
right.
that still exists
And
today
each of
is
those
a
are
copy of
so let's
a
talk practice.
work of
Okay.
fiction that she wrote, which is
Right.
bound
So
in cloth
first,
of
what
gold and just
skills do you
superbly
learn
beautiful.
as
But on
a
the
young
inside,
kid, right?
written entirely
So
in Elizabeth's hand,
let me
there is a
give
story
what the
written in
ideal
Latin
full stack
that
thing
is
is, and then you have to say, okay, I'm
pristine.
good
Not the
quantitatively, I'm
content
good
of the story,
verbally, I'm
but
good this, I'm
the
good
way
that,
that
right?
she wrote it. There's
So the
not
ideal
a blotch
is
or
you
a
are
smudge or a
full
single
stack
correction
engineer and
throughout
full
this
stack influencer,
entire work.
or full stack
It's
engineer, full stack creator.
unbelievable.
Okay,
She
so
is
that's
a
both right brain
13-year-old.
and left brain.
I would say that
So
this sort of genius
what
at
does that
that
mean with
age
engineering? That
rivals
means
the
you
likes of
master
child prodigies
computer
like
science
Leonardo
and
da Vinci
statistics.
or Mozart
Okay,
or Beethoven.
and of course it's also good to
And
know
the
physics and
father
continuous
took
math and so on.
notice.
That's actually quite
Perhaps his
valuable
heart
to know,
softened
and
as
you
he
might
grew
need to
older,
use a lot
but
of
he
that
brought his daughters
continuous
back to
math
court
with AI
and even
nowadays, right? Because
kind
a
of
lot of that is
forethought
actually
to
helpful,
reinstate
right?
them in the line of
Great
succession.
descent and whatnot.
If anything
But
were to happen to
computer
Edward,
science and stats
Mary, the
are
eldest
to
daughter,
this
would take the
century
throne,
what
and then
physics was
potentially
the last
Elizabeth
while.
after her.
Because,
Or
for
perhaps he
example,
brought
what
his
percentage
daughters
of your
back
time do
and
you
put them
spend
into the line
looking
of
at screens
succession
sometimes?
because he knew that his time was coming to a close.
A large percentage of the time, right? Probably more
That
than,
Johnston injury that she
for
had
many
received
people, it's
years
more
ago
than 50% of the
wound
waking
up
hours.
claiming his life.
Laptop,
It was,
cell
by
phone,
all accounts,
tablet,
exceedingly
maybe
painful
watch, maybe a monitor of some kind, right?
when
All those together is
Elizabeth
probably
and
a lot,
her younger brother,
Which
Edward,
means, and then that's
were
going to only
told
increase
at
with
their
AR
father's death,
glasses.
it said that they
Which
fell
means
into each other's
most of
arms
the rest of your life will be
and
spent in
were
the sense in the matrix.
inconsolable.
Okay, in
Their
a
older sister,
constructed digital world,
Mary,
which is more
however,
interesting
was old
in
enough
some sense in the
when she
offline
saw
world,
the
because
injustice
we look
done
at
to
it
her
more, it
mother,
changes
who
faster,
remembered
right?
vividly.
And where the physics are
And it
set
was
by
said
program.
that she was
Okay.
much less
And
sympathetic to her
what that
father's
means
death.
is, physics
So there
itself
was
is
Elizabeth,
obviously very important for
14
the
years
natural
old,
world.
her
Computer
brother,
science and
the
stats
king of
are for
England,
the artificial
her
world,
father,
right?
passed
And
away,
why
and
is
left
that?
her
Because
a small
every
inheritance,
domain
third in line of succession.
has
This
algorithms
made
and
her
data
a
structures.
promising candidate
Whether
for
it's
marriage. There were two
aviation,
brothers at
okay,
the
you
time,
go to
the
American
brothers
Airlines,
Seymour,
right?
who were
You're
potentially
gonna have,
the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were
planes and
uncles
seats
to the
and
young King
tickets
Edward,
and so on.
and the younger
So
brother,
data structures,
Thomas
and you're
Seymour,
gonna have algorithms
had
and
his
functions that
eye
connect them.
on
You're gonna have
Elizabeth.
tables that those data
Not
bring.
just Elizabeth, he
It's
also
Walmart.
proposed to
You're gonna
her
have
sister Mary.
SKUs.
You see,
You're
it
gonna
was
have shelves.
her
You're gonna have
that he
so
was
you
after.
have data structures and you have
But of
algorithms
course,
to connect them.
don't picture
So
him
every
on
single
one
area
knee
you have
on the moon at
algorithms and
night,
data structures,
handing
which
a
is
ring
computer science and stats.
to either sister.
And so you're
No,
going
when you're
to
asking for the hand of the king's
collect the data
sisters,
and analyze
you
it,
ask the
right?
king.
And so that
when
means
the
if
king
you have
is
that
11
base
years
of
old,
CS and stats,
you're not really
where you're
asking
really
the
strong,
king.
and
You're
you
asking the
understand,
Privy Council,
the
the
theory as well as
small
the practice,
matters
right?
that
And you need
had
both,
under
okay?
Henry
Because you need to
helped to
understand,
mold the nation, and now effectively,
obviously
with
the basic
Prince
stuff
Edward
like
not
big O
having reached his
notation and
majority,
whatnot,
ruling
and
the nation in
you need to
his
understand all the
stead.
probability distributions,
The Privy
okay?
Council put the
Good
mix on
exercise, by the way,
this.
is to go
Thomas Seymour was
from
not to
the
marry either Mary
Bernoulli trials, right,
So,
to
he took
everything
the
else.
best
You can
family.
go Bernoulli
He
trials
married
to the binomial
Catherine
distribution,
Hall, the widow
Gaussian.
that Henry had
You
left
can also go
before he
from
passed away. That
Bernoulli
was
trials to
accounting
geometric
for
distribution,
his
and so on. You
sixth
can drive
wife.
everything from this, right?
And
Catherine
computer
Hall
science
had been
includes
deeply in
not
love
just
with
Big O,
Castile
but
for
software
many
engineering.
years before,
Well, computer science
so
is theory,
she
software
accepted
engineering practice,
Miley.
right? You could
However,
argue
she was also the legal guardian
probability
of
and
young
stats
Elizabeth.
theory and then data
So when
science
she
practice.
married Thomas Seymour,
Right.
he became
They
not
include
only her
all of that
stepfather,
together.
I include all that as a
legal
package. That's
guardian.
theory and practice, right? I mean, look,
Most
it's
of what
okay
we
to
know
use
about the following summer
libraries
comes
once
from
you
a
know what's
testament
going on
from
underneath, right?
Elizabeth's governess.
That's fine, but you need to be able to kind of write out the whole
Kate
thing
Ashley
yourself.
did,
I mean,
sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London.
That could be true, could not be true. I don't know. Are you sure about that? Because
Well, you should have.
you might be able to get quite far
Thomas
standing on
Seymour
the shoulders.
began acting
You can,
inappropriately.
but it
first, it can be called
well,
incident.
okay,
Cat
somebody
actually
in
said that
However you were going to finish that
romping
sentence,
through the gardens.
I could push back.
You could probably push back, right? But here's what I was going to say. I was going to say, you couldn't build Google or Facebook or Amazon or Apple without somebody in the company who understood like computer architecture and layout of memory and computer compilers.
But you might want to see, the thing is, if you use local libraries, you might be able to understand capabilities, and you can build up the intuition of like what a great specialized engineer can do.
Yeah, like for example, do you know at least a while back, Facebook.com like was literally it's just a single C++ file binary. Or so, it's not C++. It was like hip hop. They had a PHP compiler where they had just one giant binary. I think I may be getting this wrong, but that's what I recall, right?
Yeah. I mean that's it should be simple. It should be simple, and then you have guys like John Carmack who comes in and does an incredibly optimized implementation that actually.
Well, yeah, more than that, right? Like I mean, yes, right. Go ahead.
There were times
I mean, there's some cases with John Carmack, by being an incredible engineer, is able to bring to reality things that otherwise would have taken an extra 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, or maybe even more than that. Like, so, this is the great man theory of history versus like sort of the kind of the determinist, like waves of history are pushing things along. The way I reconcile those is the tech tree model of history. Civilization. You're playing in Civilization. Yeah. So like Civilization, you got the tech tree, and you can go and be like, okay, I'm gonna get spearmen, or I'm gonna do granaries and pottery, right? And so you can think of it as something where here's everything that humanity has right now, and then Satoshi can push on this dimension of the tech tree. So he's a great man because there wasn't Leibniz. Satoshi's new. Right? Like Vitalik, as amazing as he is, was 5 years later, right? There wasn't contemporaneous, another person that was doing this. Truly sui generis, right? That shows, what one person did. Like probably Steve Jobs of Apple, given how the company was dying before he got there, and he built it into the most valuable, or across the trajectory to become the most valuable company in the world. It shows that there is a great man, right? Maybe more than just being 5 or 10 years ahead, like truly shaping where history goes, right? But on the other hand, of course, that person, Steve Jobs himself, wrote that email that recently saying that he just put his own food, he didn't even think of the rights that he's got, so he's thought of those, and so he kind of, it is always a tension between the individual and society, right? But coming back to CS and stats, that's what you want to learn. I think physics is also good to know because you go one level deeper, and of course all these devices, you're not going to be able to build LiDAR, things like that without understanding physics, right?
You mentioned that as one variable.
Right. So CS and stats is that. Okay. And then you can go to any domain, any company, kick butt, add value, right? Okay. So now the other side is creator. First, online, like social media is about to become far, far, far more lucrative and monetizable. People are not updated. They kind of think this is it's like over or something like that, or it's old or whatever. But with crypto, once you have property rights in social media, now it's not what Google just allows you to have, but it's what you own, right? You actually have genuine property rights. And that's completely changed everything, just like the introduction of property rights in China changed everything. It might take some lag for that to happen, but you can lend against that, borrow against that. You own the digital property, right? And you do NFTs, you do investments, you do all this other stuff, right? So in many ways, I think anybody who's listening who's like, I want to build a $1 billion company, I'm like, build a $1 billion company, yes. Also build a million-person media operation, or a million-person following, or something online, right? Because a U.S. media company is simply not economically or socially aligned with your business. I mean, the big thing that I think, tech and media actually is funny. There's this collision, and sometimes there's this atom smashing event, and there's a repositioning, right? And media attacked tech really hard in the 2010s, as well as many other things. And now, post-2020, I think it's now centralized tech and media versus decentralized tech and media. And centralized tech and media is NYT and Google, which have all become WOKified, the establishment companies. But decentralized tech and media is like Substack, lots of defectors
She
from
was only 15,
from
and it seems
the
that
U.S.
the events
establishment
of the
from
previous
MIT
year
have
had
gone
led
to
her to
Substack,
wish never
but
to
also
know.
all the founders and funders
Despite
are
surviving
much
the attack on
more
his life,
vocal in
Kenan
here,
would
whether
die
it's Mark
shortly
Anderson and
thereafter
Jack
of
Dorsey,
tuberculosis.
Jeff Bezos,
During his short
Zuckerberg.
reign,
Zuck is
he
just
had
cutting
continued the
out the
policies
establishment
of
and
his
just going
father,
direct to
Henry VIII,
posting
in
himself, or posting
persecuting
the jujitsu
Catholics
thing,
across his
which
realm
he recently did,
and
or going and
forcing
talking to
the
Rogan,
English
right?
church apart.
And
He
so
was staunchly
you now
against
have
the
this sort of
Catholics.
atom
He
smash
had
and like kind of
decided,
weak
knowing
constitution.
that he was going
Why
to
is that
die,
important?
that he couldn't
Well,
allow his
look,
oldest sister
once
Mary
you
to
realize
become
news media
queen.
companies
So he
are
had her
companies,
removed
and
from the line of succession
their
on
employees,
grounds that
Sulzberger's
she
employees
was
are just
a
dogs on
bastard
the leash, right?
from an
They're
illegitimate marriage.
hitmen
His
for all
logic
money,
in
assassins for the
removing
establishment.
his eldest
They're never
sister
going to investigate
also
him.
removed
Okay,
his middle
there's this
sister,
thing right now of like some
Elizabeth,
strike
from the line of
that, or
succession.
possible strike
He
that's coming
chose
in
a
New York Times.
Protestant cousin,
The
Lady
obviously
Jane Grey,
most
to
obvious
be his successor.
rich
And after his death,
corporate zillionaire,
she
the
took the
epitome
throne.
of white privilege,
Within
is
an army of
and
loyal
again
loyalists,
another
as
kind of
well
person
as
who
a
thinks
number
white
of
is immensely
Catholics
right.
who
But
desperately wanted an end to
the guy
seeing
who
Protestants
inherited
on
the
the
company from his
throne
father
arose to support the
in
queenship
the
of
NFL,
Mary.
right?
It
You're
seems
supposed
that
to have
there
a
was
room where
very
you're supposed to
little
interview
support
diverse
for Lady
candidates from
Jane
the top
Grey
job.
because
You
this
know the
army
other competitors for
marched
the top
through the
job as
countryside
published in the New York
and
Times.
into London, meeting
Two
very little
cousins of
resistance
Sultan.
essentially,
So
and
three
immediately deposed
straight
Lady
white
Jane
males
Grey,
in 2017
and very
who
quickly
competed for this top
Queen
job.
Mary
And
ascended
everybody
to
in
the
media
throne.
was like silent about this
It's a
coronation.
strange
They had this
twist of
coronation
fate
article
that this
in
army,
the
comprised
Times about
largely
this,
of
right?
Catholics who
So
wanted an end to Protestant
you have
rule in
this
England,
meritless
put Mary on
nepotism,
the throne,
right?
but that
This
also
literally
put
rich
Elizabeth,
cis
the
white man
Protestant,
who
back in the line of
makes
succession.
millions of
But
dollars
that
a
was
year,
still some time.
and it makes like 50x
While
the
Mary
salary
may not have
of
had much
other,
love for her father, she has
NYC
certainly
journalists,
learned a
okay,
lot from him.
and
Henry's reign had
lives in a
been
mansion and so on,
terrible for
while
any
denouncing
Catholics living
this is
in
a porn
England
rich
that
guy
dared to
who denounces
oppose
all the
his
film
change
rich
to a
guys
Protestant church.
at a
However,
company
Mary
which is far
immediately
whiter than
decided
the
to
tech
try
companies
and
he's
undo all
denouncing.
of those
Okay,
changes.
and
And
again,
she did so
there's
with
a website called
unprecedented
TechJournalism is less
cruelty.
diverse than tech.com,
Her persecution
which actually shows
of
the
the
numbers on
Protestants
this,
was
right?
every
Here, I
bit
can
as terrible as her
numbers,
father's
right?
Catholic
So why
family.
did I say this?
She
Well,
began a
centralized U.S. media has
systematic
lost a ton of clout.
institution of persecution
Engagement
and
is down. If
execution
you've seen
of
crypto
any
prices
Protestant
down,
leaders
like
or
stock
anyone
prices
who
have
dared
crashed,
speak out
that's
against the
very
rise of the
obvious and
Catholic Church.
quantifiable.
This
Less
resulted in
visible
the
is that
execution
media
of
engagement has
300
crashed,
people
right?
who
By
were
the
burned
way,
alive.
yeah, there's a
Some of
plot
them,
that
the
shows
lucky
an
ones, had a
x-axis
high
percent
executioner who
white
would tie bags of
and
gunpowder
the
around their
y-axis
legs
are
that
the
would
different
explode when they
companies.
were put to death. The rest
And the
were
tech
slowly
companies are
roasted alive.
basically below 50%
This is what
white,
led Queen
and
Mary of
all
England
the different
being known
media,
forever as Bloody
tech
Mary.
journalism
The
companies
resistance
are
soon
all
evolved.
way above,
Protestants all around
70,
England
80,
saw
90,
these people burned at the
90
stake
plus
as
percent
martyrs for their
white.
cause.
And
They wanted
Hypocrisy,
a
ladies
return
and gentlemen.
to the
I mean,
English
again,
church,
I'm not the kind of person who thinks white is an insult, but these guys
the
are,
burning and
and they are
persecution
the
of Protestants in
wokest
England.
whites on the
Queen
planet,
Mary
right? Like
reaffirmed
ridiculous,
the
right?
alliance with
It's like
Spain by marrying the new king, King
anyone
Philip.
who's homophobic
The
and
Protestant army was
it
growing.
feels like
They
it's
had
a
many
personal
soldiers,
thing that they're
they had
struggling with.
many generals, but what they
Maybe the
needed
journalists
was
are actually the ones who
not
are
exactly a
racist.
leader,
Well,
but a
actually,
figurehead.
it's
Someone
funny you
who
say
they
that
could
because
rally around and
this guy,
support as a
A.M.
claimant
Rosenthal,
to the throne of England.
and
Who
on
would,
his
of course,
gravestone was,
have to
quote,
be
he
someone
kept
that
the
had a
paper
legitimate
straight, right?
claim
And
and was a
actually,
good Protestant.
he essentially
The obvious choice
went
was
and
the
was
Queen's
the managing
younger
editor of the New
sister,
York Times for almost,
Elizabeth.
from
One
69
of
to
the leaders
77,
of the
executive
rebellion,
from
a man
77
named
86.
Thomas Wyatt,
And
wrote her
it was a history,
letting her know
yeah,
that a rebellion was looming,
history of
and
basically
soon
keeping,
would explode
key
in
reporters on.
England.
So essentially, the
But
way to think
Elizabeth
about it is,
was
New York
clever
Post
and ever
reported
cautious.
that
She read the letter and
just
immediately
to
burned it.
talk about
And
this
when
for a
the
second,
messenger
so
asked
insane,
for a
right?
reply, all
New
she
York
told
Post
him is
reported,
that she
I've got
would
some
do,
of this in the book,
quote,
okay,
as
but
God would direct her.
Abe
Her diplomacy
Rosenthal,
proves to have
managing
failed,
editor of the New York
because
Times,
Wyatt's rebellion,
1969
of
to
course, failed.
1977, executive
Now,
editor,
Queen Mary knew
1977
that
to
Wyatt had
1986.
contacted Elizabeth.
His
However,
gravestone
there was
reads,
no
he kept the
evidence to
papers
connect her
straight.
to the rebellion, so she
and
could
then
not
here's G tier on this. He kept the paper straight. As it happens, Rosenthal was the first homophobe who made it a strict policy in the paper not to use the term gay. He denies plum job to the gay man for being gay. He minimized the AIDS crisis. So, like, you know, the thing about this is not like a one-off thing, okay? New York Times literally won a Pulitzer for choking out the Ukrainians, for helping starve 5 million Ukrainians to death, and now has reinvented themselves as like a cheerleader to stand with the Ukrainians, right? They were for, you know, Abe Rosenthal's homophobia before they were against it, right? They were, like, if you saw the link I just pasted in, okay, during BLM, you know, credibly reported that, I haven't seen this refuted, family that owns the New York Times were slaveholders. Somehow that stayed out of 619 BLM coverage, right? They were literally getting the profits from slavery to help bootstrap, you know, the Times, or, you know, went into it. they actually
While
did
there
this
wasn't
article
enough
on like
evidence to
the compound
behead her,
interest
she had her
of
arrested and locked in the Tower of
slaveholders in
London
Haiti and
and
how
then
much
removed
they
from
owed
line of
people, right?
succession.
If you apply that to how much money they made off slaves, I
Elizabeth
mean,
had made
can anyone
some
name one of Saul's
important
murderers slaves?
contacts
Like,
and
can
friends
we
while
humanize
locked in
that?
the
But
Tower,
okay, so
but
that
after
shows
some
back to the,
time, Mary had her
law
released,
such that he
largely
knew it,
because
right?
she believed she
And
was
so
pregnant
you
with
stack
an
this
heir
up, and it's
that
like,
would legitimize
or
her
the
reign
Iraq
and
War
keep
before they were against it.
Elizabeth
And it's
from
like, yeah,
ever really
sure,
being
Bush, just did a lot of bad stuff there, but they also
This
reported a lot of
pregnancy
negative,
was, however,
you know,
flagged in pregnancy.
not negative coverage, like
It
false
was
coverage, right, about
clear that would
WMDs,
wind
like
up taking
people
her
allegedly
life.
military. And
It
so it's like
became clear
this
to
amazing
everybody
thing where
in the
if
court
some of the most
and in
evil
the
people
nation,
in
and
history are the
especially
historians,
her
if the
Catholic husband, King
you know,
Philip, was
they actually
saying
ran this ad
that
campaign in
Mary
the
wasn't
2017
a
time
replacement.
period called The
However,
Truth. So
much
giant
like the Catholic army
Orwellian
that helped put
billboards,
Elizabeth
right,
back in the line of succession, it
which
was
say,
that Catholic monarch
you know, the
who
truth is
helped
essential.
Elizabeth gain
Here
the
it looks like
throne.
this.
Elizabeth
This
had
was
been
what?
removed
This was
from the
just a
line
few
of
years ago,
succession and
2017.
continued to be so
This
even
is in
after
New
she was
York.
released from the Tower of London.
A billboard
However,
by the New York
if she were
Times
not put
reads,
back
"The
into the
truth
line of
is hard
succession,
to know.
the person who
The
would
truth is
succeed
hard
on
to
the throne
find.
would have
The
been
truth
another
is
woman
hard to
named
hear.
Mary.
The truth is hard to
That
believe.
would
The
be
truth is
Mary
hard to
Stuart,
accept.
Queen of
The
Scots.
truth is hard to
You see,
deny.
she had
The
grown
truth
up
is
in
more
France
important
and
now
married the young
than
French
ever.
king, which would have made her the queen
And
elect
Right,
of
this
France
is like,
and subsequently of Scotland, which she had a right to.
what was that?
But had she taken
Yeah,
the
now here's
English
the thing.
throne,
Do you know
it would
what
have also
other
made her
truth?
Queen of
Yeah,
England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen
truth,
of Wales.
period. Big,
This
like,
was unacceptable to King Philip. To
So,
see his
okay,
old
what
enemy,
other
the
national
French
newspaper
king,
proclaimed
had that
itself
much
the truth
influence to
in
his north. He would have been
constantly
essentially
every day?
alone
You know
in
this one,
Europe in
actually.
his alliance against the French, so
you
he could
found it?
not allow
There
this
you go.
woman,
That's right.
Mary
What is
Queen of
the Soviet
Scots, to take the
translation?
throne.
What's the
So he
Russian
convinced
translation
his
from?
wife,
That is
Bloody
truth.
Mary,
Yeah.
That's true. Sorry,
to
that
allow
didn't connect
Elizabeth
in my head
back
yet.
into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death,
Yeah, true.
she did. It's
Unironically,
reported that upon learning
And again, it just so
of the
happens
death
that
of her
Is this an
sister,
onion?
Elizabeth
I
said,
know, right.
"This
So,
is
like,
the
you know,
Lord's doing,
Pravda, like
and
these
it
are
is
communists.
marvelous
These guys have
in
figured
our
out how to
eyes."
get charge people
Now,
$99
that
a
may be
year or
true.
whatever it is for the
That
truth.
may be
Wow,
a little
that's
bit
actually even
propaganda,
amazing,
but
right?
considering
This
who
is the corporate
Elizabeth has
truth.
come
So
through,
when you
to get
stack
the
all that
position
up,
she
right?
is in, I think we can
Basically,
allow
legacy
her a
media
little bit
has
of propaganda.
delegitimized themselves, right? Every day that those
One of
quote
the key
investigative
figures
journalists
that we'll
don't
be talking
investigate
about next
Salzburg
week is a man
shows
Elizabeth
that
is going to
they are
have
so
many
courageous
clashes
as to
with.
investigate
That
your
will be
own
the
laws,
Spanish
but not their own.
ambassador in England, which he
Ta-da!
had very recently
Total
had
mass drop,
a place
right?
of court
That's like
that was
just
esteemed.
obvious, right?
King
Now,
Philip
once
of
you realize
Spain
this,
was,
and
after all,
you know,
also King of
every
England through his
influencer
marriage
who's
with
coming
Mary,
up, every
and now
creator
he was going to
realizes, okay,
clash
well that
repeatedly
means
with the new
I have to
queen,
think about these
Elizabeth.
media corporations as competitors.
He was recorded
They are
saying
competitors. They're
in a
competitors
letter to
for
a Spanish king
advertisers
about
and for
Elizabeth,
influence. They
quote,
will try,
"She is a
basically,
very
what the
vain
media
and
corporations
clever
did
woman.
partially
She
successfully
puts
during
great
the
store
2010s
by all
is
the people who
they
put
sort
her
of
in her
had this
present
reign of
position,
terror
and she will
over
not
many
acknowledge that your
influencers,
majesty
where
or the
they would give
nobility
them
of the realm
positive
had
coverage
any
if they
fault in her.
supported sort
She
of the
is
party
determined
line,
to
and
be
negative
governed
coverage if they
by
didn't.
no one."
Okay, but now
End quote. And
the soft
Elizabeth would not
power
be.
has just dropped off
For
a
the
cliff,
entirety of
right?
her life,
And
Elizabeth would be
you know,
an
many kinds of
independent
tactics
monarch
that you know
that fought
establishment
not
journalists
only
do.
to
One
keep
way of
her
thinking of them is
position
like as
and
a
her place,
for-profit status.
but to
Why?
improve
Because
England's
they
position
may
in Europe
stalk you,
and in the world.
dox you,
Another character
surveil
we're
you.
going to be talking
Like
about
they
at
can
some
literally
length
put
next week
you
is a
know
man named John
like
Dewey. He
2
was
dozen people
a
following somebody around
scientist,
for a
an
year,
astronomer, but also
and
something of an
that's not
occultist at
considered
a time
stalking,
when that was seen
right?
as
That's
a
not considered
relevant
spamming.
science.
They
He
are allowed to do
advised
this and
her
make money
that the
doing
best
this.
date to hold her
Whereas if
coronation
you
would
so
be
much
Sunday,
criticize them,
the 15th of
oh my God, it's an
January,
attack on the free press, blah blah, right?
1559.
But you are the free press and I'm the free
And on
press.
that
Like
day,
we're the free press. Again, it goes back
Princess
to the
Elizabeth
decentralized. You know, the free
became
speech is not
Queen
like
Elizabeth
some
I
media corporation thing. It's
of
everybody's
England.
right. And what actually happened with
Next
social
week,
media, what
we're
they're
going to
against,
talk
is not
about
that it is
the
an
nation
attack on democracy. It's that
that
it's the
Elizabeth
ultimate
would
democracy
inherit,
because
the state
people have a
that
voice
England
now
is in
that
will
didn't used to have a
somewhat
voice. You know,
adopt.
the saying, freedom of the
We'll
press
talk
belongs to
about
those who own
the
one.
many people
read that old one,
that
right? Or
helped
never
Elizabeth
argue with a man who
secure
buys
her
things by the
position
barrel, right?
throughout England
In a real
and throughout
way,
Europe.
the entire
These
things
would
that
be
were
men like
that are
John
promised
D.
people,
Astronomer,
freedom of speech,
or
free
Privy
markets,
Council, many of whom
like a
are
beggar's democracy.
hugely
It's like,
important figures
oh
in the
yeah,
history of England.
you can have freedom of speech,
We'll
but
be
not
talking
freedom of reach
about their
because
intimate
you're just
adventures.
talking to yourself in your
I
living
will
room in
introduce the primary character
Buffalo,
in the
New
next
York,
few weeks
right?
of this
Maybe you
podcast.
can gather some friends around. You can have
Sir
the
Francis Drake.
licenses to get, like
But that
a
will do
TV
it for this
broadcast
week.
license, radio
I hope
license.
that this
You don't have
gave
the
a good
resources to buy a
picture
newspaper.
of the
You
woman
don't have
who was
practical
ruling England,
reach
who would be
for
a
distribution.
central player
Okay.
in everything that's
What
going to
happened was
happen
all
over the
these
next
people
few
in
decades
the U.S.
and
and
the next
around the
couple
world
of
suddenly got
centuries.
voices, and they were suddenly saying things that the
This would
establishment
change the face
didn't
of the
want them
world
to say.
forever,
And so that's what this
and a large
counter-decentralization
part
has
of that
meant, both in
drama
the U.S. and
will
in
involve
China.
the
This
golden
crackdown
circle in the Caribbean,
but it's as if like a
on the
stock
Spanish
went up
Main,
like 100x and then dropped like
and encompassing
30%. All the deplatforming stuff, yes, it's bad.
I'd like
Okay,
to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really
but in the
appreciate
long
that.
arc,
If
I
there are
think
any people
we're
out
going
there
to
that are
have
truly
more
enjoying the
speech.
show,
I think
I
the
urge
counter
you to leave
decentralization
a
may
review
succeed in
either
China,
on
but I don't think
iTunes
it's
or
going to
Stitcher
succeed
or
outside
TuneIn,
because
all of
you're
which
trying
we
to
are on.
retrofit
After you're
speech
done
and
with
thought
that,
controls
why not go
onto
check out the musicians
an
who did the
ostensibly
theme
free
music for
society,
our show.
right?
That
Now
would
that
be,
check.cash,
as always,
people actually have a
brilliant.
voice.
And the song
It's not
is
going to be
The
taken
Old
away from them
Captain
very
is
easily,
absolutely
right?
spectacular.
So how does this relate to
If you enjoy
my
it, why
advice
not
to
go
young
check
kids?
them out
Once
at
you have that context, right? Once you realize,
brillig.com. That's
hey, look,
brillig.com.au.
Apple didn't like
Then you can
do
go on over to
deals
our
with
website
BlackBerry.
at
Okay, Amazon didn't collaborate or give free content to Barnes and Noble. Netflix was not going and socializing with Blockbuster. These employees of established media corporations are your competitors. Okay, they are out for clicks. They are out for money. They will, if they literally choke out the Ukrainians before making themselves into champions of the Ukrainian cause, they'll basically do anything, you know. And so, what you realize that you're like, okay, I need to build my own voice. Okay, if you're Brazilian, you're, Nigerian, you're in the Midwest, you're in the Middle East, right? If you're, Japanese, whatever, wherever you are, you need to build your own voice because outsourcing that voice to somebody else and having it put through the distorting filter, which maximizes the clicks of the distorting kind of thing, it's just not going to be in your best interest. You don't have to, even agree with everything I'm saying or even all of it. Just be like, well, look, I'd rather speak for myself. I'd rather go direct if I could speak at me in my own voice. Right? Because the choice of words is actually very important. Right? So that's the second big one. You need to, and this is the thing that took me a long time to understand. Okay, because I always got the importance of math and science, and in fact, I would be probably just a career academic or mathematician in another life, statistician, something like that, electrical engineer, etc. But the importance of creating your own content and telling your own stories. If you don't tell your own story, the story will be told for you, right? The sort of flip of winners write history is if you do not write history, you will not be the winner. You must write a history. Okay, it's kind of a funny way of putting it, right?
Yeah, chicken and egg.
Yeah, contrapositive, right? And now, what does that mean practically? Okay, so in many ways, the program that I'm laying out is to build alternatives, peaceful alternatives to all legacy institutions, right? To obviously to the Fed, right, with Bitcoin, to Wall Street with DeFi and with Ethereum and so on, to academia with the ledger of record and the on-chain reproducible research that we talked about, to media with decentralized social media, decentralized AI. You can melt Hollywood with this, okay? Melt the RIAA, melt the MPAA. I mean, there's some good people there, but everybody should have their own movies. There's people should be able to tell their own stories and not just wait for it to be cast through Hollywood, and Hollywood's just making remakes anyway, okay? So you can tell original stories, and you can do so online, and you can do so by hitting a key, and the production values will be there now that the AI content creation tools are. I've mentioned disrupting or replacing or building alternatives to the Fed, to Wall Street, to academia, to media. I mentioned to Wikipedia, right? There's things like Golden. There's things like there's a bunch of Web3-ish Wikipedia competitors that are combining with AI and crypto for property rights. You also need alternatives to all the major tech companies. That was the list that I went through with decentralized search and social and messaging and operating systems and even the crypto phone. Okay, and then finally you need alternatives to U.S. political institutions and more generally, and Chinese political institutions. And what are those? That's where the member state comes in. The fundamental concept is if, as I mentioned, only 2% of the world can become president of the United States, about the number of Americans who are native born and over 35 and so on and so forth. But 100% of the world can become president of their own network state. What that means is, this kind of related to those 2 points, right? If you're an individual, you're good in engineering, and you're good at content creation, okay? Like somebody like Jack Dorsey, for example, or Mark Anderson. Actually, a lot of the founders are actually quite good at both nowadays. Luke Bezos is actually funny on Twitter when he allows himself to be. You don't become a leader of that caliber without having some of both, right? If you've got some of both, now no matter where you are, what your ethnicity is, what your nationality is, whether you can get a U.S. visa, you can become president of a network state. And what this is, it's a new path to political power That does not require going through either the US or the Chinese establishment. You don't have to wait till you're 75. You don't have to become a gerontocrat or spout the party line and so on. The V1 of this is like folks like Francis Suarez or Nayib Bukele of El Salvador. But Suarez is a great example where, while not a full sovereign or anything like that, he has many ways the skills of a tech CEO, where he can put up a call on Twitter and help build Miami, recruit all these people from all over. And it wasn't a two-party system, but the end city system. He just helped build the city by bringing people in. Okay, and when I say Suarez is a V1, in fact, I love Francis Suarez and what they're doing. The next iteration of that is to actually build the community itself, rather than just kind of taking an existing Miami. You're building something that is potentially the scale of Miami, but as a digital community. And how many people is that? Well, like the Miami population is actually not that large. It's like 400 something thousand people. You could build a digital community like that. So if you have the engineering and you have the content creation and you build your own distribution, you own your own thing, you can become essentially a new kind of political leader, where you just build a large enough online community that can crowdfund territory, and you build your vision of the good.
And anybody can build a vision of the good. I'm talking about 8 billion people. I mean, there's no more inspiring. I mean, sometimes when we look at how things are broken, there can be a cynical paralysis.
Right.
But ultimately, this is a really empowering message.
Yes. I think there is a new birth of global freedom. And that in the fullness of time, people will look at the internet as being to the Americas what the Americas were to Europe. A new world, okay, in the sense of this cloud continent has just come down, okay, and people are, if you spend 50% of your waking hours looking at a screen, 20%, you're spending all this time commuting up to the cloud in the morning and coming back down to doing these day trips. And it's got a different geography, and all these people are near each other that were far in the physical world and vice versa, right? And so this will, because it's this new domain, it gives rise to virtual worlds that eventually become physical. In the same way that most people don't know this that well, but the Americas really shaped the old world. Many concepts like the ultra-capitalism, ultra-democracy of the New World, the French Revolution was in part, that was a bad version, okay? That was in part inspired by the Americans, okay? There were many movements that came back to the old world that started here. In the same way, I don't call it the mainstream media anymore. I call it the downstream media, because it's downstream of the internet.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
And, there's this guy a while back, he had this meme called the One Killer Year American Empire, that everything's American and so on. And his, I think, fundamental category error is he considers the internet to be American. You know why that's not the case? Because, and it'll be very obviously so, I think, in 5 or 10 years. Why? Because the majority of English speakers online by about 2030 are going to be Indian. Okay? They just got 5G, LTE, super cheap internet recently, last week. It's like one of the biggest stories in the world that's not really being told that much. Okay? They've been lurking. And here's the thing. And this took me a long time to kind of, figure out, like, not figure out, but to communicate. Actually, I realized this in 2013, but these folks don't type with an accent. Okay, they speak with an accent, but they don't type with an accent. And all the way back in 2013, when I taught this Coursera course, I was like, who are these folks? I had hundreds of thousands of people from around the world sign up. It was a very popular course even then, okay? And hundreds of thousands of people signed up. I was like, who are these folks? And there were like Polish guys and, like this lady from Brazil. And they knew Scumbag Steve and Good Guy Greg. But they didn't know Yankees or hot dogs or all the offline stuff of America. They didn't know physical America. They knew the digital conversation, the Reddit conversation, and what became the Twitter conversation. For example, I just saw this YouTube video where there's an Indian founder, and he just said, just casually, like, "Oh, I slid into his DMs like this," right? It was kind of a joke, but he said it in an Indian accent, and everybody laughed. Everybody knew what he meant, and you're like, wait, that is a piece of what people think of as American internet slang. That's actually internet slang, which will soon be said mostly by non-Americans. Now, what does that mean? That means that just like the U.S. was a branch of the U.K. that started with English, and certainly there's lots of antecedents you can trace back to England, but nowadays most Americans are not English in ancestry. There's Germans, Italians, Jewish people, African Americans, everybody, right? In the same way, the internet is much more representative of the world than the USA is.
We started American, but it got forked by the rest of the world.
That's right. And it gives a global equality of opportunity. It's even more capitalist than America is. It's even more democratic than America is. Just as America is more capitalist and democratic than the UK.
The meme has escaped the cage after.
And by the way, that doesn't mean I'm so I want to be very clear about something. When I say this kind of stuff, people will be like, "Oh my God, you hate America so much," and that's not at all what I'm saying. It's like, first, take Britain. Okay, would you think of the U.S. or Israel or India or Singapore as being anti-British? Not today. They're post-British, right? In fact, they're quite respectful to what I mean. Look at the Queen and so on. People respect the UK, and so everyone's coming there for bidding respects.
Some might not be the case. It's definitely
Well, put it like this:
broadly speaking,
they're not like burning the British flag in effigy or anything. I mean, essentially, the point is each of these societies is kind of moving along their own axis. They're not defining every action in terms of whether they're pro-British or anti-British, right? Like once you have kind of a healthy distance, people can respect all the accomplishments of the UK while also being happy that you're no longer, run by them, right? And then you can have like a better, kind of arm's length relationship, right? And that's what post-British means. It is not anti-British, not at all. In fact, you can respect it while also being happy that you've got your own stuff, right? And happy that Britain is doing its own thing. I'm glad they're doing it, right? Okay. And they're actually doing some special economic zone stuff now. And in the same way, if you think of it as not being pro-American or anti-American, because that's the with us or against us formulation of George Bush, like rather than just everything must be scored as pro-American or anti-American, you can think of post-American, that not everything has to be scored on that axis. Like, there are certain things around the world which should be able to exist on their own, and you should be able to move along your own axis. Like, perhaps obviously like is longevity pro-American or anti-American? No, it's like it's on its own axis. And new states and new countries should be able to exist that do not have to define themselves as anti-American to do so. They're just post-American, friendly to, but different from. That's totally possible to do, and we've got examples of that, right? So when I talk about this, what I'm talking about is really in many ways U.S. and Western ideals, but manifested in just a different form, right? And also, crucially, integrative of global ideals. These are, in a sense, are global human rights, or global values, which is freedom of speech, private property, protection from search and seizure, and actually, so that's all the Bill of Rights type stuff. And I saw something that I thought was really good recently. That's a good first cut. That's something that I might want to include. I credit him, of course, in into the book, the Digital Bill of Rights. Okay, and so this was a really good, decent first cut at a digital Bill of Rights. Okay, and he talks about the right to encrypt, the right to compute, the right to repair, the right to portability, right? So encrypt is perhaps obvious, e-commerce and everything. Compute, like your device, it's not like you can't just have somebody intercept it or shut down your floating points. That might sound stupid, but in the EU they're trying to regulate AI, and by doing that they have some regulation that says like logic is self-regulated. Did you see this? I'll click the tweet that I sent you just before this one, right? So it was like, in woke America, they're abolishing accelerated math. Math is quote white supremacist. Not to be outdone, Europe seeks to regulate AI by regulating logic itself. It can't reason without a license, right? Article 3. For purposes of this regulation, the following definitions apply. AI system is software that is developed with one or more of the techniques and approaches listed in Annex 1. You know what's in Annex 1? In Annex 1, logic and knowledge-based approaches. So, step away from the sticky. Okay? And the thing is, if you've dealt with these bureaucracies, the stupidest possible interpretation. I mean, think about, if you think, oh, no, that wouldn't make any sense. They wouldn't do that. The entire web has been uglified by this stupid cookie thing that does absolutely nothing, right? The actual way to protect privacy is with user local data, meaning like decentralized systems, right, where the private keys are local.
I'm just laughing at the layers of absurdity in this. Step away from the if statement. I mean, it's hilarious. It's very, very clumsy. It's us struggling how to define the digital bill of rights and doing so extremely clumsily.
It's funny, like I heard this thing which is like, Europe's like, well, look, the U.S. and China are way ahead of us in AI. We're going to
And something we haven't mentioned much of in this whole conversation, I think maybe implied between the lines, is the thing that was in the Constitution of the pursuit of happiness, and the thing that is in many stories that we humans conjure up, which is love. I think the thing that makes life worth living in many ways. But for that, you have to have freedom. You have to have stability. You have to have a society that functions, so that humans can do what humans do, which is make friends, make family, make love, make beautiful things together as human beings. Balaji, this is like an incredible conversation. Thank you for showing an amazing future. I think really empowering to people, because we can all be part of creating that future. And thank you so much for talking to me today. This was an incredible, obviously the longest conversation I've ever done, but also one of the most amazing, enlightening. Thank you. Thank you, brother, for everything you do. Thank you for inspiring all of us.
Well, that's great, and we didn't get through all the questions. We didn't.
just for the record, we didn't get. I would venture to say we didn't get through 50%. This is great. This is great, and I had to stop us from going too deep on any one thing, even though it was tempting. Like those chocolates, those damn delicious looking chocolates that was used as a metaphor about 13 hours ago, or however long we started the conversation. This was incredible. It was really brilliant. You're brilliant throughout on all those different topics. So, yeah, thank you again for talking about it. This is great. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Balaji and Vasu. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of great Rabbi. People ask me to predict the future, when all I want to do is to prevent it. Better yet, build it. Predicting the future is much too easy anyway. You look at the people around you, the street you stand on, the visible air you breathe, and predict more of the same. To hell with more. I want better. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. You and Magnus played a private game, 40 games of Blitz in 2010 in Moscow at a hotel. This sounds just being legendary.
The reason that I probably should not have agreed to play this match, and why I very oftentimes reference it as one of the biggest mistakes in terms of competitive chess that I made, is specifically because it gave Magnus a chance to understand my style of chess.
Are you and Magnus friends, enemies, frenemies? What's the status of the relationship?
Yeah, I think with all the rivalries in chess, everybody tries to hype it up like everyone hates each other. But the thing is, at the end of the day, yes, we're very competitive. We want to beat each other, whether it's myself and Magnus or other top players. But we also realize that it's a very small world. Like, a lot of us are able to make a living playing the game as professionals. And as I alluded to earlier, the top 20 to 30 players can make a living. So even though we're competitive against each other, we want to beat each other. There is a certain level of respect that we have, and there is a sort of brotherhood, I would say. So all of us are, I think, big fans.
The following is a conversation with Hikaru Nakamura, a chess super grandmaster. He's one of the greatest chess players in the world, including currently being ranked world #1 in Blitz chess. He's also one of the most popular chess streamers on Twitch and YouTube, which you should definitely check out. His channel's name on both is GM Hikaru. This is the Let's Stream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Hikaru Nakamura. You and Magnus played a private game, 40 games of Blitz in 2010 in Moscow at a hotel. This sounds just a little legendary. Final score is 24.5 to 15.5 for Magnus.
Where did you find out the score? I'm actually curious. I don't think it was publicly
Yeah, so this is kind of a crazy story. This was not pre-planned at all. I remember this quite well. I went out to dinner that final night with someone who was actually very high up in the internet club at that time. I went out for a nice dinner. I think I had like a couple of drinks, maybe wine, beer, I don't know what it was. And I think towards the end of the dinner, somehow they got word of this and they relayed the information to me that Magnus wanted to play a private match. Now, I agreed to play this match. Probably I should not have, and actually has nothing to do with like the state of having been out, having a few drinks, anything of that nature. But the reason that I probably should not have agreed to play this match and why I very oftentimes reference it as one of the biggest mistakes in terms of competitive chess that I made is specifically because it gave Magnus a chance to understand my style of chess. And at the time, I actually had pretty good results against Magnus. I think maybe he was up one or two games, but there were many games where I was pressing close to winning against him prior to that match. And so when I went and played that match, there were a few things that happened. First of all, Magnus really started to understand my style because we played all sorts of different openings. And so I think he understood that at times I wasn't so great in the opening, and there were many openings where I would play slightly dubious variations as opposed to main lines. And then secondly, from my standpoint, the problem that I realized since we were playing with an increment, there were many games where I was close to winning, and he would defend endgames amazingly well. He would defend what are technically drawn endgames, but where I would have like an extra pawn, and it would be like rook and bishop versus rook and knight. Say I have 4 pawns, he has 3 pawns, endgames of this nature. Now, if you aren't super into chess, you might not understand what I'm referring to. If you are, you will. But there are endgames where one side might have extra pawns, say extra 2 pawns, and you'll theoretically do
Well, can you give an example of the set of pieces? We're talking about 5, 6, 7 pieces.
So, okay, like a very basic one would be rook and 4 pawns against rook and 3 pawns. So that would be 9 total pieces on the board, 4 pawns on one side, 3 pawns on the other side. But it's all in the same side of the board. Now, this is a technical draw. I've been known for probably, let's just say, 70 years roughly, give or take, that this is a theoretical draw.
No matter the position of the pawns.
Just all the pawns are on one side. So like where they are. So it's like let's just say they're 4 pawns. They're just 4 pawns. And black is 3 pawns. So your pawns are on h6, g6, and f6. And there are no other pawns on the board. Something like that. And you both have rooks. And it's a draw. No matter what the next like 50 moves of the game are, we know that it's a draw with perfect. And so it's things like this where Magnus was actually saved. I want to say like 5 or 6 of these. And I remember it quite well because I think the score was very, very close up until probably the last like 10 games of the match. And then at the end he started winning. Space. There were a lot of situations where he was up like 1 game or maybe 2 games in the match, and I had some end game like this, and I was not able to win the end game. And so for me, after that match, it wasn't even so much that I lost the match with the margin I lost it by. It was the fact that I realized how hard it was to beat him, even once he got the advantage. I think for Magnus, he learned that my weakness was openings. I remember because I don't remember the game itself, but there was a game we played in the Sicilian, and he played this variation of bishop g5 on move number 6. I'm sure you can insert a graphic later. I can show you. And I think the type of opening. Sicilian's the opening. Najdorf's variation was played by Bobby Fischer, the former world champion, Gary Kasparov as well. And so we played all sorts of different openings because, of course, it's not a series. It's a series match, but it's not a series where it's going to count for the ranking. So you're just trying to fill out where your opponent's strong versus weak. And so there was one game, I remember this very clearly. We played the bishop g5 variation of Najdorf. And I think I played e5 or I played knight to d7 in e5, which is dubious. It's not the best response. And that's just one example of where I was playing things that were a little bit dubious, and I was not playing the absolute main line with 20 moves of theory. So I was trying to get outside of theory, and I think Magnus learned from that even though it appeared that I was very well prepared in these openings, I wasn't quite at that level.
Could you have a different interpretation of you going outside of the main line, that you're willing to experiment, take risks, that you're chaotic, and that's actually a strength, not a weakness, especially when you're sitting in a hotel room at late at night, past midnight, playing chess? I mean, why do you interpret that that's a weakness?
Because Magnus, going forward, was able to figure out the lines where you have to be completely precise. You cannot deviate at all, and I got punished out of the opening with many of these. So it was like, it wasn't about the Najdorf, the opening, or the variation specifically, but he knew what my repertoire was, and he would pick lines where I had to play the absolute best line in order to equalize, or I would be much worse. And he was very effective.
But nevertheless, pretty legendary. The two of you, you're one of the best chess players in the world throughout the whole period, still today. epic, right? How did this video exist, by the way?
I think there was one journalist, Macaulay Peterson, who was able to film parts of it. So it was in a room. It was me, Magnus. I think Henrik was there. I think Macaulay was there, and that was it.
People can go on YouTube and watch. It's on Chess Digital Strategies, Macaulay Peterson channel. For people who are just listening to this, there's a dimly lit room with a yellow light emerging out of the darkness of the two faces of Megara. I mean, and the deep focus here. What time is this? This must be.
This is probably at like 1 a.m. This was, I believe, the day after the final. This was the final round occurred and the closing ceremony. We were playing after.
I mean, are you able to appreciate the epicness of this?
Many of my favorite memories are actually similar to this. Another memory that I really have, that I recall very fondly, was after the U.S. Championship. It was called the 2005 U.S. Chess Championship. It was held at the end of 2004 in, I believe it was in La Jolla in San Diego. I won that event, and after that event, I was playing Blitz probably for like 4 or 5 hours in the lobby of the hotel. So it's the same kind of situation where you're just playing for the love of the game as opposed to anything else. Of course, nowadays, I think both for Magnus and myself, just playing a dimly lit room like this would almost certainly not happen. There would probably have to be certain stakes involved for us to play. But you know, if you go back in time, these are the sorts of memories and moments that would happen all the time.
So, is there a part of you that doesn't regret that this happened?
You know, I think it comes back to my general philosophy. I feel like everything happens for a reason. And so because I have that, that's one of my core beliefs. Like, I don't really look back on it as mistakes. I feel like everything has happened and things have transpired the way they have for a reason. If I look at it in terms of potentially like world championship aspirations, I think certainly it was a big mistake. Because from a competitive standpoint, Magnus figured out what my weaknesses were at the time, and he exploited it for many, many years. In fact, I think if you look at the match I played against him in the Meltwater tournament at I think that was in June, or no, it was later. It was like September 2020. We played this epic match. It was the finals of the tour, and it went all the way to the seventh match. Magnus won in Armageddon. And in that match, my openings were much better. I was able to match him in the openings. I was not worse out of the opening in most of the games, and that made a huge difference. But for many years, he was able to exploit my openings, and I mean, that's why the score. I mean, it's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons the score is so lopsided.
Is there any of those games, you mentioned 7 games, that are interesting to look at, to analyze? Ideas that you remember that are interesting to you?
I mean, it was actually, so to set it up, and this probably will come into play in terms of the World Championship format. It was 7 matches of 4 games. So we played a 4-game match. And after 4 games, say I'm up 2.5, 1.5, I win match number 1. Then it's like you have to win 4 matches of 4 games.
Do you remember how you won?
There were a couple of Berlin games. In the sixth match, I believe, in the 7th match as well, where Magnus actually made some mistakes, and I won some critical games.
You're gonna have to explain some basics here. So Berlin's a technical game. What's that?
The Rui Lopez was Spanish opening. It actually exists all the way back to the 60s, but it really became popular in 2001, I believe it was, when Gary Kasparov and Vladimir Kramnik played the World Championship match. Kasparov had been the world champion for a very long time. I think it was close. I think it was about 15 years roughly, maybe a little bit more than that. And he lost the match because when Gary had the white pieces, Kasparov was not able to effectively get in advance. A lot of the teams were very took draws, and in chess you want to put pressure on your opponent when you have the white pieces. So Kasparov was not able to do anything with the white pieces, and Kramnik was able to beat him when the colors were reversed. Kramnik won a game in the Grunfeld, won a game in one of the Queen's Gambit decline/Nimzo variations as well, and that was the reason Gary Kasparov lost the World Championship title, was because of this variation.
Can you teach me the Berlin opening?
Absolutely. So the opening starts a little bit, starts with d4, and then it goes to d5, knight f3, knight c6. Yeah, bishop d5, and now knight to f6.
And at which point is this the standard? Like, this is the Berlin.
Yeah, this is the Berlin. This is the starting position of the Berlin defense, and White has many options here. Now it's interesting because I did work with Gary at a certain point, and I remember I had access to his database, and he had something like 220 files on the Berlin defense. Because what happened is Gary's somebody who, the way that he learned chess is very much like, there are certain openings that are okay, there are other openings that are not okay. And so this was considered dubious at the time. And so Gary basically decided to go into his endgame with castle, which is knight takes pawn.
Why is the castling an endgame?
So I'll show you. Knight takes pawn. All these moves are very, very important.
You got pawn. What does it mean they're very important? That means like those are the optimal things that you should be doing.
Exactly. These moves are, I think they're almost, at least for black, they're absolutely forced, or else you're going to lose life.
You said knight takes d4.
Knight.
Okay.
So this attacks the bishop on d5. Black takes back with the pawn in front of the queen. Pawn takes pawn. Knight to f5. And then
What?
very aggressive. Yeah, so you get this position where we're in an endgame.
Got it. You just ruined all the normal conventions, I guess.
Right. On the other hand, for Kramnik, it was quite brilliant because Gary, what he was known for was opening preparation and getting the advantage. He was a very tactical, very aggressive player, and you're playing an endgame right from the start. Now, Gary basically thought that this was better for white, and he tried to prove it. And he was unable to prove it, I think, up until maybe it was game 9 or game 11. Actually, maybe I have the order wrong because I keep quite even number games. Basically, he spent 4 or 5 games with white pieces trying to win this endgame, and he was not able to. In fact, he didn't even come close to proving an advantage, so he kept wasting the white pieces in that match, and Kramnik basically took advantage. When he had the white pieces and Gary had the black pieces, he was able to win some games in very nice style, and that was the difference.
So that's kind of brilliant. So yet, this is a new problem presented in that match, and Gary's gut says
White is better.
White is better, and so in white I'm going to push with this position, and I'm going to not change anything from match to match and go try to find a way that this is better. So it's that kind of stubbornness. And what do you think about that? Like what that's the way of chess, right? Like that's not a mistake. That's the way you should do it. If your gut says this position is better, you should capitalize, right?
I think that's an old school way of thinking in chess because before computers, basically it's up to humans. Your intuition, your calculation process really determines whether a position is better. So like if in Gary's times openings are dubious, they're dubious. It means somebody is better. But as we've learned with computers now, even small advantages, generally that doesn't mean anything, and a position is defendable where you won't lose the game if you play optimal moves. Even if the advantage is like half a pawn, for example, like 0.50, with optimal play, a computer will still prove that that position you can hold it and not lose the game. And so for Gary, he learned it where like if an opening's not right, like he knows it's not correct, he has to prove it. Now finally towards the end of the match, he tried to switch, but it was already way too late, and he didn't have time to win with the white piece. He did come close in one of the later games, but he spent the whole match trying to prove his Berlin defense was not playable.
So this position, the computer would say that black is better.
So it would say that white is very slightly better because black can move the king. You're unable to castle the king, and it's kind of open in the center of the board.
Oh, so wait, so Stockfish or the engine would agree with Gary's intuition?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, when you go like 5 moves deeper in any number of the sequences, it's going to go to 0.0.
Which means draw.
Yeah, correct.
And that's a bad thing because white should be winning.
Well, you want to put pressure on your opponent when you use the white pieces in any tournament, any match.
Got it. So if the engine says 0-0, that means you're not doing a good job of playing white.
Correct. You should be putting pressure. That doesn't mean you're going to win. There are going to be a lot of draws. This game of chess has drawish tendencies, but you want to try. Normally, the general approach these days, because of the computers, is you try to put pressure on your opponent when you're white, and when you're black, you try to be solid to make it draw. That's the general approach. Now, when Gary was actually at his peak, it was quite the opposite. Gary was trying to win games with the black pieces as well by playing openings like the Brazilian knight. But with modern technology, and I did a podcast recently where I also spoke about this, computers are so good and players can memorize so many lines that nowadays trying to take risks with the black pieces, it almost always backfires. Or if you're very lucky, you might make a draw, but you never get the winning hand. So from a risk-reward standpoint, you have to play almost perfectly just to make the draw. But you're never going to have any winning chances. Where in the old days, generally you might lose the games, but you're going to have chances to win as well. But now it's very much one-sided. So a lot of players try to be very smart.
This is, by the way, this is Squared podcast?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, this is an amazing podcast, so shout out to those guys. I'm glad that they started a thing that seems to be a good thing, and I hope they keep going with this good thing. That was a great interview that I did with you.
In that podcast, I talked about the Brazilian knight. Very aggressive opening. The problem is white is the one who has the choices after the first 5 to 6 moves. White has the choice of what do you want to do.
Can you show me the anatomy?
Sure. So it's for people that
Voyager,
we
John
before.
Lovell had a huge problem getting rid of these slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely out of the question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, well, they had to find a way to sell slaves to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them.
So this is an item. Bobby Fischer really
really
popularized it and
super
run
villain
up to becoming the world
machinations.
champion.
If these Englishmen
Gary
allied
played it
with
for
the French,
probably the
so
last
Drake
15
admit
to 20
on
years of
his
his career,
previous
so it's a
voyage with
very
John
solid,
Lovell, and then
solid
sent French
opening
pirates
defense.
ahead to
What is
sell
it? What is that?
Spanish
Sorry to
slaves
interrupt.
to
What
Spanish
is the,
colonization.
what's interesting about this? So there's a
But then
for
John
people
Hawkins
listening
would sail
on
in
the
as a
white
hero,
side. There's a couple of
save
knights
these
out,
Spanish
and
colonists, give them
So
the
black is
fresh
many.
food that they needed, the
Black
shelter
can
they
play for
needed, as well as
B5
the
here
protection
to
of the
develop
English
bishop to
soldiers
B7.
from these French corsairs.
Because the
And
pawn
then
on
once
E is
they
a
felt
discarded
safe
pawn
and
on
free
B5.
and realized that they were going to rebuild
You can
their
also play
settlement,
other
he just
setups,
had the goods
potentially
and
G6.
slaves
I'm
that
putting
he
the
would
bishop on
need
G7.
to help land the building.
okay, so
This would
bringing
allow Hawkins to
do different things
have
to
the
bring it out.
You
The,
can also put the
campaign
pawn on
in
E5
which he
or put
would
the pawn on
disrupt
G6.
Spanish trade
okay.
So
without
there are many
offending
different
any of his
setups. It's very,
allies, as
very
well as make
flexible.
himself a personal
But white is the
fortune
one
and
who has
repay
the
his illustrious
choice here in
friends.
terms of what to play.
This wouldn't
And there
break
are many moves.
Hawkins'
There's this
rules
move that I
by
mentioned before,
accomplish
bishop
all
to
of his
G5, which
goals.
Magnus played against me.
Now, I haven't
There's
read
also
any of the
bishop to
stories
E3,
to make this seem complete,
bishop to
so there may be
C4,
some very
and
good
now there are
evidence
also moves
out
like
there that
H3,
completely refutes
H4,
his
rook
complete
G1,
total nonsense.
even moves like
But
E3 and
I
A4. So there
like
basically
this
are 9
story.
or 10
The
moves
idea
that
that
white can
these
play.
two men who
But
were
the move that white plays
unconscious
sort of
youth in the
dictates the
war
direction of the
could
game,
join their fleets
and
together
you have to be
to work
extremely
hand
precise
in
with your
hand
black. So if white
to
plays something like
make
bishop to
money off of
E5,
the
this is
Spanish
very sharp
and
and aggressive,
disrupt this
but you can also
trade
play
which they
something
would
like
like to
bishop to
accomplish.
E3,
Now,
pawn
at
to
his
E5, and something like knight
seaside
to
at
F3
home,
here,
Hawkins
and
would
it
risk
goes in a
trade in
positional
other
direction.
ways, but his slaves would
So
receive food,
again, this is very
rules without
advanced.
being
These are
sold.
very
The
advanced
colonists weren't buying as much
sort
as
of
they
setups,
thought. So he
and
ordered
what
his
I'm
ships to
explaining
go
is not
illegally
at a
in the
basic
interstates,
level.
cleaning
But
up all
white
the
is the one who chooses
barnacles
the
and
type of move.
nasty
It's very
possessions
aggressive,
that
very
left on
sharp
the
with both
sea,
sides of
and
chances.
wrote a
This
letter
is
to
something very
Constantine.
positional where if you're black,
He
you're
also
probably
wrote a letter
okay,
to
but you can play the best moves in
bribe
order to
and
equalize, or you
hoodwink
can end up worse.
his slaves.
Okay, so
However,
you're always
it took a
responding to
long
black in this
time, and
situation.
no
Right.
answer was forthcoming.
So
Eventually,
how different are
Ponce de
all those
Leon
different
did write
variations?
Hawkins a letter
Like
after
with the
time, and
bishop,
said,
the different.
quote,
So
"Before my eyes, I
you
saw
bring
the
out the
government
bishop
offices
to
preparing
this
voyages
position, to
with
this
slaves
position, or to
who were
that
licensed
position.
in the country to
Like
travel
how
with
are those
intellectual
fundamentally
beings.
different variations?
An
Like
example for
I just
me that
wonder
might fall a little
from
too
a AI
close.
computational perspective, like a single step.
Yeah, well,
So
I'll make it
the
even
Spanish
simpler. If you
colonists, who
put the
were
knight here,
living
it's
with
very
him, being
positional. If you
protected
put
by
the knight on
Hawkins
this
for a
square, it's
while,
very aggressive
decided that after
because
hearing
normally
this
white is
news
going
from
to push
Ponce de
this
Leon,
pawn
they should
from
flee and
F2
get
to either
everyone back
F3 or
into the
F4,
wilderness in the
and
clear
potentially a pawn
air.
to G4 later.
And
So
it's
even
here
here,
that
based on where
Francis
you go,
Drake,
it
Captain
changes
of the French
whether it's a
trade,
positional
got his
game
first
or it's a
local
very
herd
tactical
of
Just
game.
those
buffalo.
little, and that those are the
He
choices
was
you're
sent to
constantly
John
making. Am I
Hawkins'
going to
next
be
destination as
standard,
Rio de la Hacha,
basic, and
off the
positional, or
coast
am
of
I going to be
Honduras.
aggressive? Is
Right.
aggressive.
And I
Drake
can
wanted
actually give you
sailors on
another
board
example.
the
So
voyage that Ponce
psychology
de
plays
Leon
a big
charged
role,
him.
and in the
Quote,
Canada
"The
tournament, which I
Spaniards shot
played
3
in
pieces at us from the
June of this
shoulder.
past year in
We
Madrid,
repulsed
Spain,
it with 2
I
rounds
had
and
the
shot
white
through
pieces
the
against
enemy's
Henri Reza
hulls.
Bruges,
We
who was a
weighed
rising
anchor in
junior
Cape
originally from
Verden and
Iran,
outshot
representing
the
France.
Count, who
And I
reloaded for
knew that
5
he
days
wanted very
despite
aggressive
the
games. He
Spanish
doesn't normally
aggression.
play this lane either, and he
He
chose to
mistakes
play it
that
in
for the
this one
caravel
tournament. So
of
I knew that
guards
he
he was
wanted
sent
these
with
very
me,
sharp positions
with the
where
engine
he can
and
lose, but he can
artillery,
also
we
win.
chased his
And so
road
when I
to the
played him,
shore.
I intentionally
We
played this
fetched anchor there
variation
since only
because I
2
knew that he was going to
Spanish
be unhappy. He
officers
wanted these sharp,
had anchored
exciting
again
games,
before the
and
tournament.
here I am playing
To
something
our
very
general's
boring where
comment,
he
the
plays it
anchor,
correctly,
many of
it's going
his
to be a
men
draw,
fought
but he's
valiantly for
not
the
going to be
town
happy.
and
And
lost
so he
1
actually
man,
did something
whose name
dubious
was Thomas
because he
Silver.
wanted to create tension.
In
He wanted to create chaos.
John
So
Hawkins
you
had sent
by
men
being
to
boring,
Trinidad
would
through other
frustrate him
ships
and
to
then you make
test the
mistakes.
waters
Exactly.
before Rio de la Hacha, which
So
had
that's
often been
Ultimate troll
wrong
at the
against
highest level of just. You mentioned psychology and taking us back to Magnus, even in 2010, when Magnus came. So Reddit said that you've spoken about losing to Magnus being a hit on your confidence. Is there some truth to that? So is there some aspect about that 2010 match that's not just about Magnus figuring stuff out, but just a hit on confidence? Like, how important is confidence at that level when you're both young and like firing at all cylinders?
Well, it's not just the problem with me, it's the problem everybody has
Yes.
playing against Magnus, because what happens is on a broader level, when you play against somebody, no matter who you're playing against, but when they're somehow able to stay in positions where they're much worse, almost in miraculous ways, the way that Magnus has done against everybody. He's done it against me, done it against Aronian many times, done it against Cramden, just about everybody. When someone's able to save games, it really times that happens, it starts adding up, and it just affects you in a way that's very, very hard to overcome. And I think every top player has that issue, where if they played against Magus more than like 5 times, they've seen things happen in the game that don't happen against anybody else, and then psychologically it becomes harder and harder to overcome it, which is why I think a lot of the junior players, they don't have this long history, and it does affect them. As far as myself directly, certainly after that match, though, it was not the same playing as Max, because I viewed him completely differently, too. After all those games where he was saving these end games, I started thinking, like, this guy is superhuman. But you can't really have those thoughts when you're playing competitively. But in the back of your mind, it's always there. And I think every top player has that issue.
Is there a way to overcome that? Because you have to.
I don't know if I'll necessarily do better against Magnus going forward, but I felt that when I started playing against him more than just a game here or there in classical chess. During the pandemic, I played him in these online tournaments, seemed like every month. I came very close. I beat him in one event. I think I lost in 2 others in the quarterfinal. But when I was playing against him more and more, he didn't feel superhuman. I felt like as I'm playing more and more and learning about his style, that I was doing better. So I think for me, the weird thing is that I just wasn't playing against him that many games. When I started playing against him like 20, 30 games during the course of a year, I actually started feeling more confident because I feel like I can compete. Whereas when I was only playing him like 3 or 4 times in classical chess in the previous couple of years, I wasn't doing great, and then you don't have those glimpses, you don't have those moments where you feel like you're going to be able to win against him. When you start playing 20, 30 games and you get these opportunities, even if you don't convert, you feel like you have the chance. When you play 3 or 4 games and you might lose 1, draw 3, you never have those opportunities, and so you feel very negative about what's going on.
When you were able to beat him, or not necessarily win the game, but win positionally something, what was the reason? Like, technically speaking, the matchup between the two of you, where are the horses really?
I mean, the answer, I think, is actually quite simple. I think it's all psychological, actually, more than anything else. Because I didn't feel like I was doing anything differently, but I was also not making the mistakes that I was making before. So I think it was more psychological than
on your part versus his part.
It's very weird because when you think about chess, it's a mental game. But we all are capable of beating Magnus, all of us. But we all have very, very bad scores against him. And I think people underestimate how much of a role that plays. And for me, when I played him in these online events in 2020 specifically, I felt like there was really nothing to lose, which also ties into everything else that happened during the pandemic as well. But I just felt like there was nothing to lose, and I felt like I was playing very freely, unlike before. Now, that's not to say that Magnus isn't a better player, that like somehow I expect to beat him, but I felt like I wasn't making the same mistakes that I was making in the previous years.
If we dig into the psychological preparation, is there something to your mental preparation that you do that makes you successful? Like, what are the lessons of all these years that you learned? What works, what doesn't? Do you drink a bunch of whiskey the night before? Is there some small hacks or major ones about how you approach the game?
It's really hard, sort of, in a way, because I feel like I'm 2 different people. I was one person up until the pandemic as a professional chess player solely, where I earned all my income. Everything was derived from that. And from the pandemic on, I'm sort of a different person. That is not where I'm making my income from. And so the whole psychological profile that I had before is completely different from now. There's this joke about the "I literally don't care" phrase that I've used. And in a sense, what that means is not that I don't care. Obviously, I'm competitive. I want to do well. But if I lose a game or I don't do well in a tournament, it's not the end of the world in the same kind of way that I felt it was before, because that pressure of needing to always perform was very, very high. And so I think before the pandemic, what I would try to do more than anything is just not think about the previous game for the most part. Like, say I had a bad game, I'd go out for a walk that evening, just clear my mind. These sorts of things, now they aren't really hacks per se, but it's trying essentially to have short-term memory.
So I literally don't care. It's not just a meme. It's a philosophy.
In a sense,
it's a way of being.
I mean, it's basically that, yes, like, I do want to perform well. I'm going to give it my all, but it's not like if I lose a game, it's not the end of the world.
That should be the title of your biography, and it should be like I know you're probably mortal, but if you do happen to die, there should also be on YouTube stuff. Charles Bukowski has a
different, more in the artistic domain, which is, well, a lot of people have different interpretations of that statement, but I think it means don't take things too seriously.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think that if you look at my career prior to the pandemic, I put huge amounts of pressure on myself because I really wanted to be as good as I could be, but it was the way I was earning a living. And one thing that's very difficult about chess is that only the top 20, maybe 30 players in the world make a living from it. Now, you make a very good living. There's no way I'm like diminishing chess, but the problem with it is it's not considered adult. So if you don't get invitations to the absolute top tournaments, which have prize funds from anywhere from maybe 100,000 up to potentially $500,000, if you don't get those invitations, it's very, very hard to earn a living. You go from earning maybe $200,000, $300,000 a year to earning like 50,000. So it's very, very unstable. And I think for myself, I really put a lot of pressure on myself in a way that it affected me, and not in a good way.
So in part, it was also financial pressure. So like once you're able to make money elsewhere, it makes you more free to take risks to play the pure game of chess.
Yeah, exactly. It took all that pressure off, and I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like if I lose a game, it's not the end all be all, and maybe that's just like psychological stuff that I should have tried to sort out before. I mean, I did at some period of time, like do certain things along those lines, but I became free, and I think it definitely it was not about the chess, and that's one of those things that's also very hard because when I look at myself and when I had these periods where it seemed like I played better or improved, one of these periods was in 2008 where I dropped out of college. I was about 2650 kilos, so I was roughly top 100 in the world, and for the first probably half part of 2008, I played very little, almost not at all. I went up to Vancouver. I was living on my own for the first time, and I was not studying that much. And then after that period, I started playing, and I actually improved very quickly, and I broke 2700 shortly thereafter. So it had nothing to do with chess.
When you moved to Vancouver and weren't doing much, what were you doing exactly?
Oh, I was just doing nature. I was going outside, hiking mountains, going and kayaking, all these things that I was not that I had not done for many years.
I'm glad I asked because I was imagining something else. I was imagining you like in a dark room drinking and playing video games and okay, cool. That's good. That's an interesting break to dropping out of college and giving taking a break and then giving everything to chess. That's very preparation and so on. Maybe if you can rewind back to the beginning, you said about yourself that you're not a naturally talented chess player. Your brother was, but that's really fascinating because what would you say was the reason you're able to break through and become one of the best chess players in the world, having been not a naturally talented chess player?
Yeah, I think that this applies to actually chess or any number of sort of basic games, actually, for that matter, is that I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. And there are many games like this. There's this funny game on the phone. I'll just use it as an example. There's a game called Geometry Dash. Now I'm not world class or anything at it. It's just a silly little game on the phone that you play. You just tap and it goes up and down. People will probably know what that is. But like I played that for maybe like an hour. I just randomly played for 1 hour, and I was terrible at it. And I kind of forgot about it for a week. And then I came back. I saw it on my phone. I'm like, okay, what am I doing wrong? Like, why am I not good at this game? So I spent like probably like 100 hours over the following month just playing it nonstop, over and over and over again to get better at it. And again, I'm not like world class or anything, but I'm pretty good at the game. And so with chess, it's the same thing. It's like when I started out, it's like, why am I not good at this? What am I doing wrong? And I basically refused to accept that I couldn't be good at the game. And so, at the start, I played for a couple of months. I did very poorly. And then my parents stopped me from playing for about 6 months. They just said, you're not playing. Your brother